Okay. Hey, welcome in, friends. I think we got all the streams set up. Let me 1 second to double check so we don't have a mishap like we did last week. I'm gonna go to the studio and check. But happy Friday. Hey, y'all survived the week. Congratulations. Glad that you all are here, and I think we're gonna have some fun tonight. It's probably been year and a half, 2 years since we ran this topic. It was a really fun topic. I don't know if a lot of Christians recognize like the patterns of abuse within the religion, but that's basically what it is. If you look at the patterns of abuse, the Bible God seems to match it. So I don't know. You know, a spade is a spade, right? I think the best we could do is call the spade a spade. All right. All right. Hey, Siltex, good to see you, friend. I think people are still piling in. Also, announcement for anyone who is interested. I made a couple items in the gift shop. I'll show you real quick. For M's, I'll explain here also one other thing. All right. Almost there. Almost there. Okay. We really needed something for our friend M's in the merch shop. People have been asking for some M stuff, and we got it today. And also, anyone, I would say every purchase from the merch store of an M's product, I'm sending that money directly to M's to support our boy M's. I'm not sure why. Let me give 1 second. Oh, there it is. All right, so I made a Habibi mug. Oh, let me put it on the other screen. I apologize. I made a Habibi mug just for M's. I think it turned out well. I think he'll like it. I think you'll like it, actually. And let's see, we also got a sure. We had to do a sure mug. That got to be his trademark. I think that I don't know what else to say, you know, other than sure. You know, if he was here right now, he'd probably be saying the same thing. And I did one with the M's call. So we got some stuff up for M's. Pretty excited about that. And all of the stuff, all of the merch shop purchases that has M's like logo or moniker on it, we'll be sending those proceeds directly to M's to support him finishing his med school and rotations. Nevertheless, so that's a lot of fun. I already ordered the 2 mugs so I can sip my coffee and say sure and pretend that I'm as cool as M's when we all know that I'm not. But I can try. You know, the bar is high. Nevertheless, I think we got 1 super chat and maybe 1 guest. So let me grab our super chat and we'll see if we can get our guest in here. 8, would you... I can sense the rest of that. Why Christians developed the notion of Jesus' second coming? The second coming is easy. So you have to make up the notion of a second coming because he didn't fulfill anything when he was here the first time, right? So if you're a follower of Jesus and you're like, oh man, it doesn't look too good for us, but like we can't just admit that our Messiah was a failure, despite the fact that he's literally dead. The thing that you have to do is say, no, he's coming back to life, and when he comes back, he's really gonna cook. Like he's really gonna lay it on you. So the second coming is, and you guys should already know this, the second coming is just cope, right? They had to invent the second coming to cope with the fact that it didn't come true. And that happens. Like even in the Waco massacre that happened with David Koresh, there's followers that still think that he is the Messiah and he's coming back. It's crazy. People will believe anything. Async, good to see you. Gretchen says, M's merch. You have my complete attention, WM's. Hell yeah, we got M's merch in the merch shop now. Check it out. It might not be displaying on YouTube yet when you go to the store, but if you click on one of the products, it'll take you to the store page and you can find the M stuff. Singer Soul, my friend, thank you for the super test. Says, why is it when I tell people I believe in a magic fat man who delivers me presents, they think I'm crazy, but I believe in a magic Jew that resurrected from the dead, they think that's sane? Well, that's the thing, right? Your fairy tale is stupid. My fairy tale is real, right? That's always like the name of the game. You have to find a way to like minimize the other person's belief system so that you can pretend like yours makes sense, even though we know it don't. Hey, Dwight explains the Bible. Good to see you. Says no sound on Tiny CC landing page. Oh, 1 second. Thank you for letting me know. And that's because I clicked on the wrong audio source. I apologize. Now you should hear audio on the Video Ninja landing page. Totally appreciate that. Huge W. I appreciate that. Hey, Narcissa, great to see you. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says good luck with the show. I'm off right away. No one is as cool as Ems. No, you're right. No one is as cool as Ems. It's impossible to even attempt. I don't know why anybody would. But I'm not sure where you're going. But I hope you have a good night. I hope you have some fun. And it's good to hear from you, Narcissa. Thanks for stopping in. And Pat Heason, thank you for the super chat. Says, love you, Justin. And the trio, if you specifically didn't help me deconstruct the Bible stuff, I would have never continued. Would have never continued with my education. Well, listen, knowledge is power. Readers are leaders. It's important to do your education. And even if you're religious and you get a religious education and you end up not becoming religious, it's still worth it. You still learn stuff, right? So it's always worth it to learn. And ontological shock, great to see. This is after I left Christianity in my early 20s, it became super obvious that the dynamic between the Abrahamic God and believers is akin to abuser and the abused. Yeah, that's it. Well, if you look at, if you just go to the New Testament and look up the word slave, what you'll find is that's like the idea, that's like the ideal relationship between God and his people, and Paul himself says that on quite a few occasions. So so if we just go, let's do a Romans. There'll probably be something in here. Let's see. Yeah. Do you not? This chapter 6 is about being a slave to sin, but he also says once you're saved, you're a slave to righteousness. Let's see. Now present yourself. I'm sorry. Now present your members as slaves to righteousness, leading to sanctification. So there's like there's no way around it, right? It's funny too, because Romans 7 demonstrates that God is the one who did it, right? It says, we know that the law is spiritual, but I am of the flesh, sold into slavery under sin. Hey, who sold them into slavery under sin? Oh, it was Yahweh, right? He's the one that created the sin nature. So that's the situation. Oh, Dwight, buddy, I see your Doug shirt. Hell yeah, that is amazing. I love it. It looks good on you. Everything turned out good? Perfect. Okay, glad to hear it. I appreciate that. And Rational Atheist is ready for some Christian barbecue while drinking out of my Philbro Tears mug that just got delivered. Hell yeah. Happy Friday, friends. That's what I'm talking about. That might be my favorite one. It's hard to pick, but I like that one a lot. I've had a lot of people get that mug. And Jen, tired but passionate. Well, that happens. Granddaughter just called to Ohio for an LDS mission. Really? Okay. All we can hope for, she knocks on your door and listens to you. Thanks for keeping it safe. I would love for some LDS to come my way. Listen, we'd have a good time reading the Bible. They're not going to like it, but we're going to have some conversation. That's for sure. There we go. Get some kitty in frame. And Herbie Shine says cat merch. So here's the thing, Herbie, you're 100% right. I haven't done it yet. It is in the plans. I promise it is in the plans. I went through like in the fan art, fan clipping section. I went through a lot of the images to see what I can bring out for the cats. If y'all find any good ones, or if you make any good ones, tag me in the Discord and let me know. But yeah, I'm going to be on that soon. In fact, I'm going to make a kitty cat calendar. So just be ready for that one. And Tim Davidson says, was Jesus the first T-pose glitch? Well, I don't know what a T-pose glitch is. Let me find out. T-pose glitch refers to a hilarious bug in a video games where a character gets stuck in their default. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, you know what? That does check out. I wonder if he rose that way, like into the heavens, like this. So like when you're on Earth, like your arms help keep your balance, right? You move your arms as a way to balance your top half. But when you're floating, what do you do with the arms? They're like useless. So like he had to do something. That he has to hold them up or put them in his robe or just do the Will Ferrell thing and do one of these. I don't know. Nevertheless, let's get Balaam David in here and we'll get our first conversation going. If you're on TikTok, you just got to hit the guest request button and we'll get you into the conversation. You don't have to use the link on the screen if you're on TikTok. If you're watching on Twitch or you're watching on YouTube, you'll need to use the link on the screen, tiny.cc/DZ live. And there's a clickable version of that in the description of the video if you don't want to type it in. So kind of tried to make it easy on you. But let's get Balaam in here and see what we can get. Welcome in, Balaam. I can hear you. Yeah. Doing well. Give me 1 second to make sure. Say something for
This
me.
is my first time calling in, so
yeah.
You know,
okay.
Everyone
Everyone
nervous,
should be
I
here
guess.
now. Well, that happens. I mean, as I say around here, as long as the guest is nice, I'm nice. But I understand even if I'm being nice, it's kind of a daunting thing to do. So
I was planning to just come in here and scream at you. So no, I'm just totally kidding.
Okay, good time. We'll get some excitement at least.
Yeah, some fireworks.
Yeah. So let me get my my catalog open so I can document. And I've I started cataloging my conversations like at the end of June, maybe end of July last year. I'm now at 552. That's a lot of conversations for less than a year.
Is it just to have a library of like rebuttals kind of thing?
No, I document the guests so I don't forget who they are. I also use it to decide who I want to clip. So I put notes in here. If a guest was like particularly unkind, they're probably going to get clipped. If they were really nice,
I'm in trouble then. I already said I was going to start screaming,
Yeah, and then like I even put notes in here for Dalton, who's clipping my videos, like, hey, this person was nice, be kind to them in the title, that kind of thing. So anyways, is your name Balaam or David?
That's my full name, so you can, which one's easier for you? You can just go with David.
I kind of like Balaam, to be honest.
I do as well. He's my favorite character in the Bible, actually, just from like a fictional standpoint, just because he's like absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, indeed. Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I'm a high church Protestant.
Okay. So my claim tonight is, I think, pretty simple. It's that Christianity is Stockholm syndrome. Do you know what Stockholm syndrome is?
Yeah, it's when someone is like captive and they start feeling empathy for their captor.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Fair description. I would just say that like it's an incorrect use of the word Stockholm syndrome, because like Stockholm syndrome refers to someone who's like literally being captured and is at acute threat of danger. Like I'm like have you in my basement or something. Within Christianity, like, now I want to caveat, there are like Christian cults that exist that I would say are extremist groups that actually might meet the standard of captivity, like we can grant that. But I'm saying in your general like evangelical, and I don't even want to say evangelical because I'm more like mainline-ish. Like no one's being, kidnapped or being held against their will. And so I think your like claim is pleading too much, in the sense that, if you're claiming that any authority or any claim to authority is a form of Stockholm syndrome, then you'd have to claim that like, being subject to the government or something like that would also be Stockholm syndrome. And like any claim to authority would be that. And I just think that like it's going too far. Now you could argue that certain things might be controlling in nature, which is like a totally different discussion. But Stockholm syndrome is a particularly large threshold that usually, almost definitionally requires physical capture with an acute immediate threat, which I don't think Christianity or church attendance meets any of those thresholds. So I guess that's
Hmm. So I wasn't. I
ours.
don't know if I was specifically referring to like attending church. Church is a voluntary exercise, right?
Sure, sure.
Oh, where'd he go? I think his
Uh,
connection blipped.
can
Give me a
you
second.
can you hear me? Hello,
Hey,
hello,
David,
hello.
your
Yeah, I'm
connection
here.
kind of blipped out, and we lost you. Can
Oh
you refresh your
shoot.
browser, and you should
Yeah, yeah.
reconnect. Hmm. Interesting. I think at one point I used to have talking points for this topic. I don't know where they're at. I'll have to make some new ones today. All right, welcome back, Balaam.
You hear me?
Yeah. Hmm.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't live in a great Wi-Fi zone, so if it's too much of a hassle, you know. But I would
Yeah.
just say that like, if you're not referring to church attendance, like I think then the threat, the accusation actually gets less credible because there is even less of a like a immediate threat or like some like I don't think like a even a vague notion of salvation or even hell could be used to say that like someone has an acute immediate threat in the way that like Stockholm syndrome usually like requires to like in a DSM-5 context.
Sure. So when you say acute, are you referring to immediate?
Yeah, like if I have a knife, you know, and me and you like if I'm threatening you with a knife, like and you start feeling empathy for me, that'd be like defined as Stockholm syndrome. But if the government is like looking for me because I committed a crime, or like there's a vague authority threat from the government that if I do certain things, there certain actions might happen. That's not considered a Stockholm syndrome situation. And I would just say that the realm of Christianity and Christian claims is closer to the latter, where there's more of a general authority claim about who controls reality and not an acute threat of like an immediate of immediate violence. So I just would say that like it just doesn't meet the definition.
Well, I've got the hallmark signs of Stockholm syndrome. It usually goes something like this: positive feelings toward your abuser or captor, sympathy for the abuser's or the captor's motives, hostility sometimes even depending how deep you are for people that are trying to help you, minimizing the abuse, self-blame, so blaming yourself for the abuse, fear of leaving, despite the fact that that's what's best for you, and even dependence, becoming dependent on the abuser, shifting identity, and then afterwards, if there is an afterwards, typically a lot of times it's accompanied by PTSD. But I do want to address your points. So the acute threat of danger, I don't know why we would use the word acute or immediate. Absolutely is a threat of danger. That danger is being tortured alive in hell. And is there something that would be worse than that?
No, but the problem is the word abuser in this case, and the reason that like we are so specific about the circumstances is because the things you're given could be true of non-abusive situations. For example, a reasonable, kind parent could have a teenage son or something that has these feelings about their parents, or even someone feel this way about their government, and they might even be correct in some cases, but it still would not meet the psychological profile of Stockholm syndrome because it doesn't meet the like immediate physical threat of someone like stabbing you. Like there is something about being like physically held captive that like it actually fails on the first part of like the types of abuse and the type of abusers that Stockholm syndrome requires to actually be diagnosed, rather than the second of like, you know, vague notions of like blaming yourself or something like that. Like there can be situations where that is true. That doesn't count for Stockholm syndrome. Like
So,
you couldn't get diagnosed that way, you know?
right, but I think my point's pretty clear, which is that God is an abuser. So we live in a world where He creates natural disasters. Baby are born with bone cancer, having no fault of their own. He puts everybody on this sin nature.
Is this
So,
an internal or external critique?
well, maybe a little bit of both.
Because on the internal critique, that doesn't really work because the sin of the world is the fault of autonomous decisions of man. So God would not even remotely cause
Hmm.
that. And so, like, if
Actually,
you're going to
that's
make the
not true.
internal critique,
I can do an internal critique. That's not true.
in what sense is that not true?
Because nobody is forcing God's hand. So God is the one that gets to decide what happens when mankind ate that fruit. Adam and Eve didn't decide what was going to happen, and in the Bible, they're not even told. Like nobody was ever told that, hey, if you eat this fruit, I'm going to create volcanoes and hurricanes and the most horrific diseases possible. None of that's actually there. And so, and they also didn't know right from wrong. They didn't even know what death is. So the
Yeah, but this
situation
is
was
a
clearly a
difference
setup.
between like knowledge and a difference between like proximate cause. What I'm saying is like you're saying that God causes these things, which actually isn't true. Like you might say that like he
It is
didn't
true.
give a complete. You could say he didn't give a complete account of like all the things that would happen given they ate the fruit, but he definitely gave them instruction not to. And
So
that, at least within the internal system of the Bible, sin is not caused by God; it's caused by man. And so the approximate causes of sin, including those of
no, God
nature,
causes sin.
are. I
2
would
Samuel 24, he
disagree.
does.
Can you
Or he
read
causes
Second Samuel
evil
24?
rather. God doesn't cause sin, but he does cause some people to sin. But he causes evil. But he does send evil spirits also to cause other people to sin. He sends a lying spirit, which would have been a sin.
I don't know which like I don't know Samuel 24 off the top of my head, so you need to like.
Yeah, in
Can you read
2
the actual
Samuel
verse? Sorry.
24, yeah, he sends the angel of the Lord as a pestilence to execute 70,000 Israelites for the sin that David committed. And that's a pretty good definition of Stockholm syndrome, the fact that he would actually just execute 70,000 people for the sin of one person.
I don't understand how that comes to, because like you got to understand that within, like, again, it's the matter of internal versus external critiques. If you want to talk about like you find that immoral, then we'd actually have to ask like what moral system are you
I didn't
working
ask about
from,
morals.
and what is. Well, you're saying
Wait,
you're claiming that
wait,
what he's
wait,
doing
wait,
is
wait. Do you
immoral.
think that murdering people's like a good thing?
I'm not saying. I'm saying what are you grounding your morality in is what I'm asking you.
I don't think morality needs grounding. I don't think it actually
Well,
exists.
then,
I think
like,
more.
I don't think you could then say that
I can
anything is
ground
bad
in
or
your
good,
worldview. You
right?
can't ground it either.
No, we would ground it in the ontological nature of God
No, I don't.
definitionally being good. I
No,
mean, like,
I don't
internally
accept
within
that
Christianity,
definition.
I'm not asking you to.
Oh, well, then I have no
Like it
reason
depends
to.
on whether
I
or
have
not
no
you're
reason
making an.
to. I have no reason to accept your definition, so I have no reason to accept
No, no,
anything that
this
comes
is
from
why I'm
it.
asking you if you're making an internal or an external critique, because it actually matters. Because if you want to make an
It
internal
does.
critique, you actually have to accept the ontological nature
I
of God's goodness. But
I
if
don't.
you,
That's not in the Bible.
it actually is. Like God is the
No,
grounding of
God literally
goodness in
says
the
He
Bible.
creates evil in Isaiah 45:7.
Uh, read Isaiah 45:7 for me.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It says, I form light and create darkness. I create peace and I create evil. The Lord, do all these things.
I would argue that this is about the ontological nature of God's goodness and him saying the lack of him is actually the cause of evil,
He
not
didn't
in the
say any
sense
of
that he
that.
procs. I'm saying that's actually like the internal claim of what the larger Bible is saying.
No, I'm talking about this specific verse.
Yeah, I know, but it has to be like verse cherry picking actually isn't useful in the sense that we need
That's not
to
cherry
like.
picking.
What I'm saying is like if you're going to take the entire Christian worldview, you have to take it within its own context. And what I'm
Did
saying
God
is
create everything?
yes,
So He created evil.
evil is the lack of God or the lack of his goodness. So like
That
evil
can't be
isn't like a
true because
thing.
God said He created it.
This is what I mean in like an ontological sense that could be true in the
So you
sense
just
that
don't
his.
like what the Bible says? Like you just when God
No,
says
no,
I created
this.
it, you're like, "Oh, He didn't actually create it." Like why? This is weird.
I mean, it means like, what do you actually mean by create? Because I don't think the word create actually works in the same way it does for human beings as it does for God. Because
He
God is
says he
just the like foundation of being itself, and so just like his
The Bible doesn't say that
absence
either. Listen, I'm gonna let you know right now. None of your philosophical jargon's in the Bible, and it directly contradicts the Bible.
in what sense and where.
God has absolutely no omni-properties in the Bible. He's not all-knowing. He's certainly not omnipresent, and he doesn't appear to be all-powerful. Mostly power, though. He's super powerful, but not all-powerful.
I mean, the Bible makes those explicit claims about God. So like, I guess what is
Where?
the evidence that he
Because
I
the
mean, just
Bible
in Genesis
also
1 it says he
the
creates all
Bible also
things.
contradicts it. So in
I
Genesis 18,
hmm.
give me that Genesis. I mean Genesis 22. He learns that Abraham is going to sacrifice his son. He's willing. That's why it's a test. In Deuteronomy, he says he's going to test his people to know if indeed they love the Lord. In Exodus 33, verse 5, he doesn't even know what he wants to do with the rebellious Israelites. He says that he sends them away and says, I'll know what to do with you later.
Yeah, I think this is like anthropomorphizing language to come down to reveal his knowledge to God and doesn't reflect his like ultimate nature. I think this is like him
Well,
actually reaching down to
show me in the Bible his ultimate nature.
like it states repeatedly in the Bible that God is the foundational source of good.
Where?
Do you want me to grab something for you?
Yeah. The best you're going to find is 1 John, and you're going to find another passage where Jesus is called good, and he says nobody is good except for the Father. But I didn't say all good.
Mark 10:18. Why do you call me good? No one
That's what I
good.
said.
No one is good except God alone.
Mm-hmm.
You are good and do good. Like you
Mm-hmm.
are good in Psalm 119:68. Like it
Yep.
says
Does it ever say all
consistently.
good? Did it ever say omnibenevolent? You know,
Like what do you even
like
mean by all good? Like
my cat is good, but my cat's not all good. My cat still messes up. My cat still does things
sure.
that I don't like. You know, God clearly does evil. So the other problem you're going to have is in the Bible, evil is just a word to mean something really bad. Like um, there's no like thing in the Bible where evil has like its own ontological status.
Yeah, but I don't think the Bible is like, I think both Bible and church authority are both valid in the sense of interpretation. And I think that like when you're engaging with any text, you don't just engage like you actually have to make educated guesses on what these things are actually saying. And what I'm saying is that God, being the ontological foundation, as we see in Genesis 1 of his creation of everything, forms him as
It
the nature of good.
actually doesn't
And like
explicitly say that. But
explicitly say like
if
that
he
he
was
created all things.
the creator of all things, he would also be the creator of evil, which is why he says that he creates evil.
Yeah, but what I'm telling you is that ontologically, like creation in that sense could just be the lack of him. Like
No,
because God is
I
the
said
source of life
evil,
within the Bible. Yeah, but I'm saying evil isn't necessarily a thing in the biblical like worldview. It's
but
not like a tangible object.
then what is it?
It's a
I can tell you what it means in
ontological
Hebrew.
lack of God's presence.
No, not in the Bible. In fact, I'll read you Second Samuel. Second Samuel directly contradicts what you're saying. This is like you're a smart guy, but like you got to leave the philosophy behind. Nothing in your philosophy is ever going to touch the Bible. The Bible just disagrees like night and day with the philosophical nonsense. If you go to Second Samuel 24, look at the expression that's going to be used. So this is when the pestilence is sent. It says verse 15, the Lord set a pestilence on Israel from that morning until the appointed time, and 70,000 of his people died from Dan to Beersheba. But when the angel stretched out his hand towards Jerusalem to destroy it, the Lord relented, changed his mind, which contradicts Numbers 23:19 and 1 Samuel 15:29. It said to the angel who was bringing destruction among the people, it is enough. Now stay your hand. And the angel of the Lord was standing by the threshing floor of Arana, the Jebusite. David looked up and saw the angel of the Lord standing between the earth and heaven, and his hand drawn sword stretching out over Jerusalem. David and the elders clothed in sackcloth and fell on their faces. When David saw the angel who was destroying the people, he said to the Lord, I alone have sinned. I, the shepherd, have done evil, but these sheep, what have they done? Let your hand, I pray, be against me and against my father's house. Give me a second, because this translation doesn't use the word evil, although it's explicitly in the Hebrew text. It's going to be right in right in like 15 or 16. Oh, it does. Sorry, my brain skipped over it. The Lord relented concerning the evil. So in this one verse, he does two things that you don't think he can do. He changes his mind and he does evil.
Yeah, so I think that like when concerning the evil, I consider that considering the evil of David and the people he's actually talking about, not his own. In the sense that like God is the foundational source of life, and life being the like the good in the Bible, like death necessarily is a byproduct of sin. And so when you're actually looking at this, like when you say like I don't necessarily think that like God giving or taking life is evil in an internal sense, as he is the author of life. I don't think like, like
But
any
what?
gift he gives, he can also take away equally. I don't think that
Why?
necessarily
So
is
might makes
evil.
right. Like if you create something, you could just like
It's not
destroy it.
might makes right. It's just that like his foundational presence is the good, and just his lack of the presence is the bad. And so,
He doesn't. There's no
like to
foundational
the extent,
presence of Yahweh in the Bible. His presence is localized. He's not omnipresent, man. He
like in
travels all the
I was
time. Uh,
travels in the sense that he's like with his people in like Exodus or like
called
in
traveling. No, I'll show you. There's a passage. There's a couple of them in Deuteronomy 23. He says, "You shall have a designated area outside the camp to which you shall go. With your tools, you shall have a trowel. When you relieve yourself outside, you shall dig a hole in it and then cover up your excrement, because the Lord your God travels along with your camp to save you and hand over your enemies. Therefore, your camp must be holy, so that he may not see anything indecent among you and turn away from you." Listen, if Yahweh's omnipresent, he's going to see that dung. No way you can prevent it. This is a
yeah, I
localized
just would say
deity.
that like it's not a literal turning away. Like
Yeah, it is.
it's a metaphor. Like if I say like I'm going to turn away from your misdeeds, that doesn't mean I didn't see them.
It means
It
you're going to
means
leave.
I'm like not accounting for them.
No. The in Hebrew, like when you turn away from somebody, you're essentially abandoning them. So when God, like
Yeah,
so for
it's a
example, in
metaphor.
Isaiah, God says, "For a while I turned away from you, but now I'll turn my face towards you
Yeah,
again."
it's not like
So
a literal turning.
it's leave. Yeah, it's turning and leaving. Yeah,
Yeah, but not literally. Like I can
yeah, it
say like
is.
I'm so hungry I can eat a horse, but that doesn't mean literally I'm going to eat
But
a horse, you
that's
know?
an
When he's
idiom.
like turning away from you, like that is like his presence leaving you. That is the
Yeah,
nature, like
that is.
ontological nature of
His
sin.
presence travels. Did never read Ezekiel? Look, his presence right here. He says, "The Lord your God travels along." What in the world that's supposed to mean? How is he traveling along if he's already there?
Again, like I would say like there's two ways to look at this. There's one, like for example, we know that God had a localized presence within Jesus himself. So we know that God can be localized and also be omnipresent at the same time. That's just the nature of the Trinity.
Well,
However, when you're
I think
talking
the
about
Trinity is
like
illogical. Like, so why is God, if this is God the Father, right? So
mm,
how is God traveling if he's a spirit? Because remember, the New Testament says God, referring to the Father, is spirit.
yeah, again, like I think you're like I do not like I don't take an evangelical reading like within my tradition. Like we would not take this as like him literally like walking, being with them in a way that neglects his omnipresence.
But he does
And I
walk.
also think that hmm?
He does walk. He literally walked with Adam. Halach in Hebrew. He walked with Adam in the garden.
Yeah, I believe that was actually Jesus who was walking with him. So there are
That
different like ontological natures of Christ.
definitely
There's like
doesn't say
God is.
Jesus.
I'm not saying it does,
Well,
but I'm
then I
saying like
don't.
that like it's
I
like
don't
a
have a reason
charitable
to believe that's
interpretation.
Jesus.
Yeah, but we know that within the canon of the Bible, there are like different persons of the Trinity, and like God can localize himself to interact, but that doesn't neglect his omnipresent nature at the same time. Also, the verses you're using, like turn away, like I can say to my sister, for example, like like
I'm not. I don't
the,
want to interrupt. I don't know why you're stuck on the turn away thing. My point had nothing to do with the turn away. It's about
well, I mean
traveling.
you're just using that as an example of localized presence.
Yeah, traveling. That's a localized presence.
Yeah, but
So
I'm saying that
there's
traveling isn't like a literal. He's like up, like
yeah it
walking with
is.
them.
Yeah,
Like
he's got.
if I say to my sister, "I'm always with you," that doesn't mean I'm like literally walking with her.
That's an
You
idiom.
know?
This is not.
Yeah, it is an idiom.
This is not an idiom.
No, and I think God does like so. There's a couple different areas.
God has body parts, right? That's what it means to be created in the image of God. That's why it says in Exodus 24, when the elders eat with Yahweh, it says Moses and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel went up, and they saw the God of Israel. Under his feet was something like a pavement of sapphire stone, like the very heaven for clearness. God did not lay his hand on the chief men of the Israelites. They beheld God, and they ate and they drank. I mean, it's God's
No,
got a
I
body,
mean, I
man.
believe that God became man. Like, that's a foundational claim within Christianity.
At the
That doesn't,
incarnation,
yes, but we don't believe that like, God is eternal and timeless, and so his incarnation can be pre and post.
is
Like, to
Jesus'
add like a,
body eternal?
yes.
So which body did it have in heaven? Because Paul says he got a different body after he resurrected. 1 Corinthians
Like,
15.
sure, but like that body made anew, as in when he carried that sin, it was
Hmm.
radically transformed, but not that it literally is unhuman in form.
It's a new body, it says. Made out of a
Yeah,
different
in the
substance.
same way, me and you will have a new body in heaven, like,
right.
supposedly.
It's still a
But
body,
like,
though.
that doesn't mean that our body is like not human anymore or not localized.
But it's still a body, is my point. Yahweh
Yeah.
in the text has a body, which is why he has to travel.
Yes, but this isn't, again, if this is an internal critique, we already agree that God is both omnipresent and has a body.
I don't know why you keep saying in critique. I'm not critiquing your denomination. I'm critiquing the religion.
No, like an internal critique to Christianity.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
I'm saying that it's not an internal critique because Christianity agrees that he has a localized presence
No,
of
they don't.
Jesus, the man, and an omnipresent in the Father.
That's not universally
But they're the
accepted, no.
same. I'm not saying it's universally accepted.
But that means this.
But like, it's a matter of interpretation.
That means my critique of Christianity using these Bible verses still stands. I'm not critiquing your denominational specific view. So
no, I know, but like, you're saying that, like, given that your interpretation holds value, then it's a problem. But I'm saying, like, this isn't a normative interpretation of the Christian teaching. And so, yes, if you take a non-normative
there's no such
view,
thing
these
as
are
an
problems.
other than like reading the words of Jesus. There's no normative teaching.
Well, I mean, Nicene Christianity is literally the definition that most Christians hold for what it is to be Christian, that agrees that Jesus was incarnated as a local presence and has an omnipresent
at what
nature.
time?
In the Nicene Creed, I believe, is the 300 or something AD.
No. At what time was he incarnated?
I mean, when he was born as a man from Mary.
Sure. So what was his body prior to that?
I think it was also, like, the thing is, when you're talking about causality, when it comes to a being like God, like, I don't think the direct causation actually makes.
I just need to know what body he had prior to the.
I think he had a human body.
Okay, so he had a human body, then he got rid of it, and then he got another human body.
No, it's that body was radically transformed. Like in the Transfiguration, for example, he didn't stop being a human. He just radically transformed what it meant for him.
He was glowing.
A man. Yeah, I mean, he was.
Right. So
he was doing his thing.
So Jesus, prior to the incarnation, had a body. That's what you said, which means he had to discard that body to become a baby and a clump of cells.
This is actually so. This is actually the fundamental disagreement. Is that I think that, like, the like, prior in time, like, I think it's prior in action, but post in chronology. So what I mean by that is, I think that Jesus was first born as a man at Mary, but I think that, like, that form of his was also eternal at the same time, because, you know, once he's in heaven, he's outside of time. And so, like, something can originate.
He's definitely not outside of time.
I would just disagree with that. Like, I think that's just the nature of God.
It's logically absurd to be outside of time. You're not capable. You have no powers outside of time. You have no ability to act at all.
Sure.
Can Jesus have a conversation with his Father right now?
Like basically, you're just asserting an A theory of time. I just reject an A theory.
I'm just asking. Can Jesus have a conversation with his dad?
A conversation? Sure.
He needs time for that.
Like, can he pray to the Father?
You need time for that, though. How did God speak things into existence when speaking is an act, and you need time for acts?
Yeah, I think that, like, when it comes to, like, actions outside of time, I also don't think that, like, Genesis 1 through 11 are purely literal. I don't think the text, like, the genre of the text doesn't imply a literal reading at all. It's hypo. It does. Like, it's hyper. This is more of an evangelical. No, it doesn't. It's a very. It does.
Yeah, like the one of the primary scholars who's a Christian conservative evangelical, John Walton, in one of his latest commentaries, literally said that Genesis acted as a science of science reading for the ancient people. And I believe this to be true because I studied the ancient Near East, not as much as John, obviously, but my reading of the ancient Near Eastern literature agrees. This was how they think things actually happened.
Okay, so like I think the problem is like the Christian conservative evangelical reading is a very new form of Christianity. Like it showed up in the last 200 years. And so what I'm actually talking about is like traditional founded Christianity. Like if you want to take readings from like Jewish scholars, other high church Protestants,
That
people of older
have
traditions
have you
don't
read the
read Genesis
rabbis?
1 through.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
I've read the Talmud. They literally go through great lengths to describe the thickness of the firmament and how God lives on top of the firmament when there's water up there.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they deny that he has localized
That
presence
what
within.
what I'm saying is 2,000 years ago, this is what the Jewish people believed back when it was much closer to the time of writing. They understood this to be a literal thing with a flat disk earth with a dome over top of it. God lives on top of the dome, literally in the sky, which is, there's like 30 Bible verses
So
that confirm it.
two things can be true at once. I think that this is actually very true of like how we read these texts, especially if you consider them like internally to be inspired by God. Like throughout the Bible, we see that people that are receiving these texts are not fully understanding them, even within the stories themselves. And so, what I'm actually
Right?
looking is what the
How
text
would you
actually
know?
says, and not exactly the
But
interpretations
how do you
of the
know that your
people at the
interpretation is
time.
correct?
I mean, there's a couple different ways we can know. Like, we can know by based on the genre of the text. We can know based on like what those genres imply about
I
its
know about
literal
genres.
factuality. We can know based on like how different groups of people see factual claims. Like, I don't think that like ancient people saw facts as like in a scientific materialist worldview. Like, if I
They
said
did.
like this table,
They wrote about it, buddy. Also,
you think
you're,
that the ancient peoples had a scientific worldview?
yeah, they wrote about it extensively. Yeah.
Dude, the scientific method came about in like the Enlightenment. It's like 1800s. They didn't
That's
have
a
a scientific
process.
worldview.
Yeah, they did. The Greeks were literally doing medical science, and so were the Egyptians. The Egyptians actually knew before the Hebrews that there was genetic material that needed to combine between men and women in order to make a baby. They were doing science. Just because nobody wrote down the word science doesn't mean they weren't doing science.
And like they thought that like women were became women because they were like Aristotle was talking about how like women were literally like less formed or something. Like they weren't
Hmm.
doing science. Like they
Yeah,
weren't
they were.
doing their. And what, like, give an example. I mean, like the
I,
Egyptians were
I
not
just told
talking
you,
about
like
genetics.
there's like entire medical texts where they're exploring cadavers, trying to find illnesses, trying to find cures for illnesses. The Pythagoras, like if you don't think math is a science, I got news for you. Pythagoras,
No, math
like
isn't a
did
science.
you don't think math is in the sciences?
Math is the language of the sciences, but it is not equivalent to the sciences. Ancient
No.
peoples were not doing
What
science.
what
They
do you
did not
think
see
science
things as
is?
material.
What do you think science is?
Science is a specific method to figure out natural truths about the world.
Yeah, and what
Ancient
is that
peoples were
method?
not doing that.
Hmm.
Repeated experimentation, the ability to like monitor, like it's the repeated experimentation of the natural world to get consistent results to make a general or like a generalization about natural laws.
Which they did. That's literally what they did. Observation, research, hypothesis, testing. That's how Aristophanes figured out the world was round.
The ancient people had like no like useful medication. Like the stuff the type of
What,
stuff
what
you're
are you
talking
talking
about,
about? Are
the
you out
type
of
of
your
stuff
mind? They did have useful medications.
like
Like literally tree resin. You know, tree resin worked as an antiseptic, just like sage. It literally would cure an abscess in your mouth.
yes, I mean there. Okay, let me roll back. There were some amount of like basic like, oh, take this if like you're like this will literally make your skin tape back together if there's like excesses in your mouth. But they weren't doing the type of genetic experimentation that you're talking about.
I didn't say they were doing genetics.
You were saying the Egyptians knew that genetic material needed to combine to make human beings,
Yeah, yeah, they knew that.
and I'm saying I'm
They
doubting
they
that.
studied the fluid. Yeah, all you need to do is see the fluid.
So you think they knew that like the fluid and about the egg, zygotes, things like that?
I didn't say anything about zygotes, although they wouldn't have called it zygotes, but yeah, they
That's
knew about
actually
zygotes.
you're talking about genetics. Like I don't think
No,
they
I'm
knew
not
anything about
talking about
genetics.
genetics. I didn't say anything about
They might have
genetics.
connected like
I
the
said
sex
genetic
act
material.
to.
Doing genetics is different than recognizing genetic material exists.
Sure, like I think ancient people recognize things about their natural world, but I don't think they had this like materialism in the sense that like the world was purely material, and the
I didn't
idea
say
that
that.
like, well, that's what a scientific materialist worldview is.
No, I didn't. Not at all. No, if you're a materialist, yes, but not all scientists are materialists. That's ridiculous.
That's why I said scientific materialist. I'm talking about a specific
I
group of
didn't
people.
mention scientific materialism. I don't know why you're bringing it up.
Because I said they weren't scientific materialists, and you said yes, they were. So
No, I
maybe
didn't.
we
They
talk
were
past
doing
each other.
science.
I mean,
They were doing science just like anyone else did.
I strongly disagree with that. I do not believe they were using the scientific method, and I think they did.
They literally
like
were.
reasonable.
How did Eratosthenes figure out that the Earth was round?
Yeah, I'm not saying they didn't do certain amount of like mathematical equations or something like that, but they weren't.
How did he do it?
Like,
did it start with an observation?
Sure.
Did it proceed with a little bit of research and thought, maybe some mathematics?
Sure, but like the idea of
did he develop a hypothesis?
Sure.
Did he then test the hypothesis?
In a sense, but not in the sense of like
sounds like the scientific method. Yeah. Then he analyzed that data and he reported his conclusion. That's the scientific method.
Yeah, but this is way post biblical writings.
No, it's not. Eratosthenes was like 300 BCE, wasn't? Or maybe it was 500. Hold on.
Yeah, but the Old Testament texts we're actually discussing are much older than that.
So what? We talk about the scientific method.
In a different
Eratosthenes was doing it between 270 BC and 190 BCE, 195. So yeah, 200 years before Jesus, he knew the Earth was round using science.
Yeah, but we're talking about whether or not the earliest parts of Genesis, which are like 600 BC in a different part of the world where they didn't have this type of, like the place you're talking about is talking about like ancient Greek. We're talking about the ancient Near East where they were essentially just sheep herders. There wasn't
Genesis,
this kind of like...
You know, the Genesis is their explanation. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it's not like a scientific accounting of like what happened.
It's not like a literalist scientific accounting. It's their explanation for what happened.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they wouldn't view it as like a literalist assumption about like when we say something like you know, the sky is blue, like we mean a certain like scientific you know, like we can study the wavelength coming up the sky. When ancient people said stuff like that, they might not have literally meant the sky was blue.
Quote me one ancient text that says anything that you're saying, because I can quote you a bunch that say exactly what I said.
Sure. I mean, the ages in Genesis are obviously
a day
symbolic.
No. Yom in Hebrew just means a day almost 99% of the time, unless you make it plural.
No, I mean like the actual age of the patriarchs.
I didn't say that. You said the day in Genesis.
I might have misspoke, but I meant the ages, like the ages given in Genesis, like the ages of the patriarchs. Like they're all symbolic. By 5s and 0s, which are like more divisible numbers, which implies a certain status about these people. Like they were making a theological claim. They weren't making a literal claim about their ages.
No, I disagree. They were following the Sumerian king list, making their oldest relatives live for a very long time, which was a pretty well-known thing at that time period.
I mean, even if you believe that the ages were true, like the actual numbers they were using have like theological significance to them. Like Hebrew letters and numbers are the same.
Do you know Hebrew?
Do I personally know? I know things about Hebrew.
When did Hebrew gematria develop?
I have no idea.
Far after the Old Testament was written. After Jesus was in it. Well, no, I'd say a little bit before Jesus was around. They stole it from the Greeks. But it had nothing to do. Like Moses wasn't hiding, God wasn't hiding any numbers in there. And in fact, the development in Hebrew where a number represented a letter, that didn't exist until the Greeks, when they got introduced to the Greeks. In fact, in the Hebrew Bible, typically, like they have a word for every number, like echad, and echat would be one in first.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that like the actual construction of, like, if you actually look at the distribution of the ages of the patriarchs, they aren't normally distributed. Like they're actually using certain specific number like patterns within that would not be coming from like random chance. They were saying something about these people, given that like we can tell that they were like choosing ages rather than, because when you get to like later in Kings, the ages of...
You understand Jesus' lineage in Luke 3 goes all the way back to Adam, right? And that's a literal lineage.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
What I'm saying is there could be a difference about, like, two things can be true at once. Like there could be some amount of history recorded within these things, but they could also have theological, mythological significance. And what I'm saying is, I don't think the writers of ancient texts shied away from, when they wanted to make a theological point, changing something about the literal facts to match what they wanted to theologically say. And to them, that was truth. Like in this,
How
if we
many
change the
days?
historical,
How many years did Methuselah live?
I'm not sure. I don't remember off the top of my head.
It's like what, 980 something? Let me check. 969. So what's that mean? What's that symbolize?
I am not sure off the top of my head. I mean,
Why would we think it's symbolic?
because they're not normally distributed.
So what? They're following the Sumerian king list. So in the Sumerian king list, the first portion of the list was written at a time period when Sumerian was essentially brand new, and then they moved on. The Sumerian actually changed over time, and then they ended up adding to the Sumerian king list using a different numeral structure, but they left the old one in place. And for a long time, people didn't know if those numbers were literal or if they had a different system of writing, because they lost track of the old ways of speaking, just like we lost track of English from the 1300s. You don't speak in 1300s English. And so they interpreted those ages as being really, really, really long, when actually they were normally distributed. And in fact, there's been some recent development.
Yeah, but they don't actually match numerically, and the
Hold
ages
on.
that you're talking about
I'm just
are
going
like
to tell you
tens of
why the
thousands of
Bible.
years.
I'm just going to tell you why the Bible says
Sure,
it.
sure.
Okay, so what happened was, when the Bible was written, the popular idea was that these people literally did live for that long. And so the Bible copied that structure. Everything in Genesis chapter 1 to chapter 11 is basically mimicking Babylonian literature. Every single story in these chapters, I can find you the Babylonian parallel. So it's basically a polemic against the Babylonians. It was literally written after the Babylonian exile.
I agree and actually disagree with you. And this is kind of what I mean, which is, I think on one hand, these stories, like, for example, like you might bring up like a basket being in the river, which a lot of modern scholars thinks was actually an actual practice that people actually did during the time.
No, it's copying
Yeah,
Sargon. King Sargon did that.
no, there's a bunch of, I mean, that is one claim you can have, but the fact that this practice actually existed is pretty
Where did
well
it exist?
attested. Like that, like, because one of the reasons scholars think that is because it's not just one of
Which
these
scholar
texts,
thinks
it's a
that?
lot of the text. I'm not familiar. I've read about these histories. I don't have like a specific name for you. But I don't memorize everyone who I've ever read's name off the top of my head.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think that's like a fair. I mean, you probably don't either. Like I can just tell.
I'm actually pretty good at it, yeah.
I mean, you might be smarter than me. Who knows?
I'm not smarter. I'm just
what,
had a longer education in the Bible.
Oh, that's fair enough. What I'm saying is, when you actually look at these texts that are similar, I think there are some like quote unquote literary tropes that might be similar, but I don't think these stories were quote unquote copied. Like, you have to look at the differences.
I didn't say they were copied.
Similarities. You were saying there were at least responding to Babylonian myths.
So there were polemics.
Sure.
Do you know what a polemic is?
Yes.
Okay. So they weren't copying the stories. They were taking stories that everybody believed, including the Hebrews, and they were putting their own spin on it to say, no, your gods are chumps. Here's how it really happened. Our God did it. And the Babylonians would have roughly still been around to read it. And we know that it was written in the Babylonian period because Genesis has got all kinds of passages that, like, parts of languages didn't even exist until the Babylonian exile.
Yeah, I would argue that Genesis is pre-Babylonian, and there's a lot of things we can see in the text that point to that. For example, if it was post-Babylonian, we should have seen a larger emphasis on Jerusalem being the kingdom, but we don't, or being the capital, but we don't. We don't see anything about Jerusalem. And so I think there's a lot of, like, I do think that the language is obviously modernized, but I think the stories, and especially like when you look at some of the older things it's pointing to, I don't think it's so obvious that the they were copying the Babylonians.
Why?
I mean, this is true.
Why would they be mentioning the temple? And
what do you mean?
You do know that the building of the building of the temple is mimicking the Garden of Eden. You understand that, right?
Sure.
Okay. The temple is thematically essentially the Garden of Eden.
Yeah, of course.
Which they lost.
Yes.
to the Babylonians.
Yes.
Okay.
I guess what is your point in pointing that out?
My point is the temple was gone. They knew it. And also, we've got so many words that are from the Aramaic period. Like even the script that it's written in, like most of our manuscripts are
Yeah, but even
written in
so,
Aramaic block script.
the problem with that is when we look at the post-Babylonian literature, they're still talking about Jerusalem and coming back to it. And so like de-emphasizing Jerusalem doesn't
But
make
these aren't
sense
stories
if
about Jerusalem. These are stories about ages ago. Why would they mention
yes, but what I'm
Jerusalem?
saying
Also,
is
it is
like
mentioned in Genesis 14.
what I'm saying, I'm not saying it was never mentioned, but I'm saying is there's emphasis on lots of other areas. And if you were going to write something post hoc, you would have actually like, given details leading up to the later texts that are like leading up to example, like King David's reign and trying to
They
emphasize
did.
that.
It's in there.
You see that in Deuteronomy, but
You
not
see it in
in
Genesis.
where in Genesis are they pointing to David?
No, I'm not saying David specifically. I'm saying inside of Genesis, you will find references to things that like 1,000 years later. So, for example, in Genesis 14, this would be not 1,000 years later. This is going to be roughly, give me a second to do the math, about 700 years later. So, in Genesis 14, there's this really interesting passage where Abraham is fighting essentially for his nephew, and he chases the people north up towards Dan. It says, when Abraham heard that his nephew had been taken captive, he led forth his trained men born in his house, 318 of them, and went in pursuit as far as Dan. But Dan didn't exist when Moses was around. Dan did exist approximately 360 years after the Exodus. You can capture that in the book of Judges, because originally they had tried to settle in the land of the Philistines. They couldn't do it, and so sometime way after Samson and Jephthah, they ended up resettling up in the north. So like this is like literally, this reference wouldn't exist unless it was written hundreds of years after the Exodus.
Sure. So I think that like two things can be true at the same time. I
Mm-hmm.
think that I think like I don't reject and I'm aware that like a lot of the city names were later. However, there's a difference between like a modernization, which I think is what we actually see, versus a whole scale reconstruction. And so you have to ask like, is Genesis like, does the structure of Genesis and what it's trying to accomplish fit more of a Babylonian period or a pre-Babylonian period? And
It's
so I think
it's
that like
it fits the
what
Babylonian period. They're doing a polemic against the Babylonians. That's why chapters 1 through 11 are all like literally just modifying and arguing against Babylonian literature.
in
Even the
what
tower, the tower that God had to come down and destroy, that tower has a mirror in the Babylonian literature. They in actually Sumerian literature. They attempt to build a mound reaching way up in the sky, and God, it says, well, the gods plural, said, no, 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 we're not going to do that. And they ended up switching all of their languages so that they couldn't communicate to each other, and they ended up having to abandon the project.
yeah, I mean, this could have also reformed like the problem is like you can interpret that way, but I think the
That's what it
influence actually
says.
goes the other way.
Why? It's older by like 1,500 years at
Right?
least.
Like like for example, like Zoroastrianism seems to copy a lot of um Jewish texts and ideas rather than the other way around. And so I'm
I
more
disagree,
convinced.
but I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about Sumerians.
Sure, but what I'm saying is that like when we look at the Near Eastern, like we're looking at the totality of the Near Eastern text, like Genesis seems to be pointing towards a lot of older kind of civilizations and older ideas that would have seemed kind of irrelevant coming into the Babylonian era.
Mhm.
And the extent to which we see cultural exchange between the two seems to be more from what I'd say an inheritance of Near Eastern like tropes more than it is like the Jews are borrowing from the Babylonians themselves.
But they're not tropes. In fact, they had a very famous unfinished ziggurat in Babylon, a tower. When the Neo-Assyrians came in and wiped them out, the Jews used that as the target for this particular story, making fun of them.
Yeah, but like one of the things I'm confused about is you're talking about the Sumerians and the Babylonians in the same breath, but they're 2,000 years apart, or
Well,
3,000 years
the
apart.
story continues, and they're not that far apart. There's
No,
the
the
old.
Sumerians were 45 to 2000 BCE, and the
I know
Babylonians are
there's
so
two Babylonian periods. There's the Old Babylonian and Neo-Babylonian.
sure. But
And
what I'm
the
saying
Old
is like if you
Babylonian
actually
period adopted most of the Sumerian texts. That's why
you're
the
saying
original Epic of Gilgamesh was written in Sumerian. The Sumerian version was then adopted by the Babylonians, then it was adopted by the Assyrians, then it was adopted by the Neo-Babylonians, and then it was last modified by the Neo-Assyrians. They shared a culture.
that's fine, but you're trying to date the Genesis text by the second period Babylonians, like by
Mm-hmm.
1894 to 539, which
Mm-hmm.
if we actually accept the dating of Genesis, they could be responding to the Sumerians, as you're saying, which would be at the correct time period that they said they were writing.
Sumerians didn't
They had
build
ziggurats.
towers.
Yeah, the Sumerians?
So you've got a mix. You've got a mix of the languages, like the old story that the languages got mixed in with making fun of the Babylonian ziggurat that was unfinished because they got
Yeah, but this,
destroyed by an invading
I,
army.
I actually agree with you that they were responding to like this. I actually had to double check because I thought I was confusing my dates, but I actually do agree with you that there is like I think the Tower of Babel probably does refer to a ziggurat, but that was around 4000 BCE. And so how would that move Genesis
4,000? What are
up
you talking
to
about? No,
I just literally just
there's
checked.
a dozen or more ziggurats. There's a very specific famous ziggurat that was in the region that some of them were deported to that was unfinished. So if you look at
Okay.
the literature, like from Franz Delitzsch and a couple others, like this has been a pretty widely investigated theory, and so the texts in Genesis show almost no sign of being written or compiled prior to the Exodus, which is why there's so much stuff in here that's obviously
I mean,
post-exilic.
sure I mean there are Egyptian name conventions. There
So
is like yeah, of course there is. There's a lot of Egyptian
so what?
names within. So
You know,
what?
the
Like it
Egyptians still
refer
exist, right? They existed for a long time.
I'm not saying they didn't, but the fact that the Jewish people had Egyptian names refers to probably the Hyksos period.
Probably
Because there
not. They
wasn't
were
another
neighbors.
time. Yeah, but they wouldn't have been naming their kids Egyptian names.
Yeah, they
We don't have a
would.
record of that.
Egypt owned that land until the Bronze Age collapsed in 1170.
Yeah, during the Hyksos period,
No,
which is
that's
the
the
time which
1600s. Hyksos were expelled in 1600s.
1600 BC.
Yeah,
Isn't that the? Am I getting my dates wrong? Isn't that the
hmm
Bronze period?
both bronze. The end of the
Yeah,
Bronze
so
Age was about
that would be
1000.
that'd be like the correct dating then.
It would not be. No. The Exodus was in the middle of the 1400s. The Hyksos were expelled in the 1600s.
How are you
And
getting the Exodus at 1400s?
1 Kings chapter 6 says it. Want me to show you? And Jephthah says it
Sure.
too. Okay.
Oh, are you doing like literally working backwards from the years?
It's not hard to do.
Yeah, but I just again I reject that framing. So we just don't have a common ground on that because I don't think the ages are literal, as I've said
Um,
before.
you should
So like
you should let me read the text before you
sure.
say things about it. In the 480th year after the Israelites came out of the land of Egypt, in the fourth year of Solomon's reign over Israel, in the month of Ziv, which is the second month, he began to build the house of the Lord. So there's 480 years between which two events?
Sorry, my internet's cutting out, but I
Mm-hmm.
assume you said 480.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Between which two
Again,
events?
like I don't think Hebrew years were literal.
They
Like I
were.
don't. I'm not a young Earth
Where
creationist
did you get
either
that idea? Why
because
would they say that there was 480 years between the
they
building,
weren't
the Exodus, and the
materialist in the
building?
same way we were.
They don't have to be a materialist to count.
No, but what I'm saying is that there's truth in two senses, right? There's truth that like me and you are here talking, like that's a physical reality of what's happening. And then there could be a version of truth that's like there's an elephant in the room. Like and they could actually write a story where there's a literal elephant in the room and
You
like that was
understand
a
that
version of truth to them.
you understand the genre of kings. It's a historical text. They list
Yeah, but
how long the
the
kings served, how long they had co-regencies, when they died, how old they were when they died. Why would we look at this and say, well, this number specifically is metaphorical? What's the metaphor for?
Again, like ancient years had a lot of different significances. Like this is 12 times
Like
4
what?
times 100, which all have significant meanings. Like the 12
What's
tribes of Israel versus like,
what's
you know,
480
like
mean?
there's
I don't just to be sure, like you're saying a lot of stuff
like
that I don't believe you because I actually studied Hebrew. Like
that's. I mean, you don't have to believe me.
Balaam, like listen, like you're a nice guy, but you have to know that like you keep saying stuff that's demonstrably false, and like why are you
I
doing
don't
this?
believe it's false
Stay in your
because
zone.
like what I'm saying is that, you know, there's a difference in how ancient peoples saw truth versus how we see truth.
Based on
The
what?
Enlightenment changed how we saw truth
Based on
as
what?
a physical measurable reality.
Based on what?
Because during the Enlightenment, we started seeing
I'm
truth
asking about the
as a
Enlightenment.
matter.
Show me something in the ancient text, any ancient text that says what you're saying.
Yeah, that's a very like an ancient person wouldn't write. By the way, we don't see things as a scientific materialist. We see things semi-metaphorically because
I
our
didn't
version of
say
truth
anything
is
about
different.
scientific
But like that's
materialism,
what would
but
actually like.
also ancient Greeks did believe in materialism. So again, I'm
Yeah,
asking you,
but
show
we're
me
not
an
talking about the
ancient
ancient
text that
Greeks.
I
We're talking about the
know
ancient Near East.
you said ancient people. So
Yeah, but we're
show
talking
me a
about the
text
Bible right now.
from the ancient Near
Like,
East that says that there, like, none of this is real. It's all metaphor.
what I'm saying is that's a strange thing to request because that's not actually how people write things. Like
You keep
when
talking
we
about how they wrote in the ancient Near East, and you can't quote me one writing.
because
I've
like
actually read the
imagine.
ancient Near Eastern text. In fact, I got them right here. I'll open it up.
Let me give you an example. Okay, like if I said to you, like, hey, I thought Stephen Hawking was metaphorical, right? And you said no, I think he's literal. And I said, where does he say it's literal? Where does he say like, no, my text is completely literal. I am not being metaphorical, and I'm like, it's not something someone would like write down in that format. So I just don't think that's
You
like
understand that the rest of the New Testament confirms that it's literal, right?
still literal in the ancient sense. Like
No,
I
literally
actually
happened.
I reject the idea that they thought of literalness as the same way we do.
Did Moses literally receive a law from God?
I believe so. Yes,
Sure.
but that doesn't mean
Why
like
is
I
that
think
literal?
what I'm saying is we actually have to look at the genre
Why is that?
and what the thing is.
Listen. You don't. But you don't have to tell me about genre. I know about genre. I'm asking you.
Okay.
Why would
Well,
we
you were rejecting
assume?
like Genesis 1 through 11 was the
I
same genre
know
as the rest of Genesis.
I didn't say
But
that.
yeah, you because I was saying I don't think Genesis earlier. I was talking about how Genesis 1 through 11 was not literal, and
We're
you're
talking about the creation account, and I said, yeah, it's literal.
and what I'm saying is most scholars agree that it is the genre
No, they
of
don't.
poetry.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Like, yeah, yes. Like, I mean, maybe among like conservative evangelical scholars who are the vast minority, but like of secular scholars, most people believe that the earliest accounts in Genesis are highly poetic.
I didn't
It's
say anything
literally
about.
written in poetry.
Do you know Hebrew poetry?
I'm vaguely aware of it, yes.
Vaguely aware of it. What's the meter in
Well,
Genesis
I'm
one?
aware of the scholarship, like
Name one scholar.
Bart Ehrman. You want
Bart
to just
Ehrman's a
name
New
a
Testament
scholar? Like,
scholar. He
name
barely knows
15
Hebrew.
books, you know, like it's not like, you know, it's just a silly way to have these conversations.
It's not silly. There's lots of scholars who study Genesis. You don't know one of them.
Sure, I mean, I'm
So
reading meta
why do you
studies
keep
of
saying
like,
scholars? You don't know any of the scholarship.
yeah, I have read a lot about the scholarship.
Which scholar?
Like I said, I've engaged in like I've read a lot of the general accounts of like I've just done general research on these subjects.
On the internet?
And the internet, books I've
Do you
read,
own
like
one commentary on Genesis?
yeah.
What's it called? Who wrote it?
Uh, I'd have to get up. I forget who wrote it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want me to leave and come back? I'm in my
Yeah.
living room. I'd have to go to my library.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna get the book from John Walton too. not sure where I put that book.
So the one I have is
Oh, right here.
World Biblical Commentary, Volume 1, Genesis 1 through 15 by Gordon J. Wenham is the one I have on hand.
Gordon Wenham's a good guy. So what's he say?
I spent forever since. I mean, this book is really long. I don't think.
Mm-hmm. I've got Gordon's commentary set, or almost all of his commentaries. Yeah. What's he say?
I don't remember offhand. Like, do you want me to literally?
Yeah.
Dude, I think that like going back and forth and just like reading books we have is not actually conducive to.
What I'm putting out is you don't actually know what the scholars are saying. You're saying the scholars and you don't know what they're saying.
Well, I think me having a book or you having a book doesn't actually prove a consensus. What I usually read are meta ideas about what the general scholarship is saying, which isn't usually written by one person.
Who wrote the meta study?
Meta studies are usually written by a lot of different people within scholarship, and it's usually not something you memorize. Like
who? Who wrote it?
I got like a master's in data science, right? I've read a lot of papers on data science. I can't name
got a master's
one
in biblical studies.
That's fine. Like I'm not credentializing right now. Like what I'm saying is there's a lot of, people who have read that I don't memorize authors' names. I don't think that confers like authority.
Well, it is authoritative if you're using the scholars as your grounding for your claim, but then you can't tell me what scholar or where I can find the information. I don't really have a reason to believe it.
Yeah, but I could say something like, I believe in the inflationary like model of the cosmos. And if you said like who wrote the inflationary model of the cosmos, like I couldn't tell you. But I'm aware of the theories and what they say and why they say that.
Right.
And also
And
just in plain language.
And
like
if you're having
Genesis
a debate,
1 through 11.
you actually need to cite your sources. Like no one's going to believe you just because you said it. No one believes me just because I say it. Every time I make a claim, I can show you where it comes from.
You actually haven't cited who you're citing that Genesis 1 through 11 isn't or is literal. Like who are you citing for that?
I already told you, John Walton. I got the book right here. Give me a sec. Yeah, he even has a reconstruction. I'll show it to you.
Sure.
That's God's temple at the top. That's the firmament. That's the sun. The flat disk earth with a dome over top of it, and everybody in the ancient world believed it. We have got many, many texts. A guy named Paul Seeley, he used to teach at Gordon Cronwell, wrote an entire 2-series article collecting all of the ancient accounts that mention the flat earth and the firmament. I've got the Babylonian flat earth map behind me on the wall.
I'm going through this, and like for example, Gordon Wenham says that creation is a hymn, like a highly structured literary like syntax to evoke worship.
Yeah, I'm sure it is structured.
And so
like classical Hebrew writing was structured.
It's an actual hymn. So I mean, there's also like I'm just looking up Umberto Castelletto, Gerham von Rad.
Umberto thinks that like it was preposterous as it was written by Moses. Like Umberto was one of the first professors to posit, like after Wellhausen, to posit the documentary hypothesis.
Yeah, but he's still saying that's an exaltation of style approaching the level of poetry.
Yeah.
So even him
it's
saying
classical
that it's
writing.
a poetic language.
Yeah, you can use like rhyme and meter and poetic language and still transit the meaning. So if you read the most ancient version of Gilgamesh, it's got poetry, it's got meter. The problem with Genesis is the poetry meter is broken up because it's got multiple strains. It's just a stitching of text.
I mean, I'm not even opposed to that hypothesis that like I think Genesis has many writers. I also agree with that. But I don't think that like, because I think like when we say something is written in the ancient sense, we also don't mean like literally written by this person. It's usually like to that person. And like, yeah, I'm just looking through it right now, and it seems like a lot of different scholars agree with me on this, so I wasn't like misplaced in me
Which
believing
scholars?
this.
So,
Do you want me to name
so
them
again,
all?
what we're
I just
asking
named
right
like
now,
4.
no, what we're asking,
Like,
you didn't. What we're asking right now is whether or not
what do
they
you mean?
believe this is a
John
literal
Walton,
creation
Umberto
account. John Walton
Casuto.
doesn't agree with you.
He believes that it is ancient poetry that's highly literary and
It can be,
theological.
it can be poetry and still true.
It's true, just not in the scientific materialist sense.
No one said anything about the scientific sense. This is the version of events that they believe happened.
Like, yes. What I'm saying is, if I tell you I'm so hungry I could eat a horse, is that true?
This is not an idiom, and that's not even rhyming. We're talking about
I'm
poetry,
not
not
saying
idioms.
I'm not saying that. I'm just asking that question. It's not like a gotcha.
It's not analogous. You're saying that because there's rhyme,
No,
it's broken, it's bad, but because there's rhyme and meter, therefore nothing in here should be taken seriously. It's all metaphor.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I don't believe it's all metaphor either. I think it's somewhere in between.
Then what is it?
It's like It's mytho-history.
What is the firmament?
A firmament?
Yeah.
Isn't that like a filament? Like something that's like a... Am I incorrect about that?
It's a dome over top of the flat earth. It's referred to on a dozen of occasions. Everybody in the ancient world believed that there was a dome over a flat disk earth, which is why in Daniel chapter 4, it says that there's a tree, and from the top of the tree, everybody on the earth could see the top of the tree because they had the vantage point. Jesus goes up to the highest mountain.
Yeah,
when
I
he's
don't think
taken out to the desert,
people...
and he can see every kingdom from the top of the mountain.
I don't think, like, in general, like, I agree with you that ancient people had a very broken view of science and how the world works.
But God should have known better.
The Bible isn't a textbook.
Bible's giving a course of events. If you just want to throw out the ones that are difficult, then I'm just going to throw out the Jesus stuff. Why would I think that Jesus even lived?
Well, I mean, that's a totally different genre. It's a Greco-Roman biography that didn't even exist. Like it was created just before Jesus existed. The idea of like our modern history was... No, the Greco-Roman biography was not a thing while the ancient... during the creation of the Old Testament.
Like people were literally doing biographies on Alexander.
Yeah, but not of the same genre.
But yeah, it is. He literally did miracles in it.
I'm not denying that there's a text that says that. I'm saying the Greco-Roman biography was created in the late 1st century BCE.
I'd push it to the 2nd century.
You can do that, but that's still post the creation of the Old Testament.
So what?
So what? The idea of...
This had nothing to do with Genesis. You were talking about the Gospels.
It does, because it talks about like the way we actually recorded history changed. The Greco-Roman biography... Yes.
Genesis was history. Was Abraham a real person?
Mytho-history.
Was Abraham a real person?
I believe he was a real person.
Why not? Why would we believe that he's a real person rather than just a theological centerpiece in a story?
Well, I mean, there's actually different like levels of claims within the Bible. So I think some of them are like provable. I think there are other claims within the Bible that just aren't provable.
So I'm not asking if you could prove it. I'm asking, why should we read Abraham as a literal person?
Because I believe that Jesus Christ was the Son of God, and He said so. Actually,
so you're working your way backwards. Okay, well, So Jesus believed that the Old Testament was literally true. That's why he says in Matthew 24 that his second coming is going to wipe everybody. He's going to surprise everybody. He's going to come in a huge alarm, just like when the floodwaters swept over Noah. That's why Luke 3 traces Jesus' lineage back all the way back to Adam, showing that he is the second Adam. That's why Hebrews chapter 7 literally says, in fact, Hebrews chapter 7, if you don't think Adam and Eve are literal, this is going to be wild. I don't think you've read Hebrews 7. This is going to be a tough one.
No, I think Adam and Eve existed.
So Genesis was literal.
History. No, it's mytho-history. It's both.
Did they literally exist?
Okay. It's kind of like...
Here we go. Here's the quote, by the way. It's on page 9 of Zondervan Illustrated Bible Background Commentary by John Walton, lovingly signed by one of my Old Testament professors. Rest in peace, Dr. Carpenter. All right. It says Genesis function in Israelite society the same way science functions in our culture.
Okay.
This was their explanation of how things came to be, which is why in I forgot your denomination. Do you believe in the Apocrypha?
No.
Okay. Well, in the Apocrypha, there's a woman in Second Maccabees, maybe around chapter either 7 or 15, she's basically watching her sons get tortured and murdered, and she is saying we're going to be vindicated in the next life. And she says the difference between your gods and our God is our God created everything out of nothing. Like these people literally believed that this Genesis was a true account, which is why Paul can say
I
that
do believe
sin entered through one man, which is Adam. So how was Adam created?
By God.
When?
I don't know.
And then what happened after that? Did Adam and Eve populate the earth?
I think human beings actually existed before Adam and Eve. I think Adam
well,
and
the
Eve
Bible
were
says he's the first man.
I think he's the first man created in the image of God.
Does it say that there was men prior to that?
I think it's highly implied by the fact that all of a sudden wives appear when they're talking about Adam and Eve's sons.
Did Adam get formed out of the dust of the ground?
I believe so, but I take that on faith. I don't think it's like I wouldn't like ask someone to believe on.
Did the other people get formed out of the dust of the ground?
No, I believe I'm a theistic evolutionist, so I think that like mankind was, like the normal scientific account of coming from apes.
You understand that the Bible says that Enoch was the seventh from Adam, the seventh person alive, the seventh created.
I agree with that as well.
Okay, so you think evolution happened, and then God said, we already got humans. Let's create some special humans?
Yeah, I think that the humans were set apart, and that they were the first created in the image, and they continue to exist. I think they like intermingled with.
How do I know if I'm from Adam or from the subhumans?
I don't think they're subhumans. I think like at the point of Adam and Eve, like as the shepherds of humanity, like again, we're getting into speculation. Like Genesis actually doesn't speak that much to this, so we don't have a lot of pieces in the box to actually draw conclusions on. I can tell you what my personal theories are, but I wouldn't say that these are like definitive. I don't think there is a definitive theory.
What's the name of Eve?
Eve.
Yeah, what's her Hebrew name?
I have no idea.
Sorry, her name is Chava. It literally means life. They named her that, it says in Genesis, because she's the mother of all living.
I would also agree with that.
So if she's the mother of all living, that means that all human beings came from her.
Not necessarily. And
yeah,
but like at the same, like I think this actually comes to mean like, what is your definition of made in the image of God?
It just means that you're in the likeness physically of God, which is why in Genesis 5 says that Adam had a son in his image.
I think this is true, but I think there's also a secondary of humanity's creative capacity and ability to be ensouled, and we see this immediately.
That's not in the text.
Again, like I don't take a literalist approach where like it has to be stated literally. Like I think we can actually make deductions based on what's being said. So I just disagree with the way that you're approaching the text, and like this is how I'd approach text more generally. Where like if I wanted to know something,
you haven't given me a reason to adopt your approach yet.
Sure, because after they like this is why Adam is actually given the creative account to be able to name the animals, for example, because God is like no other animal is able to create something, but the human beings, because they're created in the likeness of God,
Adam didn't create anything.
Actually, they're creating their name. They're creating their
actual like them.
what they're. Yeah, but that is a creation of sorts.
No, it's
like
not.
The creation of Adam is like reduced when compared to God's, but he still has like a creative capacity. That
what was Eve's creative capacity?
The same as Adam's.
She didn't name the animals.
Okay.
Adam did.
That doesn't mean she doesn't have that capacity.
So sounds like
it's just an argument from silence, you know, like the fact that she didn't. Yeah, I mean, the fact that she didn't do something means she didn't have the capacity. Like we don't know that. Like this is what I mean. Like this is why I wouldn't like use this type of way of reading Genesis, because it's just like if it didn't say something literally, then there's no way that we could interpret it that way.
It is
I don't think
literal. That's what I'm trying to
Genesis.
tell you. It's an etiology. Genesis, the creation account, is an etiology to explain why things are the way that they are. Why women have painful childbirths. It's why men have to toil by the sweat of their brow, even though this world was supposed
I
to be created
agree.
for us. It's an
So this is what I
etiology.
mean by
It's a story.
this is what I mean by like mythohistory, where I think it is accounting like a vague account of real events, but isn't doing so in complete literal detail. In the same way, The Wolf of Wall Street is like an account of something that really happened, but isn't like beat for
Oh,
beat reality. I think the same is true of early Genesis.
just to be sure, Adam named the animals before Eve was made.
Sure.
Says the man gave names to all cattle and to the birds of the air and to every animal of the field, but for the man there was not found a helper as his partner. And then Eve gets made out of his rib. So he named all the animals.
Okay. I didn't say she did.
You said that she had the same creative power as Adam, and you then
Sure.
said, well, you don't know she didn't name any animals, and actually I did know that she didn't name any animals.
No, I didn't say that. I just said like
You
that
said it's
doesn't
an argument from
mean
silence, but it's not an argument from
it
silence.
isn't. It is an argument from silence that she
Nope.
doesn't have a creative capacity because she didn't name the animals.
I didn't say that she didn't have the creative capacity. I said she didn't name any of the animals, and you said that's an argument from silence. I said no, it's not.
I would just say what I thought you were deducing was that because she didn't name the animals, then that her creative capacity wasn't demonstrated. Is that the argument?
Is there a reason to believe that she has
I'm
the same
just
status
genuinely
as
asking.
Adam? Because in chapter 3, she has to serve man, and man gets to rule over her.
I'm just
It
asking
doesn't
if that's what you're.
it doesn't seem like the idea. In fact, 1 Corinthians 11 just disagrees with you flat out. In fact, let me pull it up. This is a wild passage, and 1 Timothy chapter 2 would disagree. But in 1 Corinthians chapter 11, what is it, verse 6, 5, 7, 8. There we go. Indeed, man was not made from woman, but woman from man. Neither was man created for the sake of woman, but woman was created for the sake of man. In fact, it even talks about the glory. Which verse was that? Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, the Christian worldview is typically a compatibilist worldview. I don't disagree with this, but this doesn't diminish her ability to have a creative capacity.
No, what I'm saying is that they're not of the same status. It says in the same chapter that
I don't believe
Adam
man and
was
women are
created.
ontologically the same. It's just not a claim I'm
I didn't say
making.
anything about ontology.
I'm not. Well, like we're saying whether or not man and women are the same. That is an ontological question. It's a question of their
No,
existence. And
it's not. I'm asking whether or not God thinks of them as equals, having the same
ontology is just the
capabilities.
study of what exists. Whether or
Yeah, I
not
know.
man and
We
women are
agree they
separate
exist.
is an ontological question.
We agree they
necessarily.
exist. Yeah.
Yeah, but that is an ontological question.
No, it's not an ontological. We already agreed. There's no ontological question about her existence. I mean, obviously, you believe she exists. In
Sure,
the
but
story,
there is
she
an
exists.
ontological question about her status and the means by which she exists. And what I'm saying is that
Here's the verse.
I
It was
agree.
verse 7.
I'm saying that I agree that they're not ontologically the same, that they are different in some aspects, but they're not different in the creative
well, you said they were
capacity.
ontologically the same earlier. Paul says a man ought not to have his head veiled, since he is the image and reflection of God, but woman is the reflection of man.
What I'm saying, I agree that they're ontologically different. What I'm saying is that their creative capacity and their ability to be made in the image of God is the same. So that doesn't mean they're completely the same. It means they share in that particular ontological status, although not in every subset
Does the Bible
of their
say
ontological
that
status.
Eve was made in the image of God? Because Paul explicitly says she was made in the image of Adam.
Yeah, and by proxy, in the image of God.
You think that the transitivity passes through?
I would say that, yes.
Oh boy, you don't want to say that.
They're both the same species. I mean, they're both the same species of mankind. So yes, I would say that capacity.
What kind of genitalia does Eve have?
I think their ontological status as made in the image. This is why I'm distinguishing
between. Is God's image male or female?
It's male.
Is Eve male or female?
She's female. But
Seems like
remember,
Adam was
I'm
made in the
making
image of God.
remember I'm making a
Seems like
distinct.
Eve was made vaguely in
So
the image of Adam.
you're ignoring the distinction I'm actually making, which is between like their creative capacity and like that being connected to the image of God, which is what I'm associating with those two things.
What
And like women
the
have a
image of God
creative
is? What do you
capacity.
think the image of God is?
Again, I think it is. I think it's actually a number of different things, and it's an interesting question. I think it is a physical likeness, but I don't think it's relegated to that. I think it is to an ontological status of creation, of being over something, to be like shepherds of, like in the same way that God is the shepherd of all things, man is the shepherd of the world. And so when you look at like man's relation to God's creation, it seems to be a diminished capacity of what God gives himself. And so, what I'm actually saying is that what the image of God is not limited to the likeness, but actually includes a bunch of downstream qualities that they have. And I'm
How
saying that women
powerful is
partake in
man
that as
compared
well.
to God?
Not very. Yeah,
Well, you
but they
just
still
said that.
have like,
You just said that was similar.
yeah, like in
Compa-
the same way that like if I have a, like we both have like jobs or whatever, but like I work at, let's just say, a tech company. And if there's like a little kid that is playing on a fake computer, like there's a sense in which that kid is like mimicking me and engaging in a capacity, but to a much more diminished extent. In the
Mhm.
same way, we don't have the same powers of God, but we have those powers to a diminished extent. In the same that like when God thinks of something, it can just be like created in thin air, but we have the ability to conceptualize and create in a much more diminished sense, but still in a sense that isn't shared by all of God's creation.
Actually, I think I'm more powerful than God because I actually have the ability to speak and he doesn't.
I maybe I should pray you, man. Like,
I'll take your
we could
prayers.
give
I'm also the
tithes.
Messiah. I don't know if I told you this. I fulfilled
You
way more
are?
prophecies than Jesus ever. Yeah.
Dang, dude! Shout out to you.
All right. So let's actually talk about the topic rather than doing a
Yeah,
whirlwind
we've
of
been rabbit holing. Yeah, that's true.
yeah, rather than doing nonsensical talking points. So the reality is, we deviated on hell. I asked you what happens, like if you die and you don't love this God.
Oh, you want to talk about hell?
Well, we can talk about all kinds of stuff, but what happens?
No, no, no. I mean, hell's fun. Like,
And I think
no.
we started on hell and then moved to natural disasters with the fall. That's how we got on Genesis. But if Genesis isn't literal, then I don't know why you're bringing a fall in here. There was no
Oh, I
fall.
think that sure. Well, again, I believe it's mytho-history, so I think like
Was
it
there a fall?
happened. Yeah, I believe there's a fall.
When did that happen?
Like, I just think the categories of like fiction and nonfiction just were not separate categories in the ancient world. And so like when like we don't know like a date, is what I would argue. Like I don't know a specific date when Adam and Eve existed. Like it's just
But
something we don't know.
But when the Bible tells you, the Bible just isn't saying true things. It's being poetic.
No, it's true. It's just true in a historical sense, in the same way like
I'm
I'm
asking
so
if
hungry
it's
I could
true
eat a
in a
horse.
factual sense.
Yeah, which is actually like an epistemological question. And the thing is like within what framework? I'm saying
In
within their framework,
in the
yes, it is true.
framework,
Within
did the
our,
events literally happen as it says?
in some sense, yes. Like in some like recreated sense, I believe so.
So God created the world, right?
Yes. Well, he
Mhm.
created everything.
Did he create them in order?
I don't know what order. I mean,
Genesis tells you.
well, I mean, Genesis has two accounts because duplets were something we see a lot in the ancient. Like we see this on steles
Yeah,
where
but
there's
there's
duplets
lots of
within
doublets.
steles, and so like
No, 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 no. You don't find the doublets on steles usually. That's preposterous.
um
Steles are not edited, compiled text like the Bible. Steles are like really like written and carved in stone. Like look at the black obelisk or the Mesha stele or the Merneptah stele or the banquet stele. None of these things were edited.
yeah, but there is a stele that has a recreation of the same story twice in a different order. Um, and like this
I
gives us
mean,
a good evidence.
the creation
I mean,
account of Marduk that was on a palace.
I forget which stele it was. I mean, I could go find that for you if you want.
I actually know the story. I have it on my shelf. What I'm saying is that was located at a palace, and it was located. There was two different creation stories, but they weren't together. They weren't like in a book or on a tablet together. They were written on the palace wall.
Yeah, but we could see them at like a similar point of time.
No, they're written way apart. Creation story by Marduk was hundreds of years later. If you just look at the dating of it, like Samuel Driver had it in cuneiform text parallels to the Old Testament. He dates it after the other creation accounts.
I think we're thinking of different things.
Maybe.
Actually, I think I'm thinking of the Shabaka stone, actually.
Mm-hmm. Where's that?
I need to make sure that this is the correct one. An
Egyptian stone.
Yeah, I believe it's this one, but let me double check. I don't want to tell you something false.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, you know,
when you say doublets, do you mean parallelism? You know, parallelism is something that you find in Semitic languages. Okay.
You know, actually, like I don't want to waste the audience's time.
Okay.
Like I'll keep looking. Can I like maybe I can leave it in the comment section after this video. I don't want to.
Well, we're not going to worry about it. The reality is, where do people go if they don't love Jesus?
Love. I don't know if that's actually one of the things that they need. And it's hard for me to say that like, you know, I actually don't believe that. Well, it's more about acceptance of his nature and belief in him more than it is like a love, I guess. I think you can be like angry at God. I think you can be angry at God and go to heaven.
Matthew 10, he says, if you love your parents more than me, you're not worthy of me. He wants you to love them above everything.
Yeah, but I think, I don't know if they're using love in the same way we like Job was angry at God, but I think he also loved God at the same sense.
So, love is love.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's actually part of the salvific. You know, it doesn't really matter. Like we can just say like whatever salvific, like if you failed to meet the salvific formula, like what happens is the real question, right? And I actually don't know if hell and heaven are different places, to be honest with you. Like I'm not quite sure. Because I think like for those,
have you not read the Bible?
I have, and like I'm aware of the fire and brimstone stuff, but like when you actually look at like the story of Lazarus, you don't see like a constant burning or like his flesh is on fire or something. What you actually see is that he's, you know, partaking in his own.
You literally see him on fire. He says, "I'm in agony in these flames." Luke 16. Have you read any of these stories?
Yeah, but I mean, like, not in the sense like they're having like a normal conversation, you know, talking while he's like supposedly in agony within the flames, which I think like.
Have you ever read the creation accounts of paradise and hell?
Yes.
And you know, in those accounts, they're not far from each other. You know, Sheol is not the same thing as hell, right?
Yeah. Sheol is like
Sheol's the abode of the dead. Yeah, according to Jewish
soul sleep.
Yeah, according to Jewish theology, Sheol might be like Abraham's bosom, you would say, and then paradise and hell are actually not that far apart. The Bible's not exactly clear about where it is. But in the creation account of paradise and hell, they're like you can see one from the other.
No, I don't know if Sheol and hell are exactly the same because
I'm saying they're not.
Yeah, I would agree.
Right, but my point is, like when you say that you don't know like what to think about heaven and hell because they sound like they're near each other. Yeah, that was their belief. They thought that.
No, what I'm saying is they might be the same space. Like they might be literally.
There's a chasm between them.
Yeah, it's described as a chasm, but I don't know. Like usually when hell is described, it's told in parables. So I don't know if we should read those as like I think that like the actual events of Jesus's life are literal accounts of like what's happening because they're the genre of Greco-Roman biographies, which was actually relatively new form of literature when, you know, Jesus like comes about. But when it comes to heaven and hell, like I think hell is something you choose. Like I don't think anyone is like
No.
tricked into hell.
Wrong again. Nobody chooses what they believe. They either are convinced or they're not. But also, we know exactly what happens in hell. Have you read any of the Jewish literature that Jesus would have been familiar with about hell?
Yeah,
Like the
but I don't
Dead
see
Sea Scrolls?
I don't see the Jewish literature as authoritative.
But he's a Jew. You understand
Okay.
that Jesus, when he spoke about hell,
Yeah, but even the Jews didn't agree with
like,
each other on these types of
what's
things.
that? What's hell? Like, no one questioned what hell was. They knew what it was. They wrote about it, and it's in the Bible.
I understand. The question is like,
Josephus talks about it. He tells you what they believe.
yeah, but we're talking about Christianity right now. Like,
I know.
we have to talk within the authoritative text of Christianity, not like
it's based on Judaism.
There's lots of stuff. There's lots of stuff. Yeah, there's lots of stuff that's in the Jewish text. The Jewish texts don't even agree with each other.
Neither does the New Testament. It can't even agree on when Jesus was born.
You can say that, but what I'm saying is like you can't use an outside Jewish text to describe like hell within Christianity. It's just a non sequitur.
Yeah, I can.
I just don't.
The Bible disagrees with itself all the time. But I'm telling you, Jesus was born not in a vacuum. He was born as a Jew, and he believed what the Jewish people believed. And you understand that, like, even the New Testament quotes from mostly I would qualify him as the Essenes, and I do know what you mean. He's affiliated with John the Baptist, who almost undoubtedly was part of the Essene community. But nevertheless, they believed in hell. Like, have you read the writings from the Essenes?
Oh, I'm not saying they didn't believe in hell, but like, for example,
you understand only the Sadducees didn't believe in hell, right?
I understand
the Sadducees and the Samaritans.
No, but I'm not denying that hell exists.
And what happens there?
We're talking about what hell is, and hell is described as many different things in the New Testament. It's described as outer darkness. It's described as
that's a parable.
Teeth.
Remember?
No, I agree. And then you got to talk about again Lazarus.
How about you reference something that's not a parable?
I think most of the talk about hell is within parables. There might be a few examples that aren't.
There are definitely some examples of hell being in parabolic formulas, but he talks specifically. It says Luke 10:15. He's mad at Capernaum. It says, "You, Capernaum, will be exalted to heaven. No, you will be brought down to Hades." He actually specifically used the word Hades, which we know exactly what Hades is. That word's not ambiguous. And then let's see. Let's do Matthew 5. It says, "I say to you that if you are angry with your brother or sister, you will be liable to judgment. If you insult a brother or sister, you will be liable to the council. And if you say, 'You fool,' you will be liable to the fire of hell."
Yeah, we see a lot of I guess what I would say to you is I actually don't definitively take a stance on exactly what hell is, but I think hell could also be destruction of the soul. And it's actually not quite clear. I don't think the New Testament gives us an exact formula as to what hell actually is. I think it's I think what hell ontologically is the separation from God, which is the giving of life. And so
that's not what the Bible said. Like. Again, I don't know why you keep making statements that's not in the Bible. Paul is the only one that ever mentioned separation from God. How can you be separated from an omnipresent being?
I don't have a worldview that I have to it's this is more of an evangelical kind of reading of text where unless it's directly literally within the text, you have to read it that way. But the vast majority of Christians don't read it that way. So I just am within that tradition.
I don't think you know what the vast majority of Christians are doing. So why?
The vast majority of Christians are Catholic. Do you not believe that they have these kind of views? Do you not think they're Thomists?
No, they're not. 99% of the Catholics I've met don't know a single word of Thomas Aquinas, and they believe in a real literal hell. In fact, I've got the Catholic Study Bible with me. To show you where it talks about hell?
I believe in a real literal hell as well.
And do you know what they believe happens there?
It actually depends on the Catholic scholar. There's a variety of views within the Catholic faith.
What does the Catechism say? What's the Magisterium say?
Those are actually it's funny with Catholics, those are actually separate a lot of times. Like
I know that's why I use them separately. They're separate
their
bodies.
catechism is, well, I mean, the magisterium is more mixed. The catechism, I'm not sure what the catechism at, but I don't take the Catholic catechism that seriously.
But you're asking what they believe.
No, I'm just saying that like there's a lot of different like plausible views within Christianity. Like if you
said Catholicism.
You just said like the vast majority of Christians on the planet are. Like,
and then you said Catholics
something.
are the majority, and then I said, well, they believe in hell too. And then you started talking about Catholic beliefs. Like I think you're up here with.
We're not arguing on whether or not
good intentions, but you keep bouncing around from one thing to another. Like every time.
Sorry, let me draw the string between all these things. The question is whether or not like the vast majority of Christians on the planet are like bound to believe in a literal burning hell. What I'm saying is the vast majority of Christians are not. Like there typically are 2 or 3 different views. The Catholics are not bound to believe in a eternal fire.
It's literally in their doctrines.
It's not infallibly defined, and there are a bunch of different
infallibly defined. What are you even talking about? It's written in their catechism.
The catechism is an infallible teaching.
No one said it was infallible. It's their doctrine.
Yeah, but within the Catholic faith, there's a lot of disagreements that you're allowed to hold, including preachers. Preachers don't have to hold to the literal burning.
Priests.
Within Catholicism. Yeah, they don't.
So according to the catechism, it says hell is real, eternal, and includes eternal fire.
That is true.
CCC 1035.
Yeah, but the laymen are not actually held to believe that. There's a lot of different views within Christianity.
Where did Jesus descend to in the creed that the Catholic recite every Sunday?
Hell. I agree that hell exists. It's just like what is hell as like a place? Is it a place of everlasting fire? Is it a place of outer darkness? And I think in some sense is all true. But both. Like I think hell is primarily defined as a place
that you're tormented there forever. Revelation 20:10.
I think being apart from God is torment. Like it
says
literally like.
It doesn't say that in the Bible, is my point. Like you keep saying stuff that's not in the Bible. That's why I keep telling you. Like if you say things not in the Bible, I'm just going to tell you.
Yeah, but what I'm telling you is the Bible is not the only authoritative teaching in the vast majority of Christian traditions.
I know the Catholic Bible. I've got one right here. You want me to quote the Catholic text? They're even worse. Let me give you 2nd Esdras chapter 7. You're not going to like this. This was written right about the same time that Jesus existed, and you will not believe what it says. It's going to be a wild ride. You're going to want to buckle up for this one.
I'll make sure to.
Oh, they put it after 4th Maccabees, didn't they? Yep. Okay, chapter 7 is the judgment scene. Let's see. Corruptible Paris. Judgment. All right. The Most High shall be revealed on the seat of judgment, and compassion shall pass away, and patience shall be withdrawn. Only judgment shall remain. Truth shall stand, and faithfulness shall grow strong. Recompense shall follow, and the reward shall be manifested. Righteous deeds shall wake, and unrighteous deeds shall not sleep. And the pit of torment shall appear, and opposite will be the place of rest, because they're just opposite of each other. That's what I'm trying to say. The furnace of hell says the furnace of hell shall be disclosed, and opposite it the paradise of delight. Then the Most High will say to the nations that you have been raised from the dead. Look now and understand from whom you have denied, whom you have not served, those commandments you have despised, so on and so forth. And then he does what he does in Matthew 25, and he sends some to hell and some to paradise. That's where he literally, at the end of the story about his coming back in judgment, he says, those on my left, actually this is my right hand, but he said, those on my left, off to the, to the hellfire prepared for the devil and angels.
Here's like the general problem I think we're just running to in general, which is that like, I don't take I believe in natural law, right? Like, and I believe that like we can actually deduce things from nature about God's nature, and that like applies, and that nature informs the Bible.
You should just tell me you don't believe in the Bible. I don't know why you're holding on to Christianity. Nothing you believes in the Bible. You don't believe this book.
Let me finish. Like the Bible informs nature as nature informs the Bible, and that includes like for example, when you think about Aquinas's metaphysical creation of the universe, that, you know, I'm not saying Aquinas is infallible or anything, but it seems to purport to reality. I'm saying that actually makes God the ontological status of the good. And because of that context, we can actually properly interpret the
How
Bible.
do you know God is good?
It's not that I reject the Bible. It's that I'm using certain methods to interpret the Bible that you reject.
How do you know
and that's
God is
fine
good?
if you reject them. And how do I know God is good? Because like good definitionally within the Christian faith is just defined as God's will.
I don't agree.
So like good,
I'm not
good
asking
and
you.
God are just
I'm not asking you what you believe.
equal.
I'm asking how do you actually know God is good?
It's just a definition. Like God, like.
Well, I don't accept the definition. Why would somebody accept that?
Like how do you know a bike is a bike? You know,
No,
it doesn't actually make sense within.
There are evil gods in all kinds of religions. I'm asking you specifically, how do you know that this
but I'm
God
saying
is even good
the
if it
Christian
existed?
worldview, God is
I'm not
just
asking about the
defined
Christian
as the
worldview.
good.
I'm not asking about that.
How do I know that like God is good?
Mm-hmm.
Because God is the ontological foundation of reality.
So what?
And when we do that, I am just defining good as God's will. Like that is just my definition.
Well, I don't accept your definition. Why should I accept it?
You don't have to accept definitions.
If God was evil, would you be able to know it?
Yeah, there actually has been a lot of like philosophical work on this, on whether or not like the evil God and the good God are
actually,
like
have you read
similar
Amos?
in all their qualities.
You read Amos?
No, I have not.
No. Amos chapter 3, God says, does evil befall a city and it not come from the Lord?
Yeah, I think like two things can be true at once. Like I think God can ordain things to happen to people, but he's not the like proximate cause for that evil. Like
Micah
that evil,
1:12 says, evil came down from the Lord unto the gate of Jerusalem.
Yes, again, like this is why the foundational interpretation of natural law to the Bible is actually like one of the better, because it actually gives like foundations that like if you just
I'm having trouble how you know what these texts mean when you haven't read a single one of them.
I've read the Bible, man. Like I don't know.
How did you not catch in the Bible where God created evil and sends evil? He literally created evil spirits to go and torment Saul.
Yes, I mean this is where I'm talking about like your interpretive framework is just wrong.
No, it's not.
It's not wrong. It's I disagree with it.
You've given me not a single reason to believe that your interpretive framework is at all valid. See, this is the great thing about like my hermeneutical approach is that the Bible just means what it says. And I know it means what it says because I've read the extra biblical literature. I know how the Hebrews and the Semitic people wrote stories. I know what they believed about the world. It just happens to be that the Bible agrees with them. Everything that the ancient Near East was writing about, the Bible seems to agree with most of that stuff. All the sacrifices, they were doing all that shit already in the ancient Near East. Even the scapegoat, Leviticus 16, already had it. Hittites were doing it. Neo-Assyrians were doing it. None of this stuff's new.
I'm not claiming it is, but we're talking about an epistemological framework. Like we're actually talking about how do we know things are true or not, or how do we know that our interpretation?
That's why I asked you. That's why I asked you. How do you know that God is good? Don't just say I defined him as good.
No, well, I mean, like when we're saying what something is, like what is good, right? Like how would you define good?
Dictionary. Which
is?
It's something that is let's say desirable and beneficial typically.
To who?
To the person. It's subjective.
And what is beneficial?
Well, it means it's going to be aiding in some way.
Yeah,
so typically bringing well-being.
Yeah, well, like we'd actually have to define well-being. Like you're just kicking the can down the
What do you think well-being is?
I don't know. I don't think it's like, I think it's.
You don't know what well-being is? If you have cancer and you're going to die tomorrow, is that well-being?
Well, what I'm saying is it's whatever is in.
I don't know why you didn't answer that question.
Like definitely good.
If you're gonna,
I mean, it just
if you're dead, do you have well-being?
Well, I mean, you're with God at that point, so I assume so.
No, your actual body, you as a human being, do you have well-being?
You're human. I would assume not.
Also, no. It's not true that everyone's going to be with God. I mean, in your worldview, I'm going to hell. Do I have well-being?
I actually don't know if you're going to hell.
Well, the Bible says so. The Bible says, Revelation 21, that those who don't believe will go to hell.
Well, I guess I just don't speak on...
John 3 says the same thing.
I think God's grace is probably more vast than we're expecting. So I don't speak on individual
Bible didn't
people's
say that.
salvations. So like the larger point is like it's an
This is
epistemological
wild.
thing.
I've never
So
heard somebody say so many claims about God without reading what the book says about God. In
because
Second Thessalonians
so
chapter 1, it talks about people when Jesus comes back. It says, in a fiery flame, when Jesus is revealed from heaven with his mighty angels in a fiery flame, inflicting vengeance on those who do not know God and those who do not obey the gospel of the Lord Jesus Christ, they will suffer the punishment of eternal destruction, punishment in fire by God if they don't know him or obey him.
What I'm saying is that is an epistemological framework on how to interpret the Bible. What I'm challenging is that I don't start with the Bible, because you cannot start with the Bible. It doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, you can.
Because we actually need to have a framework from which to interpret the Bible.
The framework is the Bible.
You're assuming how to interpret the Bible, which actually is not an assumption you can make.
I'm not
we
assuming.
Actually have to start with, you have to assume.
I'm interpreting the Bible the way ancient people who wrote it was understanding it.
That's
like the goal. No, it's not an assumption. It's actually the primary goal of a proper exegesis is not an assumption at all.
It might be a founded assumption.
You're dead wrong about that. It has nothing to do with assumptions. That's why when I went to seminary, I actually had to read the extra biblical literature to see how they wrote, to see how these genres operated, to see who was talking about these texts and what they said about the text.
Like,
so when I developed a framework for reading the genre, these particular texts, that framework was developed within the culture who produced the Bible.
That's fine, and I'm not saying that's wrong or right. I disagree with that framework in a lot of ways, and that's what I'm trying to get to, is that like we all make assumptions when we're reading text, like, and those assumptions could be founded. What you're saying is like what you're claiming is that my assumptions about how to read the text are founded, and what I'm saying is that that's an epistemology, and there's a deeper.
My method of reading the text is not an assumption. It's based on actual research and letting the ancient people who lived tell me how these text functions. I'm not assuming anything.
I'm assuming that gravity is going to work the same way tomorrow. That's still an assumption. It's grounded in physical laws. It's grounded in things I know. It's still an assumption. To act like it's like not an assumption.
Did I say anything about gravity? I said culture.
No, it's an analogy.
I said culture.
But
the cultures who wrote these texts wrote other texts.
I'm not saying they didn't. And I'm not saying your assumptions.
That's how I know the interpretive model. They told us how to interpret it.
Sure, but like, okay, here's what I'm getting to. Like, here's the meat and potatoes of it. Like, epistemologies are downstream of ontologies, right?
Epistemology is never going to save you here. There's not a single philosophy word that's going to save you. Nothing in Thomas Aquinas' Summa Theologica is going to help you here.
I'm not saying it is or isn't. I'm just saying an epistemology, how we know the things we know, is downstream of ontology.
But you don't know anything. You don't know. You don't even know if hell exists. You know squat because you can't read the book. You have no epistemology because your epistemology is rooted in the divine revelation.
With saying I don't know about
which you haven't read.
Like, when we're talking about like hell, I think there's a different like views that you could take that are like.
Did God give all the laws in the Hebrew Bible?
This is what I'm getting to. Is that like
I just when we're actually know.
I'm trying to get to a point, but
I know, but my audience is complaining that you've been here too long. I'm going to finalize it with this point because the runaround's kind of getting silly at this point. Did God give all the laws in the Old Testament?
Yes, it's God breathed.
Do you think slavery? Do you think slavery counts as and taking war brides and concubines counts as Stockholm syndrome?
Do I think that taking no, that's not like the definition of Stockholm syndrome. Like those things could be bad.
Do you think those women don't come to eventually develop Stockholm syndrome when they're kidnapped in war and forced into marriage?
So I think those women could, but I think also like God could allow for lesser evils for a people that were generally disobeying him. So I don't think any of these things are good, but I think they could be.
He allowed. He says that by doing these laws, he'll be doing what is good and right in the eyes of the Lord, and he says later that you have to follow these laws forever. Like 12 different occasions in like Deuteronomy alone, he says to follow these forever.
I mean, the fact that we're both existing is just proof that God allows some amount of evil to exist.
Not remotely on topic.
No, it is. Like whether or not
It's
God
not.
permits evil.
These laws are not temporary.
I would argue they are, especially the Levitical laws.
What did God
For
say?
sure. Whether like the holiness code is generally considered to be the gold
What did
standard.
God say?
How
long did God say to follow these laws?
Again, like this is a
You don't know because you haven't read it.
No, it's a
I'll
category
never
error
understand why people make
Christianity-
confident claims about a book they've never read. Deuteronomy 30
Christian-
literally
'cause you're
says in
reading
verse
it-
6. I'm not reading. I'm just reading the text, and every time I read it, you hate what it says, and that's fine. But I'm going to continue to do
it's
it.
because you're reading it as a deontological system while it's a
No, I'm
virtue
not.
ethics system.
I'm reading it just as the words mean what they say. Moreover, the Lord
Yeah,
your
but-
God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. When do you think that's going to happen?
What I'm saying is that Christianity exists within.
When do you
virtue
think that's
ethics
going to
system.
happen?
I'm trying to answer your question, but you're not allowing me
You
to answer
didn't.
it.
My question is, when do you think God is going to circumcise the hearts of the Israelites and all of their descendants?
Oh, I think he's ongoing doing that when we actually, go through life, and as people accept like God, their hearts are being circumcised
Jesus.
in that sense.
Paul
When is
says,
Jesus coming back?
Paul says that your hearts are circumcised when you believe in Jesus.
Yes,
Okay, so we agree with Paul then, right?
I would agree.
Okay. The problem with that is God goes on to say, then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments that I'm commanding you today.
I mean, the problem is like we don't agree on an interpretive structure. And
What does
so,
it mean when he says that you need to follow these commandments?
Again, it's a virtue ethics system.
There's not about virtue ethics. I'm asking, what does the verse mean?
It means to follow the will of God.
The laws.
Yes and no.
Because yes.
Within Christianity, the
It is
laws
wild.
of God are monuments to the underlying virtue ethic. So the laws themselves are not what's concrete the virtue ethic is, because we're not a duty-based system. That is true.
The laws are perfect. Psalm 19 says they're perfect, reviving the soul.
Yeah, because we're in a virtue ethic system.
Perfect things don't change.
The virtues do not change. That is
if
correct.
If something perfect, it doesn't say anything about virtues. That's not in the Bible.
No, but
I've never seen someone add so much to the Bible.
No,
somebody suggested me. My girlfriend suggested before this stream I should run the topic "Christians hate God's word," and now I regret not running that topic because you're the perfect demonstration. You hate this book.
Let me show you.
You hate what God says.
No, I mean, like, for example, like I could give you a law that's like tell the truth, right? And then, like, if the Nazis come and the Jews are in the attic, it makes sense to lie. That's a virtue ethics system. What the virtue actually is.
Wait,
is
you think the Bible says you can never lie?
So
Where's that?
What I'm saying is
God lies in the Bible.
I'm giving you an example of what a virtue ethics system is.
I don't think the Bible says you should never lie.
So I didn't say it did. I'm giving you an example.
God rewards liars in the Bible even.
So what I'm saying is that you can actually have a law where you're given something, right? Like tell the truth. Now I'm not saying the Bible says this or doesn't. It's just an example. And the inculcation of that virtue does not mean you follow every single law perfectly 100% of the time. That's more like a duty-based system. A virtue ethics system means you inculcate that virtue in you and you use the wisdom that virtue gives you to make further decisions.
Do you know
the laws in the Bible are not specific laws for all time.
They are. God says so.
Is the and this is why Jesus says, while seemingly breaking the Hebrew law, I did not come to
Matthew 5. You want to read to
fulfill the law.
Read the next two verses. I don't know why you keep saying things about the Bible when I know you haven't read it. Next two verses, he says, "Truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, but whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven." And Jesus instructs people over and over again in the New Testament to follow these laws.
Yes, that is correct. Like these two things aren't incompatible, because if I tell you to tell the truth and
does God want you to follow the laws
within a virtue ethics system, that's just what that means.
Did God want you to follow the laws?
Yes, but I'm telling you that
how did he want you to follow the laws?
I'm telling you how he wanted you to fulfill the law.
Did he say anything about virtue ethics?
No, it just is a virtue ethic system.
It's not.
Like these categories. So if like in a virtue ethic system, someone tells you to do something, like don't tell the truth, and then there's a moment like the Jews are in the addict where it makes sense to lie for like, from a pragmatic perspective, given that wisdom, you can actually make that decision because it's not like you have to do something 100% of the time.
Again,
Fulfilling the
I don't know
law
why you're
in
putting
a
it on the
virtue ethics,
Bible. The Bible does not say you can never lie. I have no idea why you keep using this example. It's a bad
it's
one.
just an example.
It's not a
I
good
never
one.
said that the Bible, like you're putting words in my mouth. I never said the Bible said not to lie. I'm giving you an
I'm saying
example of
it's
how
a
this,
bad analogy.
it's not a bad, I'm just telling you how systems like this can play out.
When can you
And this is,
can you commit adultery?
you should not commit adultery.
When can you commit blasphemy?
You should not commit blasphemy.
Okay. Are there exceptions?
Given a
What
virtue
about
ethic
blasphemy
system,
of the Holy
there might
Spirit?
be. Yeah, you shouldn't do that.
Is that forgivable?
No, that's the one unforgivable sin.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to read you Leviticus 16, 33 and 34, which is going to make my point pretty clear. It says, referring to the priest, he shall make atonement for the sanctuary. He will make atonement for the tent of meeting and for the altar, and he shall make atonement for the priests and for all the people of the assembly. This shall be an everlasting statute for you to make atonement for the Israelites once a year for their sins. Like literally, he gives you the date and the month to perform this ritual every year, perpetually, forever. It says everlasting statute. This is not a temporary law code.
So I never said it per se was. What I'm saying is that when you live within like the commandment or the actual virtues are what stands. But again, the inculcated wisdom allows you to do certain things that seem contrary, but actually aren't within a virtue ethic system.
Would you like to read a passage and tell me what the wisdom is?
Like from a given passage?
Deuteronomy 22:13, maybe. You want me to read it or you read it?
Oh, I was assuming you were pulling it up.
I got it. Suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. You probably know what that evidence he was looking for is, right? Because when I went into her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. What do you think that was?
Like her hymen, not
blood.
There or something?
It's blood. Okay. Anyways, continuing on, it says, and he makes up charges against her, slandering by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. And then the charge is repeated. We don't need to repeat the charge. And he says, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they will spread out the cloth before the elders of the town, and the elders of that town shall take the man and punish him. So if there's blood on the cloth, then they take the man and punish him. Follow so far?
Yes, and this is out of Leviticus, you said?
Deuteronomy 22.
Deuteronomy.
The same law code that that God, Yahweh said you'll follow when Jesus circumcised your hearts. So it says, if the woman, though, it says, however, if the charge is true that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her to death because she has committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. Although you actually might have the word must in there. A lot of translations say you must purge the evil from your midst. So what's the virtue ethic here?
Yeah, so I mean, of course, the ancient world was extremely rough, you could say. And what I'm saying is that generally ideas of chastity are encouraged. And I think that God was reaching down to a broken. I mean, we see this a lot.
What's the virtue ethic with the stoning part? When they stone the woman for not bleeding?
I mean, obviously there's like there's I mean, there's punishment based into like sinful actions, if that's what you're asking. And like, I'm not advocating to stone people at all. And no Christian really would. And there's a reason we don't, because we exist in a virtue ethic where, we see this a lot when Moses comes down and they're already worshiping a golden calf. Like there was a lot of practices of the ancient world that were like pretty horrendous to us. And, we see a
was this
continual
God's law or an ancient law that man made?
I think God was compromising with his people to get them closer to a larger virtue, which is
why'd
what a
he say
virtue
to
ethic
follow this
is.
forever?
Because the virtue ethic is actually what he's referring to.
He didn't say anything about virtue ethic. He said, obey these commandments.
Yeah,
Obey
I believe,
them. The
I believe
command.
you should obey them in the
Yeah.
sense that, like, but again, like the word virtue ethic is a modern categorization of what the system is. This language didn't exist, so to ask for that within the text is kind of ridiculous.
It's not
I think,
ridiculous.
like,
He just flat out says it. Deuteronomy 5:29. If only they had such a mind as this,
no,
to
it's
fear me and
ridiculous
to
to ask
keep
for
all of
them
my
to say something
commandments
about a
always,
virtue
so that it
ethic.
might go well with them and with their children forever. It
Like,
just says it over and over again that this can be forever. Deuteronomy 29:29. The secret things belong to the Lord our God, but the revealed things belong to us and to our children forever, to observe all the words of the law. So
yes,
if they're going to
exactly.
observe all, how do they fulfill this law in a virtue ethic?
Again, I was telling you, like, the ideas of chastity and punishment for sin are still within our systems.
What's her
but
punishment?
I mean, the punishment in this individual situation would be death, and I think that that is bad. That we shouldn't do this kind of thing. And we
Why?
shouldn't stone anyone for.
God said you must do it.
What I'm saying is, I think God is, like, what we see within the Bible, and especially when we listen to Jesus speaking, is we see these actions that he's actually correcting, and a lot of times he
But
seems
I'm
to
not
be.
asking about Jesus. I'm asking about this verse.
Yes, but again, the Bible interprets itself.
It
Like,
doesn't. It contradicts
you actually
itself.
have to use a larger framework
I
of
have
the
I have
entire
the framework.
text.
I've read the entire
Like,
text multiple times.
so that's what I'm saying, is that, like, when we actually look at Jesus breaking the
I'm not asking
laws
about
and then
Jesus.
saying,
I'm asking specifically
I'm
about
answering your question,
I'm
just not in
asking
the way you want
specifically
to.
about Deuteronomy 22.
Yeah, I'm answering your question.
I said,
Yeah,
what is the
like, you
what's
gotta
the
at least let me
punishment?
speak in long. Like, I'm letting you
You're not
speak in
answering my
long form.
question.
I am answering your
You're
question. You're just
not.
not letting me finish.
Okay,
You're
I'm
just
going to
not letting
ask
me
you the
finish.
same exact question when you get done with your non-answer, okay?
Okay. So what is actually happening, and we see this, is that, like, Jesus often breaks the laws, and then he's saying he fulfills them. And so this seems like a contradiction in terms, because it's like, how is he fulfilling something while also breaking those base level commandments, like obeying the Sabbath? And it seems to be that the law that he's referring to is actually a greater underlying good and not like the direct commandment itself. The commandment is like, imagine the virtue as a river, and that, like, these signs are like stones where those river bed actually is. And so when we look at this actual system, what we're seeing is that, yes, the law is blah blah blah, but the actual underlying ethic is to be fulfilled are greater virtues like chastity and punishment for sin. And the way that these are coming about in this verse, actually, like, God speaks a lot about how, like, the hardness of their hearts is like what's allowing us to have these horrendous things. And he talks about how, because their hearts were hardened, we had to compromise. And it says that, I believe, in Deuteronomy itself. So even within Deuteronomy,
No,
God
Deuteronomy
is
doesn't say
basically
that.
saying,
Deuteronomy
at least
says
within the
in chapter
Pentateuch.
30, verse 11, that these laws are not difficult. You can follow them. Bro, you haven't read this book. What are you doing? Why do you keep saying things
I
about the
have.
Bible? You have not.
I mean, let's.
If you did, you would know that God said to follow these laws forever, and so did Jesus.
Yeah,
We
I
already
mean, I
covered it.
agree that we should follow these laws. We're just disagreeing on, like, what system
And
by
my
which
and my
we're
question is,
following
in
those.
Deuteronomy 22, what punishment is prescribed?
I've agreed with you that it's death.
Sure, it is death, and they had multiple methods of death, and depending on whether or not you were an Israelite or a non-Israelite. Now, the death in this particular story is really interesting because do you know that not all women bleed their first time? Like 43%.
Yeah, but we also know that men wrote
So
this commandment for you because of
God
your
gave
hardness
them a
of your heart.
law to test women if they don't or do bleed on a sheet. He didn't even know biology. He's punishing innocent women.
This is what I'm saying. I don't think these commandments are purely from God. I think that they're
Now they're not from God. You told me they were. Oh man,
no,
the
they
pretzel's
are, like,
crazy. You already told me.
no,
You said God gave these laws to Moses. Now you're lying on me.
misinterpreting what I'm saying facetiously. What I'm
I'm,
saying is that,
I'm not.
like, what the Bible
I,
actually says about
I
itself
think
is
we're.
that
I
the
think we're done
laws
here.
were
I think we're done.
okay.
All right. See you, man.
Bye.
I've never heard someone lie so much in one conversation. That is crazy. I should have had like a lie counter. I've never in a million years heard somebody say so much wrong with so much like confidence. This is what happens when Philbros exist. They waste all their time learning things rather than reading the Bible. If they would just read the damn Bible and leave the philosophy behind, they'd actually know what was in it. Ivan, my friend, thank you for the $20 super chat. Surprisingly, no one's requesting up on TikTok tonight. They're all requesting up on YouTube. Weird. But Ivan Mack, he says, I love your work, Justin. Does the Moabite king sacrificing his son to Chemosh and defeating the Israelites mean the Bible concedes that Yahweh is not the most powerful deity? Well, kind of. It's difficult, okay? Here's what I think. I think in real life, they lost this battle to the Moabites. And if you read the Moabite stone, the Mesha stele put up by King Mesha, who shows up in 2 Kings. If you go to 2 Kings chapter 3, you go all the way down. They're fighting against Moab and King Mesha, right? Now, King Mesha set up a war stele, basically declaring that within his time period, they broke the shackles of the Israelite stronghold against Moab. And this story seems to be, you know, more or less telling the same story. But they're trying to tell the story that doesn't make them look so bad. And the method of telling the story is like, hey, we were really kicking their ass. We were really doing it. And the funny thing is, God even prophesied that you would do it. But when you get down there, the prophecy fails because Mesha sacrifices his son on the wall. Now, it might be true that... It might be true. There's a way to read it, and most scholars don't agree with this. I've only heard this like once. There's a way to read it saying that the Israelites sacrificed Mesha's child, but that sounds preposterous. I don't know how that would happen because after that happened, they had to flee. They fled. Anyways, it says, when the king of Moab saw that the battle was going against him, he took with him 700 swordsmen to break through opposite the king of Edom, but they could not. Then he took his firstborn, who was to succeed him, and offered him as a burnt offering on the wall. And great wrath came upon Israel. So the wrath comes upon Israel, and they withdraw. So, yeah, if it was Chemosh who was accepting the sacrifice, which is who it would be, Chemosh is in the Mesha stele, the god that he follows, then yeah, that means Chemosh fucked up Yahweh. And so did the Iron Chariots, actually. Alex Laird, thank you for the $50 super chat, friend. I super appreciate that. Uneducated people reading the DSM and misunderstanding its technical language while speaking authoritatively on it is... Oh, wait, you know what? Exactly on par with Christians. This guy's analysis of Stockholm Syndrome is completely uninformed. Yeah, I knew that from the start because I already had the points, like the hallmark trades of Stockholm Syndrome, the trademarks, and Christianity falls right into it. Not even a competition. Gates of Delirium, my friend, says, if you're doing an internal critique, you can't critique it and have to accept everything about the belief system. You can't critique it and have to... I don't know what you mean. Gate, I think you mean can. You can critique it without accepting every belief. And that's what I said to him. Listen, I'm doing a critique on Christianity, biblical Christianity, not your specific denomination. I'm not concerned with that. Hey, Jennifer, good to see you tonight. Says Paul, says he got a different body. Yeah, exactly. Ho, ho, I keep forgetting this bit. Nice. Yeah, remember, Jesus had a body, but he's outside of space and time. Remember? I should have brought that up. It's crazy that he thinks Jesus is the physical representation of body of God, but they're outside of space-time somehow. Bacon and Bush, where does the body exist where there's no space? Bacon and Bush, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, Justin, what you don't understand is the Bible is perfect. You just need to redefine and reorder the words, then read it while possessed by a ghost after listening to Jordan Peterson on repeat. You know, I think you nailed it. If only I had looked at the metaphysical substrate of the ontological status of the grounding of the lobsters that Jordan Peterson talks about, and maybe I'd understand what this guy was saying. I mean, I did understand it was just nonsense. Hey, Bacon, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships, and also Ryan for sending out 5 more. Super appreciate that. But also Noodle Keeper for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. Hell yeah. And Randy fucking Wilson is in the house with 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. That is huge, my friend. I super appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Elvis Presley Touched Me also in the house tonight. Good to see your friends. Always disappointed. The credence historians grant popular religions over extinct minority ones. Some historians spend their lives researching the origin of the Arthurian legend, but they never search for magic women in the lakes. Yes, they never search for that watery tart throwing out swords. The moistened bint. Maybe they'll find her one day. And no malarkey. Good to see you. That guy definitely had some malarkey. He was polite about it, but you're going to get lied to so much. But it says, whatever I like is history, whatever I can't defend is mytho-history, but they're both equally true, and I can't tell you how I tell them apart. Yeah, that's the wild part. It's weird that like he could have just been honest about a lot of this stuff, and he chose to lie every time. It's weird. Hunter Girl, great to see you. It says, all right, well, that was unproductive. I'm off to go play D&D, so here's some money for some catnip and birdseed. Keep fighting the good fight. Rock hard for Doug. Simply wet for Shared, et al. Sorry I bored you there, Hunter Girl. I usually don't have conversations that long, but I was kind of like, I was a little bit surprised. I was like, I really want to see how many wrong things he can say in one conversation. Like I was literally engrossed with like how many things can one person say about the Bible that are completely untrue. I might have cooked them like extra well done. I think that steak has now been turned into a rubber tire somewhere. I don't think it's even consumable. So unfortunately, I kept him on probably a little bit too long. I apologize for that, friends. iRector says, Justin, you know better than to read the Bible and to figure out what Christians mean. Rock hard for Doug, and sympathies to Volta and Faraday for the cones. Actually, it's just Faraday. Poor Faraday. Come here, baby. Poor Faraday had, I think he must have got scratched by his brother, or who knows. But it turned into an abscess. Hey, bud. You tired? It turned into an abscess. And then it was like when the day we saw it, it was like starting to split open. We're like, holy shit. So we got him to the vet hospital, and the vet hospital got him all fixed up. But unfortunately, he's got to wear the cone for a bit because he's going to keep scratching it. But I think maybe tomorrow or Sunday he'll be good enough to put like some just like an ace bandage on it, and wrap it up a little bit, something that'll still let it breathe. You know what I mean? Listen, friends, I got a shit ton of super chats during that call. I apologize that it was so long. That means I literally started the live stream getting backed up on supers, but I don't want to make it a boring live stream. So I'm gonna go ahead and read one more super chat, and then I'm gonna bring in our next guest, which I'm pretty sure is gonna be Kyan, and then after that, Hooked from the TikTok queue. Misha, my friend, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, got to play D&D today, so we'll catch up with the stream later, but had to comment to appreciate Faraday's death stare at the camera, and also you with the cone on. Somebody should put me in a cone. Get well soon, buddy. As always, rock hard for Doug from me. Well, I can assure you, baby boy is still rock hard, for sure. 1 second. Right. With that, let's grab Kyan. Hope I said that name correctly. Kyan, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Hello.
Hello. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in the Christian God?
I am 18. Actually, I had a question because I'm an atheist, but I wanted to know. Sorry, I know you're doing debate, so I was wondering what books, because I'm trying to expand my knowledge on just theology as a whole and evolution. I was wondering what books you would recommend to like start off with.
That's such a good question. So, since you're already here, we'll have a conversation on it. But friends, please know that this is debates. So Forrest Valkai said that you should probably get like just a regular college textbook. We're old enough to read college textbooks, and so I'm actually reading through this one right here. It's Evolution: Making Sense of Life by Carl Zimmer and Douglas Emlin, and I really like it. It's been great so far. I've learned a shit ton of stuff, and I'm really just at the beginning. Like I'm like what 65 pages in. I got a shit ton of notes already. It's a really good book. There might be better out there. I wouldn't know. This is the first actual textbook on evolution I've read, but when I was learning stuff that I didn't learn in school, what I used to do is go find the syllabus for the class at like a college that has public syllabi. And I would just look at the books that they're using for class. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go fucking buy that.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just, every time because I have a superficial understanding of evolution, right? And I have to volunteer at a church with my dad as a
Mm-hmm.
church usher, and it's not bad because I get to talk with the pastors and see their perspectives and stuff. But one time I said evolution is real. You could have sworn I said that magic. I saw a unicorn. Everybody around me laughed. It was, mind you, they were wrong. I don't.
Well, let me suggest one
So
more
I appreciate
book.
that.
There's a book that's been out for a bit, and I really like the book. It's not like a textbook or anything like that. It's actually a dialogue. So this book is called Four Views on Creation, Evolution, and Intelligent Design. There's some really good name theologians and apologists that are basically trying to defend their particular view on different topics inside of this book, and they're just kind of going back and forth, telling why they think their position is the best. And it's a cheap book; you can get one used for next to nothing. And I mean, it's a real fantastic find. I don't know why. Anyways, nevertheless, this book is like available like almost everywhere. Let me see what it's available on Amazon for. I think the one I had the Kindle version and it was super cheap. Yeah, Kindle right now, if you have Kindle Unlimited, it's literally free. If you don't have Kindle Unlimited, it's $5. So definitely worth getting. $11 brand new here.
Okay, neat. I appreciate that.
Yeah, sure thing, man. That'd be a good primer for sure.
Okay, thank you. And that was all. Again, I'm a fan. Appreciate what you do.
Hey, thanks, man.
And
Best of luck. Good luck on your learning.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hey, readers are leaders, y'all. All right, said I get hooked next. Let's get hooked. Welcome in, Hooked. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in Jesus?
Yes, and yes.
Awesome. Now, the claim on the board tonight is that Christianity is basically Stockholm syndrome. Do you agree or disagree?
Disagree.
Sure.
My response to that would be, the whole reason behind the Stockholm syndrome in the first place back in, I think it was 1973 is when it became a thing, even a word, was because of the bank robbery case. I believe that's what it was. That's where it got its definition from.
I have no idea what the
I don't-
definition is of concern right now. Do you
Well,
understand my
it's the
claim?
definition of your question, right?
It's not a question. My claim is that
Oh,
Christianity
okay, your
and,
claim.
and
Excuse me.
Stockholm syndrome function the same.
No, absolutely not. Because Jesus hasn't captured you. He doesn't
he
make
did.
you do things or control you. Or
That's wrong.
Oh, he did.
Yeah. Can we leave the
He
planet?
did. Can we? Well,
Can we survive off this planet?
Without a suit, probably not. No.
Yeah. So we're stuck on this planet, aren't we?
Yes.
Okay. So what happens if we don't obey God?
So, but in that definition, aren't you saying that you do believe in God?
No.
Because if you're saying that you believe that we're captured by some entity, right?
I don't believe that is an internal critique.
That's how you're getting to your claim of Stockholm syndrome.
I'm actually working on your belief, not mine.
Okay. Well, my belief is exactly what the Bible says.
Well, you're not gonna like that. That's Stockholm syndrome.
Please, okay, elaborate. Please explain.
It says you're a slave.
We are to sin.
But no, I'm slave to Jesus now. You're a slave. You were a slave to sin, and then you're a slave to righteousness. Who created the idea that you would be a slave to sin, anyways?
The reason we're a slave to sin is because of what happened in the first 2 chapters of the book.
Yeah, I know. I read it. What did God create after the fall?
What did He create after the fall of man?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you're asking. Please
The sin
elaborate.
nature.
What did He create?
The sin nature.
What's that? No, He
sin
didn't
nature.
create that.
Yeah, he did.
God did not create the sin nature.
He
No,
created
sir.
everything.
That's a lie from the pit of hell, if you've ever heard it.
No, God said so.
No, he did not create the sin nature.
He
That's a
created
lie.
everything.
God did create everything. But to
Well,
say that God created...
Does the sin nature,
what-
is that part of everything?
No, absolutely not. That's a part
So
of...
everything doesn't include the sin nature.
Correct.
So
God is
do you know
not
what the
sin.
word? Do you know what the word
for
everything
you to
is?
say that is for you to say that God can sin and God can't be sin. That's the whole reason we're separated from God right now is
But are you
because
saying
of the
God
initial
can't?
sin.
God can't send sin?
What?
Like God can't cause somebody to sin?
No.
You sure about that?
At 100%.
Have you read the Bible?
150%. Absolutely.
Sure.
More
and
than
you
once.
do you think attacking the Israelites is a sin?
Absolutely.
You know God made them do that in Joshua 11.
Absolutely.
So God literally hardened their hearts so that they would attack the Israelites, which is causing them to sin.
Agreed.
So God does
So
cause people to sin.
I see what you're trying to do though, but
That
you're
wasn't
getting
hard.
caught up into a loop there.
Nope.
So you're saying you're taking my words now and saying, do I believe now in my heart to sin to go against the Israelites? Is that a sin? I said yes. So don't twist my words into then saying that, oh, well, then that contradicts what God said, because that's not what I just said at all.
God
You're
said
putting
he
words in my mouth.
hardened their hearts. You want me to read the verse?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, it's not hard. He does it all the time. In fact, he sends a lying spirit and an evil spirit to torment Saul. But in was it verse 9 or so, verse 5, verse 4. So if you go to Joshua 11, God causes this to happen. It says they came out with all their troops, a great army in number, like the sand on the seashore. Oop, I think we'll go back one more. Actually, I think I was right. I think it's down here. Give me a second. 20. Shit, I was way off. For it was the Lord's doing to harden their hearts so that they would come out against Israel in battle. So God caused them to come out to battle.
Yeah, but why? Let's put context behind that. See, don't be just reading part of a verse with no context behind it. Why did he do that?
Because he wants a pretext to exterminate them.
But why?
Because he wants to exterminate them.
You got to go deeper than that. You can't just go surface level, because that's how people get confused, and you're spreading a false gospel by doing that.
I'm actually not.
And if you were ever a pastor, if you say you were ever a pastor,
sounds like you haven't read this book,
brother.
But maybe you should try. Maybe you should try reading the book.
Your soul. I feel sorry for your soul.
I feel sorry for your brain.
No, sir.
So did God harden
yours?
Did God harden these people's hearts? Did God harden these people's hearts?
Nothing. How does something come from nothing?
No one believes there's ever nothing, and that's not has nothing to do with the Bible. So I'm asking, was the Lord hardening their hearts or not? Oh, now you're using slurs. Okay. You think that's Christ-like? What's the Bible say about that?
Listen, I never claimed to be Christ.
Have you read the Bible?
Absolutely, but I never claimed to be Christ. I am a sinful man.
You know, the Bible is, Jesus literally said, if
you out to your face and calling you a liar.
Well, I'm not. I just read you the Bible passage. Yeah. Jesus says, if you call someone a fool, you're liable to the hellfire.
You are a fool, then. Send me to hell, Jesus, please, for calling this man a blasphemous fool, spreading a false gospel.
Now you should be worried for your own soul.
I don't worry for my soul. You know why? Because Jesus died for my soul. Nothing I can do can save me. It's all because of what Jesus did on that cross that I'm saved.
Your preaching's useless here. No one cares about your preaching. Hey, is cutting a woman open by the sword and killing her baby a sin?
Absolutely.
You know, God causes that to happen too, right?
God causes a man to cut out somebody's baby.
Yeah.
Yes, I can see that.
Hosea 13. Oh no, an Israelite woman.
Please elaborate.
Please elaborate. Woman, a Sumerian.
Can we get the full story this time?
Yeah, he's punishing them.
Oh, please give us the full story.
I'm sorry, you've never read Hosea? So Hosea is pretty easy.
I told you,
so,
I've read every book of the Bible. You're the one that decided you wanted to do this.
I don't think you have. What's Hosea about? Which invasion? Which army's invading Samaria?
Excuse me 1 second. Yes, honey.
You gotta go look it up. You gotta go ChatGPT it.
Huh? No, I'm not mad. I'm talking to a guy on TikTok.
I'm not mad. I'm just slurring people like a clown.
Sorry about that.
But you better put your pants on. You know what the Bible says about that.
Oh, wow.
Samaria shall bear her guilt because she has rebelled against her God. They shall fall by the sword. Their little ones shall be dashed to pieces and their pregnant women ripped open. This is the punishment that God's bringing upon them. This is what it means to bear the guilt.
Now, let me ask you this.
Are you going to address the passage?
Did God, because okay. I feel like answer me this. Were you ever a Christian? Were you ever a believer?
Are you going to address the passage or no?
Well, this is important for where I'm going.
I don't think it's important actually at all. What's important is that you address the passage.
Avoid the question. Typical.
Waiting.
Okay.
We need you to adjust the passage.
Do you want me to justify the passage?
Address it.
Of what
I need a yes or no. Is God causing this to happen? You also never told me which army this is. I asked you. You said you know Hosea. Which army is this? Bro's up here capping hard for Jesus. We got a guy capping for Christ out here tonight, calling me a liar.
Absolutely, every day.
You don't know what capping is, obviously. I just called you a liar.
Yeah, I know. I know what you did.
I'm sure you did. Yeah.
Well, it goes back to the whole thing with Noah.
So you don't know who God is bringing. But you've read the whole Bible.
If God does it, guess what? It's just.
So it's just
if God said it, then it's right.
You just said it was a sin.
For you to do it, not for God. God don't do sin.
God caused people to do it. So God caused a person to do a sin?
No, sir.
Do you think God ripped her open?
No, sir.
Do you think God ripped her open or a person?
God allowed it to happen. He didn't.
He allowed it to happen. He does say he's causing it.
He allowed it. Just like he allowed Charlie Kirk to get shot in the neck.
Please don't mention that. We don't talk about that kind of stuff on live stream, okay?
Just saying.
We also don't use ableist slurs, by the way. This is despicable behavior from a Christian.
I understand you feel that way because I'm crushing your argument.
You haven't crushed anything. You haven't even demonstrated that you're sober at this point. You sound concussed. It's Assyria. The name of the army is Assyria. It says, "Woe to Assyria, the rod of my anger." He literally says, the club in their hands.
Mm-hmm.
God is using Assyria to punish the Israelites. In fact, he says so in Isaiah. I'll bring it in here. Isaiah 7:16. He literally says, "I'm bringing the king of Assyria," and you know why? It's to punish them, to tear women open.
He also punished the Israelites by enslaving them to the Egyptians for 400 years.
I know. Is slavery?
Here comes Moses.
Slavery is not a sin. We're talking about sins, bro. Do you get lost? He's lost in the Jesus sauce. He can't track. It says, "The Lord will bring on you and on your people and on your ancestral house such days as have not come since the day that Ephraim departed from Judah, the king of Assyria." So God is using the king of Assyria and his army as the instrument of his punishment to rip women open and smash babies' heads. He's causing it to happen.
He's causing it. That's what you're getting from that?
It's literally what it says.
Say it again.
He literally said, "I'm bringing
read it one
the
more
king."
Time. Put it on the screen so everybody can see it.
Yeah, they've heard me read this about 100 times. So you're the only one that's read this for the first time. The Lord, You know who the Lord is, right? Who's the Lord?
The Lord, that would be Yahweh. Or
there you go.
Yeshua.
It says he's going to bring on you what?
Keep going. I'm reading with you.
I'm asking you,
I
what's he
can't
going to
read.
bring?
I'm uneducated.
You can't read. Sure, that checks out.
That's what you already said.
The
that.
Lord will
You
bring
said
on
that
you
earlier.
and on your people. I didn't. The Lord will bring on you and
did.
on your people and on your I didn't. Ancestral house. Such
Okay.
days have not come since the day that Ephraim departed from Judah,
What a joke.
the king of Assyria.
Yes.
So is God
So
using?
he's bringing.
Is God using the
what's
army?
The key word there.
We know what it is. The question is it a sin for a human to cut open another person? And now he's teacup. Got to ask permission from his wife to keep going, I bet.
Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yep, I can hear you now. Is it a sin to cut a woman open?
In what context? In that context?
In any context.
In the raping and pillaging of people?
It's
yes,
interesting because
I believe it is. Would I consider that a sin? Absolutely.
You said it was
Absolutely.
always a sin, didn't you?
Can I justify why God had it done? No, I can't. Can I answer every question that's in the Bible? No, I can't. But the Bible also says I'm not meant to understand it all. I'm meant to have faith in Him.
Maybe if you even read it, you'd know what it says.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't say what I just said.
I have no idea what you just said. It was completely off topic. It's just preaching. No one cares about preaching.
It's called spreading the good news.
It's not good news.
That's what Christianity is all about.
Christianity is vile. Christianity is Stockholm syndrome. Maybe we actually get on top. It's vile because it's Stockholm syndrome. You have to literally debase yourself. You
I
have
told
to
you why it's not.
You didn't. You have to debase yourself. You have to think that your captor, your slave master, literally has got your best interest in mind when he literally is going to light you on fire for all of eternity.
The person who loved me enough to give me life.
But he doesn't love you.
Selfish pig.
He doesn't love you. He literally
love me. He didn't come to earth to die on a cross for me.
No, he enjoys the torment that he brings on people when he punishes them. You know that, right?
Wow.
Have you ever read that passage?
He enjoys bringing that to the unrighteous, the wicked of heart.
No, he enjoys having it happen to his own people. It says when they stray, it says just as the Lord took delight in making you prosperous and numerous, so the Lord will take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction. Ugh, takes delight in that shit. Wow. He likes watching it.
But why?
So,
can we go to the verse before?
So when those armies
60, 61, 62
when those armies came in and cut women open, it's about not obeying the treaty. Have you ever read this book? Do you not know the blessings and curses at the end of Deuteronomy? He's never read this book. I'll never understand why these people will make definitive statements about a book they've never read. It's crazy.
Well, I'm not going to get into he said, she said, he read, he didn't read. Yes, I've read the Bible, 100%. I went to seminary.
Cannibalism
I am
sin?
a pastor, actually.
Oh, yeah. What seminary do you go to?
Warner University, Lake Wales, Florida.
What is it called?
Warner Southern University when I went, but now it's Warner University.
Is it accredited?
Yes.
What denomination?
So I'm non-denominational. It was Church of God.
Yeah, that checks out. Okay. How many students are enrolled?
Right now, I couldn't tell you, man. This was back in 06.
06. Let me see. I never heard of it. Says Warner is accredited by the Commission of Colleges of the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools and offers over 30 undergraduate degree programs and traditional students. Who the hell is Southern Association of Colleges and Schools? So they're not accredited by ATS?
You may have heard of Mid-America Bible College or Anderson University up in Indiana.
I know about Anderson. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Anderson's the sister college of Warner.
Yeah, that checks out. Yeah, Anderson is. Yep. Okay. Fair enough. Well, I hope you studied because you're about to get a runaround tonight.
Hey, listen, man. Can we start off on another foot? Really?
After you called me slurs and repeatedly insulted me like a clown,
well,
no.
because I
You're
feel
already
like this
you're already
conversation is
on
going to go
you're already on the
nowhere.
wrong foot. The conversation is going to go awesome for me. It's going to go bad
I want
for
it to
you.
go somewhere productive for the audience as well. But
Is
I'm just saying, forgive me for saying that you're retarded, but I
is
feel like your train of thought right
causing
now might be just a little slow.
is causing people? Yeah, I'm the slow one here. Is causing people to eat their own children, like an evil, vile thing to do? Yeah.
100%.
Then why does God do that?
Read it. Let's go.
I will make them eat the flesh of their sons and the flesh of their daughters, and they shall eat the flesh of their neighbors in the siege and in the distress with which their enemies and those who seek their life afflict them.
Who's he talking about there? Because I don't know where you're at.
Talking about the Israelites. He's going to bring the Babylonians in on the Israelites, and he's going to cause them to eat their children. And then it actually happens.
The Babylonians finally come. Okay, so you're in where? Jeremiah?
Oh shit, you got a violation. Look at you on TikTok. Hook's live content contains themes that some may find uncomfortable and remain in your live. Your live will be unavailable to some audiences. It won't even let me keep you. Sorry, Hook. Pastor Hook.
No worries, bro.
You were too vile for TikTok. Thanks for letting us know you failed seminary because you didn't even know the army that was invading Hosea during Hosea's time period. You did not go to seminary. I don't know what you did while you were there, but you didn't read the damn book.
Okay.
Yeah. That's embarrassing. That guy's a fucking pastor. I should, you know what? Fuck it. Hey, friends, go on his page. Y'all go on his page, see his profile, see where he's a pastor at. Go find him. Track him down, send him to me. I want to know where this asshole's a pastor at, okay? You got to track this one down. Don't let this one get missed, all right? No pastor should ever be acting like that. It's an embarrassment. I feel bad for the Christians that go to his church. They can't be that bad. Dylan, good to see you, buddy. Says, good afternoon. Finishing reading Judith a couple days ago. Judith is wild. And Judith 16:5. Oh, good one. I was wondering if dying by a woman was a source of embarrassment, similar to how, Abimelech, a panic in Judges 9:52. Yep, it was. So there's a really interesting thing that you'll find in some of the Jewish legends is one, it was embarrassed to get killed by women. And two, even more to be outsmarted by a woman. Both of those were considered highly embarrassing. But the Hebrew people were actually, a lot of their literature is very favorable on outsmarting the enemy. And one of the reasons why you would see that is because people that are continually subjugated, their method of resistance is, what's the word not passive resistance, malicious compliance maybe, or outsmarting. When you're not the most powerful, you have to trick them, right? Penelope, hey, good to see you. It says, like a toddler, Hooked thinks he's cooking, Justin, with little easy bake oven. Hooked, you're going to need a bigger tool. Actually, I have a belief that he acts that way because he does need a bigger tool. Mower Don says, my take is that Christianity seems to be held captive by an emotional fear of going to hell if they don't believe these things, right? That's the case. And I don't know much about that guest because we didn't have time to get into it, but I'm willing to bet a lot of money that guest believes in a real hell, which is why he wanted to preach. Milf Wrangler, great to see you tonight, says, have you ever read the book Blood Meridian by Cormac McCarthy? I have not. I've heard you're anti-fun, and this book is 100% anti-fun. You know what? I haven't read that. Almost all the books I read are like historical or first person. I like first person stuff. Let me look that book up. If it's anti-fun, fuck, I'm down. Hold on. It's Blood Meridian. It's about like the diamond trade or something. Let's see. It's a brutal novel. Oh fuck, I hate novels. Set in the 1850s America West, following a teenage runaway as the kid who joins. You know what? I do love boring, but I hate novels. I don't know if I'll be able to get into that one, but I do appreciate the boring reference. Anyone who knows some good boring historical books, I'd probably be on that. I'm rotating between a few books right now, trying to pick little pieces here and there. Hey, House, good to see you. Thanks for the super chat. It says they flip flop so much one could literally wear them at the beach. Yes, that first guest could not stay on topic. He was just he was like a fish when you reel him up on the shore and they're just flopping around trying to do whatever they can to save their life. He didn't know what was happening. He was concussed the entire time. Speaking of which, fish bait. Good to see us. It seems that yes and no are two things a caller thinks can be true at the same time. That is actually the case. And that caller both those callers were deeply confused. Rogerio says, "Hey, Justin, love you, man. I'm atheist from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil." Well, fuck. Good to hear from you. Hope you're doing well. And big W for being atheist over there. There's a shit ton of Catholics over there. It's huge. Friends, I'm gonna get I got one. I'm gonna grab 2 more super chats. Try to catch up a little bit, and then we'll get our next guest in here. Samurai Jack says Balaam is exactly why Gnosticism and mysticism is greater than Filbro sophist nonsense. Lies about text and can't make distinction unless it's convenient to his ontology. By the way, shout out to Ammon. Praise the purple. Rock hard for dog. Wait, Ammon. Like Ammon Hillman? Or the Ammonites? Am I is there another Ammon? Those are only Ammons I know. Hold on. Ammon. That's the only Ammon I'm aware of. Unless it says there's a city in the U.S. called Ammon. Is that what you're talking about? I don't know. They got hot air balloons though. Looks pretty. Holum, thank you for the super chat. Friend says religious people aren't just nerds. They're the only nerds willing to kill you over their belief that their franchise is better than yours. True. From an old College Humor video. I miss college. I haven't checked in with College Humor in a fortnight of years, but I miss them. Might be good prompt idea. Yeah, actually that is maybe. The problem, I'll show you the problem with prompts, is that they have to be small, right? When people are scrolling, they have to be able to read it in like a split second, and it's got to be able to like capture their interest right away, or else they're not gonna stop in. So it's kind of a a balancing game. All right, I'm gonna get our next guest in here. I think it's Dom, although it says Choco Fro. Choco Fro, aren't you friendly? We're just doing debates tonight, Choco. Let me see you on camera. Is this the Choco I know or a different Choco? Oh, it's the Choco. Hey, Choco, love you, buddy, but we're just doing debates, my friend. Let's grab Scottish, and then we're going to do Xavier the Wise again. Xavier the Wise, it's been a minute since we talked. But welcome back. I'm going to grab Scottish first. Scottish has been in the queue here for quite some time. Welcome in, Scottish.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hi. I apologize when I'm being a bit not loud. It's a bit late, you see. It's 1:53 a.m. in Scotland. I do live on my own, however, but there are neighbors, you see.
It's okay. I've got volume control over here. I can boost you if we need.
Okay. I'm using a Notepad++, just so it's just for me to read. That's all right.
Sure. So, are you at least 18, and are you Christian?
I am. Oh, sorry. Let me just get my volume. There we go. I am. Sorry, just volume things. I am a Christian.
Mm-hmm.
I am at least 18. Like I said, I live on my own.
Sure. And my prompt tonight is that Christianity is Stockholm Syndrome. Do you know what Stockholm Syndrome is?
If I remember correctly, that's when you get kidnapped and you love your kidnapper.
It's not always kidnapping. It could be slavery. It could be just a bank robbery, like a temporary holdup. There's all different ways. It could be even in like an arranged marriage. It could be in like a concubinage contract. There's a lot of ways that you could end up with a version of Stockholm Syndrome. My claim is that the structure of Christianity, is roughly the same structure as Stockholm Syndrome.
So you're a slave to God and you love your slave owner. That's basically what you're saying.
I mean, that's part of it. God also tortures humanity, and we're told to love him even though he tortures us.
I agree. That's biblical, yes. Right.
In fact, Job says that.
So, can I introduce you to Romans 9?
Oh, I think Romans 9 is actually going to prove my point.
So, my point that I'm going to make to you is 2 things I want to say. Number 1, you're not entitled to a world without suffering.
I didn't say anything about not suffering. Where'd you get that from?
Well, no, but okay. How about we read Romans 9, just so I'm not, you know.
Romans 9
So
is
for Romans 9,
a horrific
Romans 9,
passage where
10,
God
not.
literally predestines people to go to hell. That's
Well,
crazy.
my point is that God doesn't love everyone equally. That's not biblical.
Yeah, I know. I never said he did.
Well, no,
He
but a lot
doesn't.
of people
You're right. He
believe.
doesn't love you, but he will. He doesn't love you. He created you to go to hell, but yet he'll demand that you love him back.
No,
Crazy.
I'm a Christian, so I was created to go
It's
to
actually a
heaven.
contradiction.
Where does it say in the Bible that God does love everyone? Because it doesn't. And you just said a second ago, but
I
then you
didn't say
said it's a
that.
contradiction.
I didn't say God loves everyone. God does not love everyone.
No, but you say it's a contradiction. So what part of
It's
that would
no. The contradiction is when God says that you're going to go to hell because you don't follow or believe in me, when God is the one causing that to happen. That's a shit thing to do. It's a you're contradicting your own purpose.
And what's God's purpose?
God's purpose is stated in the Bible. He wants to dwell with his people in a renewed heaven and renewed earth.
With his people.
What I said.
Not everyone is his people.
I didn't say everyone.
No, yeah, but there's no contradiction with him creating people to send them to hell to
It
destroy
is.
them.
It is if you're punishing them for actions they couldn't control.
For example, go to go to Romans 9:11. Before the twins were born or had any
Jacob I've loved, Esau I've
good
hated.
or
I know.
bad.
We know.
So I am reading a notepad, so you can hear me, can't you? I'm not looking at you directly. I'm just reading out of a notepad.
We all know the passage. It's a popular one. No, I'm not saying God loves everyone. I'm saying it's hypocritical to say you're sending someone to hell because they're behaving a way that you don't like, and then out of the same breath also say, "Oh, I'm causing it. I created you to do this."
Yeah, but God never promised he wouldn't do that to someone.
I didn't say he promised anything.
He does say in James 1:13, when tempted, no one should say, God is tempting me, for God cannot be tempted by evil, nor does he tempt anyone.
Which is a contradiction for sure.
I agree that sounds like a contradiction, and I agree that I don't have an answer for that.
Yeah, Deuteronomy literally says he does tempt his people.
If I may say, this is more like a practice talk with you. You see, I'm making a notepad. I'm making notes. So I hope to come back to you, but with a better notepad, because I only have a few verses out right now. This is more like to introduce myself to you, so it is.
Let's go through a couple of bullet points of what I would say counts or parts of Stockholm Syndrome. One, self-blame. In the Christian faith, literally everything is your fault. The wild thing is that it's actually not your fault. God created you to have the sin nature, which you can't control. In fact, Paul says so in Romans chapter 7. He says, when I sin, it's not me doing it, but it's the sin nature. It's the sin in me doing it. So God punishes you and blames you for it, even though it wasn't your fault. Point number one, pretty easy.
Either you're a slave to sin or you're a slave to righteousness. There's no free will. That's not biblical,
because you have the flesh. I'm not disagreeing with you that God predestines people.
One thing is, God will pick certain people. I don't know how he goes through this process, because if God loves you because he chooses to, then why did he choose to love you before he loved you? But if God just automatically loves you, then that's not love.
He predestined you.
I don't have an answer for that either.
But
I will admit that.
God doesn't love anyone. You know that, right? Like, not even one person.
I would disagree.
But okay, what do you think love is? Because Romans 13 tells you what love is, and none of those meets God. What God does. Do you think it's kind to turn people into slaves and rip women open and make them cannibalize their own children? In Jeremiah, he literally says he's going to fall on the elderly and murder the elderly. In in Leviticus 26, he says he's going to send wild animals to eat their children. That's kind?
Sure, but no. But maybe God didn't love those people specifically.
I don't think he loves anyone. Do you think natural disasters are kind?
Natural disasters towards who?
Towards like most of the planet. Is there anywhere on the planet that hasn't been affected by some kind of natural disaster?
I would probably sound like an idiot if I tried answering that question.
Right. And the reality is there's not many places you can go and survive unharmed without seeing some kind of natural disaster. I don't even live in a tornado zone where I grew up, and we had a tornado come by and knock a tree down. It nearly took our house out. Like, we would have died.
I have a question about your child's name. Does DC, is that a Dragon Ball reference, if I may ask? I don't wanna go off topic.
No.
just
It's
been bothering
short
me
for
the whole time.
it's short for my main channel. My main channel is Deconstruction Zone, but it's pretty
Okay.
kind of wordy. A lot of syllables. So point number 2 on Stockholm Syndrome is that you have sympathy for the abuser's motives, which is crazy. God's motives is to turn you into slaves, and people are sympathetic to that.
I mean, slavery itself isn't automatically bad. Only if your slave master is bad. Like, imagine this, right?
Owning
Imagine
another
your
human being is
house-
not bad.
Imagine if your house was gone and you're homeless, and you went up to a rich man's mansion and you asked that rich man, can you work in his house? Can you clean his house? And can you get food for that, but not money? Legally, the rich man cannot say,
Am I allowed to
yes,
leave?
can he? Does the definition of slavery stop you from leaving? I would
Yeah.
say probably it doesn't. But
It does.
Yeah,
Yeah, it means your property.
does. Okay, sure, but if you had if you like created a Python script and you created an AI, how is that any different to God creating a human or any human?
Python scripts are not sentient, and much as I love Python, it has no rational agency.
Sure, but why should sentience be like an objective difference of morality?
Because you need sentience to have morals. Sentience is a framework of legal, well, not legal, but let's say rules for society to abide by that come out of our brains. What does that have to do? Listen, we're talking about Stockholm Syndrome, my man.
Yeah, okay. So
why should we be sympathetic towards a God that wants us to be slaves?
I mean, have sympathy for God in what? Like, I don't go, oh, I'm so sad for God because whatever. Like, no, I don't think God's sad.
Well, sympathy isn't sadness. Sympathy is just being able to have empathy for the and care for the motives of the person. Like, you can sympathize with somebody even if they're not being tortured. I think in modern English we use sympathy a lot of times to refer to negative, but it's not always that way. In fact, in ancient literature, there's a form of sympathetic magic that has nothing to do with anyone being negatively reacted upon. It actually typically when you get healed in some particular way.
Oh, I've got to ask, can you see my face? Because I'm trying to make it where can you see my face? I just want to. I don't want my face to be on.
You have to change your camera. Your camera's turned off.
Oh, okay. No, I want to make it where you don't see my face.
Oh, your face not
showing.
showing.
My face beyond the. Oh, okay. It's nothing against you. I just don't want my face beyond. Yeah.
No, it's okay. No, your face is not showing. Hey, listen, young man, you sound perfectly polite, but I'm not. I'm not sure that you're prepared to engage in this topic, and that's okay.
Okay.
But sit back and listen for a while, okay?
Yeah, my notepad's not really helping. Is there any verses or anything you want me to actually write down in a notepad? Not just verses, but anything in general.
I would say the hallmark signs of Stockholm syndrome is self-blame, positive feelings towards the abuser, sympathy for the abuser's motives, hostility towards helpers, meaning people who are trying to help you specifically, and minimizing the abuse, and then dependence on the abuser, which God literally says you have to depend on every word that comes from the mouth of God. And it says,
biblically accurate.
Yeah, you're right. These are all biblically accurate things, and all of these things are the hallmark signs of Stockholm syndrome.
But see, I more or less agree. It's just the God being the abuser. God does abusive things, but the actual abuser title. Do you know what? So if a police arrests me, that's different to me arresting you, isn't it? That's two different things.
If my girlfriend abuses me, she's a muscle mommy. How many times does she have to abuse me before she can be convicted as an abuser?
Once. But authority. Okay, if I arrest
what if you murder babies? Are you an abuser then?
Well, that's called being evil.
But God does that on multiple occasions.
God does evil actions. That doesn't make him evil. It's like, do you know what?
If I do evil actions, that make me evil?
Do you know what second tier policing is?
No, but if I do an evil action, does that mean I'm evil?
Yes.
But when God does evil actions, he's not evil. That's called special pleading.
In Scotland, we call that second tier policing, but yes, that is what, because authority. If I arrest you versus a police officer arresting you, that's different things. I'm not a police officer, but if a police... So, for example, if I take someone against their will, put them in a room, that's illegal. If the government does it, that's legal.
We're talking about crimes. So what I'm hearing is that when God unjustly murders babies, that's okay. God doesn't have an obligation to act justly.
For now, I'll say no comment. I hope one day I go up to you, but actual bare knowledge with a notepad. Again, this is more of a practice just for me to introduce myself.
Fair enough. How old are you?
I am about to be 19 in a few days.
Okay. You're a young man.
I don't know.
You got a lot of reading to do. Go ahead and read Deuteronomy 32:4 when you get a chance. And keep that in mind when you read the rest of the Old Testament, okay?
Okay. Oh, I have a lot of thank yous to give you, actually. Mostly from the last guy. I really don't. I mean, there's a lot of people out there you talk to, Christians, but they keep calling themselves it. I absolutely love it when you join them.
Well, you've been nice. Oh. Listen, Scottish man, don't change. You're a nice kid, okay? Don't let this religion turn you into a fool, okay?
There are other things in my life outside of religion, you know. Like, I'm not just doing this 24/7.
I believe you.
I have an actual life.
According to Jesus, should be your only thing. In fact, he says in Matthew 19 that he would prefer people be eunuchs for the sake of the gospel, meaning not even get married. I have told him.
Yeah, but like other things, I mean, there wasn't that many things to do back then.
Like, there wasn't things to do.
Didn't exist. Programming didn't exist. Dragon Ball didn't exist. I'm just saying there was a lot.
Dragon Ball didn't exist. Oh boy.
Well, it didn't. I'm sure Jesus' answer would probably be different if it did exist back then. Because I mean, think about it. 2,000 years ago, is there really that many different things to do for fun? Probably not. Probably not that many games.
Hey, Scott, listen, you're a fun kid, but I'm going to move on to someone that's going to maybe dig into this book with me, okay, my man?
Okay.
All right, take care of yourself.
All right, I hope to see you again.
I'm sure, yeah. Be good. Well, nice kid. Friends, give me a minute to grab just a couple of super chats and try not to leave all of them to the end of the stream. I'm sorry that first conversation was really long, so we kind of got backed up. Breyer says, my 84-year-old dad just found out that he has stage 3 colon cancer. I'm sorry to hear that. On your birthday, holy shit, I'm really sorry to hear that. I know that we don't pray, but if you would put out good vibes, I'd appreciate it. He's pretty down about it, as anyone would be. And we've got Doug right here. Doug's right with us. He's going to be keeping a rock hard through it. Unfortunately, it's a hard situation. It's a hard situation. Cancer is a bit of a motherfucker. But my hearts go out with you. If you need support, join the Discord. We got a lot of good people in the Discord. A lot of people have been through what you're going through right now. Reach out if you need something, okay? But don't go AWOL on us. Keep in touch. Guitar Atheist says, so words don't mean words. Obviously. Numbers don't mean numbers. Obviously. So the only reason to study this damn book is to kick Christian butts. This color has an excuse for everything. It's pretty wild. Listen, the only way Christianity could have been birthed, given the Hebrew Bible, is to do words don't mean words. There's no way to get to Christianity without changing the meaning of everything. It's Cynthia. Says it's historical. These people are just making shit up. Yes. Yeah, that first caller was just literally making it up as he went. No idea what he was saying. And William Rogers, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says for 1234 says the Tanakh, a Jew hope the Gospels. Wait, a Jew hope the Gospels. The Roman Empire strikes. Oh, I see what's happened. Strikes back. The Quran equals return of the Jihad. Book of Mormon Spaceballs. Okay, that's pretty funny. I kind of enjoy that. That was pretty good. The Star Wars universe with the Abrahamic religious universe. I like it. Haler, thank you for the super chat. Says, caller can't answer. If there were other humans around when Adam and Eve was created, why did God offer animals as potential mates before creating Eve? Did God prefer bestiality? This caller was all over the place. You can tell that he had read some bad apologetics and he was like roughly trying to parrot them, but he didn't really understand them. He couldn't really explain them. He was just like, well, I read this thing here that I can't explain or tell you where it was or who said it. And the book that he referenced by Gordon Wenham does not say what he's talking about. In fact, I have that commentary right here. Fuck. It's I've got the entire World Biblical Commentary series, their entire fucking set. I know Gordon Wenham pretty well. This guy did not say what he said he said. Technomancer Mega says, I would love one of these guys, just one, to how they can tell if something is true. A metaphor should be taken literally or not. They can't and don't agree with each other. They never do. Listen, if there's one thing Christians are never going to do, is they're going to agree on the meaning of this book. That's part of the problem, actually, with Christianity. It's not that the book is horrific, which it is, but it's just that the book is like, there's so many different ways to ascertain the meaning. That's why, like, you literally have to go to school. You have to learn the language. Like, you literally have to learn Greek and Hebrew. You have to learn the ancient culture. There's so much that you have to do. Also, it can't be the World Biblical Commentary series. Now I'm thinking about it. I think Kenneth Matthews. Let me look. I thought Kenneth Matthews did the World Biblical Commentary for Genesis. I bet he told me the wrong one. Hold on. Oh, it was. Okay. Yep. Kenneth had a 2-volume series, and so did Gordon. I didn't realize Gordon did a 2-volume series. Seems kind of unlike him. Nevertheless, let's see what he says about introduction. I'll poke through this when I get some time during these calls and see what he actually says. I don't think that caller has read this commentary. I bet money on it. I'm going to read 1, 2, 3, 4. I got 5 more super chats, and then we're going to get Xavier back in here. Rick, thank you for the super chat. It says, listening to Christians endlessly pivot reminds me of the scene that where Jim Carrey is literally talking out of his ass. Yes, when he's bent over and he's doing the ass cheek talk. Those are funny scenes. Although that particular movie is a little bit problematic. If you've seen it, you kind of know what we're talking about. It's weird how when you see that stuff as a kid in the 90s, you don't think much about it, but now as an adult, you're like, oh yeah, that wasn't good. Jennifer Silvers, thank you for the additional super chat. Says the older civilizations to which Genesis points are indeed Babylonian, of course. The Sumerian texts date from over 3000 BC, but the Babylonians continued using Sumerian texts and script, to be clear. Yes, it's 100% right. The Babylonians adopted a lot of the Sumerian text, not word for word. They modified them, of course, added to them. That's why, like, my copy of Gilgamesh has got all the versions in it. We find even the same with Enoch. In 1st and 2nd Enoch, you can tell that it's been added to over time. Guitarist Atheist says, now years don't mean years to this people. I know. Listen, none of these words, not a single word in this Bible means what it says. That you have to know that if you're going to be talking to Christians. Jennifer, thank you for the additional super chat, friend, says, that was so muddled. I meant the Assyrians used the Sumerian. The Assyrians used the Sumerian script and also learned the text, whether they understood them or not, in liturgy. Genesis is a synopsis of Babylonian creation myth. It is, yeah. If you read the Enuma Elish or the creation by Marduk, you'll find much of the same themes. Even God reaches down, creates like the first man out of the clay, out of the dirt, dust of the ground, and then breathes life into him, and then puts his blood into him. And that's why life is in the blood, and also in the wind, because those are the things that come from God that will animate the person. I got to read one more just to say bye to somebody. Dr. Mitch, thank you for being here, and thank you for supporting. Says, Justin, I have to jump off, but I catch most of your lives. Always here to support and keep up the good fight. Thank you, Dr. Mitch. I really appreciate it, and take care of yourself. Appreciate you stopping by. All right, Xavier the Wise coming back. I'm trying to remember what we talked about last time, but we'll find out. Xavier, welcome back.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, how you doing?
Good. How's it going, Justin?
Not too bad. You all right?
Yeah, I just gotta kind of woke up. All right.
Sounds that way.
Yeah. It says Christianity is a Stockholm syndrome. Can you use that word and connect it to Christianity?
Yeah, I just did.
Like using it like in a definition?
Do you want to know the definition of Stockholm syndrome?
No. Like, well, like using like kind of like how they using a definition, like use Christianity and Stockholm syndrome together in a definition. And how do they connect?
So the hallmark signs of Stockholm syndrome is self-blame, positive feelings towards the abuser, sympathy for the abuser's motives, hostility towards helpers, minimizing the abuse that happened, dependence on the abuser, a shift in identity, and then if you get past it, you'll typically have PTSD, similar symptoms. That's Stockholm syndrome.
Okay.
Now, do you want to see why this is true of Christianity?
I could just assume where you're going to quote the Bible verses. But in Christianity, Christians, it's a person who believes in the teachings and the words of Jesus, right?
But are you paying attention? We're talking about the signs of a syndrome that is comparable to Christianity. So in Christianity, you're held captive on a planet that you didn't create, you didn't choose to be here, and if you don't obey God perfectly, he's going to send you to hellfire for all of eternity. And he also, people will then say, well, he loves us. Well, it's not that bad. Oh, when he kills babies, it's okay. He's allowed to kill babies. This is Stockholm syndrome, bro.
Okay. Show me in the Bible where God says he's going to send people to hell. I'll be waiting.
Matthew 25. Yeah. You won't be waiting long. Like verse like 45 or something.
Okay. You're going to put it up?
Yeah. Do you want me to find it first? It's in Matthew 25. I told you the verse. Do you think, do you think I have a magic mouse that just immediately clicks to the right page?
Oh, okay. Okay.
You haven't even read it, and you're getting on me for not putting it on screen in 5 seconds. Anyways, fuck, I said verse 45, and it's 45 and 46. I fucking knew it. Anyways, then he will answer them, truly I tell you, just as you did not do it to the least of these, you did not do it to me, and these will go away into eternal punishment, but the righteous to eternal life. And you know what that punishment includes? Hellfire. You who are accursed, depart from me into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels. So he's going to throw you into hell.
What does it say? What does it say?
Jesus is sending people to hell. You who are accursed, did you hear it?
Yeah, you who are cursed,
Go where?
depart from me means
Yeah.
that. But he didn't. But it looks like little guy, Jesus little guy. He didn't say he's gonna send people to hell. He said
Yeah, he
depart
does.
from me.
Yeah, he actually does say he's going to send people to hell.
Okay. Anyways, well, I think you can agree that Jesus was a good teacher back then, right?
No.
So
He told you
there
that
was
you have to love the cult leader more than your own parents.
so there is not a single verse or words that Jesus that you were inspired or that you learned from.
I never said that. Just because somebody's horrible doesn't mean that they've never done anything good. That's not at all what I was saying. That's a straw man.
Oh, okay. I mean, why do I mean? Well, most people do believe in the teachings of Jesus, though. I mean,
So what? Who cares? About
Okay.
one third of society.
Okay. Well, let's see. You say that these are signs. Stockholm syndrome is that you show sympathy towards your abusers.
Yeah, God's your abuser, and you're sympathetic towards his motives because you think it's okay to send people to hell if they don't perfectly obey him. How many sins does it take to go to hell?
I think one.
You got it. You make one fumble, and God will light you on fire for all of eternity. You think that's good?
No.
Oh, sounds like an abusive relationship, doesn't it?
Kind of.
Yeah, right.
But still, I mean, I think people still have choices. Like they choose to follow God or they choose to follow their own desires.
No, that's
So,
not true. God did that. Paul says so.
God did what?
God put
Oh,
the sin nature in you. I love people crying in the comments. Paul says Justin misinterprets scripture. Come up, Paul. Give me your interpretation. Love to hear you wrestle with the book that I'm sure you've never read. Romans chapter 7. What does Paul say about sin? I'll read it for you. It says, so I find it to be a law that when I want to do what is good, evil lies close at hand. For I delight in the law of God and in my inmost self, but I see another law at war with the law of my mind, making me captive to the law of sin that dwells in my members. So he's saying he's held captive, he's enslaved by the sin that is in his body, in his members. Then he goes on. Or actually, it doesn't go on. Give me a second. Previously, he says, for the desire to do good lies close at hand, but not the ability. He doesn't have the ability to do good. For I do not do the good I want, but the evil I do not want is what I do. Now, if I do what I do not want, it is no longer I who do it, but sin who dwells in me. And who created the sin nature? Who created flesh to be sinful?
God.
Yeah, so he made you captive.
I mean, but there's like, I will give you like a quick example, right? I just gave you a quick example. For example, let's just say fasting, right? Religious people fast, like there's some Christians. And what's the purpose of fasting is this. Let's say that you have a delicious cake right there, a chocolate cake, right? It's good. And you're tempted to eat it. But when you fast, you're thinking about people who are in need, right? and you kind of want to be on their shoes, almost, you say, and if you can't resist that temptation, you are thinking about the good. You're thinking about others, right? I guess you could call that care.
We're gonna end that. Also, Gordon Wedham says on Genesis, more precisely, the author or final redactor of Genesis, meaning Gordon Wenham fucking thinks it was redacted, obviously, has arranged the material so that each new development in the history is introduced by the phrase "ele teliadot," which is Hebrew for these generations. Well, maybe generations. A door would be a generation. This is more like a lineage or a new series. Nevertheless, it's just talking about literal history. Gordon Wenham said so. That first guy that was up here has not read Gordon Wenham's commentary. Hasn't done it. Oh well. Friends, let me grab just a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Eggnog, good to see you. It says, first it was 2 cats, then 2 birds. You're not currently building an ark, are you? Best channel on YouTube, legend. Well, thank you, Eggnog. I really appreciate that. And you know what? No ark yet. But I do love animals. I might get a farm. I think that'd be okay, right? Do you think a farm would be an okay thing to do? Carnage wants an animal rescue, so that's a possibility. We can make that happen. But nevertheless, hey, I love animals. I grew up with all kinds of animals. I'm pretty used to it, and babies. Now you guys know why I like animals and babies so much. That's literally what I grew up with. Anyways, no arc yet. I'm working on it. Grazi says Stockholm Syndrome is one of the best topics to use for Christian debate. I would also chalk it up to Munchausen. Oh, I didn't consider that. Hold on. Let me see the signs. Psychological. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Well, that's part of the self-blame, right? Assuming you're sick when you're not. You know what I mean? And Andy, thank you for the super chat. Says just bought a Sure mug. Love M's. Love the show. Rock hard for dog. Oh, thank you for. If you don't know what he's talking about, I finally added some merch in the merch shop for M's, and everything sold in the merch shop that is M's themed. I'm sending all the proceeds to M's to support him while he's finishing his medical rotations, because it's hard trying to get to be a doctor. It's a very difficult experience. And he's not in America. He's not going to get paid like our doctors. Nevertheless, love M's. So I made some merch for the legend that is M's. This has got the M's signal. And here's the Habibi mug. I think it turned out pretty good. I think that's good. And then obviously, sure. I did it. The way it was difficult to find a good sure pattern that would remind you of how M's is saying it. So I did a 3 series getting deeper, as he speaks. So anyways, if you love M's, drop into the shop and pick up a couple items. I'll tell him you said hi and you love them. Mason, thank you for the super chat. Says God does evil actions. That doesn't make him evil. Isn't that crazy? The special pleading we're going to hear tonight's wild. And Shmuley says barbecue is making me salivate for another shot. M&Ms with peanuts or just peanut M&Ms. I'm on the latter at the moment, almost as good as these pretzels. So listen, if you're having a drink, like an alcoholic drink, I love the peanut M&Ms. If you're just having like a dessert, the peanut butter M&Ms are delicious. They're a good dessert. I would go with that, actually. And Design, good to see you tonight, says Christian, God doesn't allow it. Justin, God did it. Christian, well, I allow it. Atheist, that's the fucking problem. I know. It's pretty crazy, actually. These people don't think about what they're saying. They're so ready to have a Band-Aid that they fuck it up. Also, speaking of that pastor that was up here that was too vile for TikTok, did anyone find his profile in his church? Send me his YouTube profile. I might be able to find it in my metrics when I'm done here. But do me a favor, track that guy down. I want to figure out where he's teaching at so we can send this video. Liquid says, caller probably got a PhD in clowning. Real thing, by the way, rather than any education, religion related. I know. That's fair. He said he went to a seminary. I'll bet money he went to seminary and got a degree in counseling. Did he say he got an MDiv? I don't think he said it. I don't think he said he got an MDiv. Just so you know, you can go to a seminary without getting an MDiv. There's a lot of seminaries that have Christian counseling. Yeah. Mason says, Google Gemini is a Christian. I asked about John 3:13 being a lie, and Gemini gave me every interpretation except for what Jesus actually said. Yes. Well, these models, these AI models, are specifically designed not to, like, the third rail is religion. Like, they're designed not to disparage, like, Christianity or Islam, specifically, especially Islam. So I've had a tough time with it. And so TDI says, imagine thinking, so how did anything come from nothing is a checkmate when it's you, the Christian, who thinks something came from nothing. Exactly. Listen, I don't know any atheists. I've never met one that thinks something came from nothing. It's the weirdest thing. I would hold to the quantum eternity theorem, which is basically if there's energy in a universe and energy is conserved in the universe, then the energy always existed. That simple. Carthage the Great. Oscar the Great. Fucking A. Spaces are crushing me. Hi, Justin. Any thoughts on Richard Dawkins, The God Delusion? How did you keep your sanity after all that nonsense? Cheers to Faraday. Okay, bye. Good question, Oscar. I didn't read Richard Dawkins' God Delusion. I came to atheism without knowing about the Four Horsemen, without reading any atheist books. I came to atheism. I left Christianity through the academic study of the Bible. I said, this obviously isn't true. And then I was agnostic for a while, and just thinking about the idea of a God, it didn't make sense anymore. And in fact, the argument that Ian and I run a lot is that it's impossible for a God to be outside of space and time. And I was like, this is not feasible. It's not possible. You must have time to do anything. And that if you can't do anything, that God couldn't create. And like, well, space-time always existed, and space-time technically is a field. That just means that space-time always existed. And if energy can't be created or destroyed, if energy is conserved, then sounds like energy's fucking always existed. So I'm like, I don't, there's no good reason to believe that God did anything. Shandri, good to see you, says, why is Jesus dying on the cross such a big thing for Christians? At worst, he had a bad weekend, not even a full weekend. Well, that's the thing is, it's not just that he died, right? Initially, it's that he died, but he died perfect, which means he overcame death, right? He was sinless. And the reason why people die is because they sin, right? But Jesus was sinless, so he didn't have to die. This is the crazy part, but he did fucking die, just like all of us are going to die. It does nothing make sense. So that's the Christus Victus, Christus Victor interpretation. Hold on, what do they call that? Christus Victor, yeah. It's called Christ the Conqueror in English. It's a classic Christian theory of atonement. The blood atonement, and there's all kinds of theories of salvation. This is just one of them that's popular. Last super chat for now from Dragos. Thank you for the $50 super chat, friend. That is monumental, especially, for being 17 years. I really appreciate that, young man. Says Justin, I'm 17 years clean. Fuck, I should have read the whole thing. Thank goodness. Okay. All right, so you're a full-grown adult. Perfect. I'm 17 years clean. Congrats. Clean, sober. That's a huge, huge milestone. I've seen a lot of people struggle, and I don't know if there's anything harder than overcoming addiction. That's just me personally. I've seen a lot of people addicted to substances. It's hard. It's rough. Anyways, deconstructed God belief to get clean. Please do a deconstruction of 12-step God misconception, starting with Bill W's. Actually, I know the founder pretty well. Psychedelic spiritual awakening and subsequent LSD use. Well, I don't want to attack AA. I know there are some people on the app who do, like Dr. Joe likes the secular alternatives, and so do I. But the reason why I don't attack AA is because, listen, if somebody learned about a higher power that they think is keeping them clean, it's fine. Keep it. It's not a concern for me, as long as it's not one weird religion where he wants you to hurt people. That's going to be a different story. Okay, let's get our next guest in here. Let's get G1. Welcome in, G.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I saw the previous conversation about sin, law, Paul, and etc. And there's a few points where you listed that was not true.
Oh yeah, which ones?
The one point is that sin is something which, the sinful nature is something which God created.
So God didn't create nature?
Right? And God created nature, right? But He didn't create the sin or privation which is within it. The sin would just be a consequence of man's fall.
So who created the flesh?
Well, the flesh is created by God.
Yeah, and the sin is in the flesh, according to Paul.
Yeah, and what that means is that when we look at the flesh itself, right, there's going to be a disorder between, the spirit and the flesh, right? But the disorder itself isn't something which is promulgated by God, right? Because when we go to like Genesis chapter 1, verses 31, it says God created everything and everything which God created is good,
And then
right?
he changed
So
it.
the justice of man was good. He
Then he
didn't
changed
change
it.
it. In fact, he didn't change it because when you go to Genesis chapter 3, right, when Adam sinned, the disorder was taken into place. So the disorder which Paul is referencing in Romans 8 is something which God didn't promulgate.
He did. Yeah. Who created the flesh is God, and the sin is in the flesh. That means God created it.
And what is sin in our view? Is there a privation, or is it going to
Sin
be
is
something
transgression
which
of
is
the
going to
law.
be natural?
Paul says sin is transgression of the law.
Well, that's not really answering the question which I asked you. I said, is sin going to be
You
a
asked what is
privation?
sin? I just
Or
told
is it
you.
going to be?
You asked what is
So
sin,
sin is going
and
to be a
I said it's
privation.
transgression of the law. I didn't use privation.
Okay, so if sin, so if nature is going to signify something which is proper to it, right? So it includes everything which you ought to have, and a privation is going to signify the contrariety
Privation of
of
what?
that,
What are you
which
talking
would
about?
mean the privation of rectitude, right? Because sin
What the
is
fuck is
stating that the
rectitude?
individual itself. Because rectitude is speaking about justice in the way in which man walks
You
in
mean
accordance to the law.
righteousness?
Yeah, that's why it makes one to be just. Sin is just going to be the opposite of that.
Sin,
Right? It
sin
makes
is.
someone
Have you
unjust,
read
right?
Have you bothered to read this book?
Yeah, I read the book itself.
What
And
does Paul
sin, like you
say?
stated, is going
Is
to be the
is he
transgression.
sinning? Is
You,
he
you're
sinning,
interrupting me.
or is his flesh sinning?
Well, when he's talking about that's talking about involuntary actions itself. So it's not saying that he is sinning, right, voluntarily, but he's saying based upon the nature which he has, there is going to be a sin recognized. That's what Paul is referencing, right? But when we go
He
to like James
says,
chapter 1,
I
verses
know
16
that
to 18,
I know
it
the
states, for
passage. The
iniquity
sin is in
derives
your
from
heart,
man,
and
and
when
it
you
doesn't
act it
derive from
out,
God.
it conceives death. Yeah. Paul says, "For I know that the good does not dwell within me; that it is in my flesh. I'm sorry, that is in my flesh." So he's saying my flesh doesn't contain the good. He says, "For the desire to do good lies close at hand, but not the ability." So Paul says he lacks the ability to do good. Well, why is that? He says, "For I do not believe the good I want. I'm sorry, I do not do the good that I want, but the evil that I do not want is what I do. Now, if I do what I do not want, it is no longer I who do it, but the sin that dwells in me." So Paul is treating sin as an entity that is controlling him, namely his flesh.
No, that's just not, no. He's treating sin to be a disorder, right?
He
Which
didn't
is
say
going to be
disorder.
concupiscence.
Where do you say disorder?
Disorder is going to be implicitly contained in Romans 8 because he's saying that the flesh wars against the spirit. Is that not disorder?
It's not a disorder, no.
It's not disorder, but if God
It's
properly made
it's
man
the
to be,
it's the
but
sin
if God
that's
made
in your
man,
flesh
if
that God
God,
created.
yeah, hold on, I'm not done. Did God made man perfect when we look at, Genesis? In Genesis chapter 1, perfect insofar as there wasn't any disorder in man prior to the fall of Adam.
Didn't say perfect, no. That's good.
I already told you what I meant by that.
You said perfect. So no.
Prior to
Perfect and good are
prior
not
to
the
the fall
same.
of Adam, prior, I never said it was I never said it was the same one. And two, right, prior to the fall, did the flesh war against the spirit? When we look at Genesis chapter 1,
Did she sin?
did I say Adam and Eve, right, prior to the fall, right, did their flesh war against their spirit? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, so can you show me the scripture where their flesh warred against spirit that had a disorder?
Yeah. It's not a disorder, by the way. The Bible never says that. You're making that part up. Genesis 3.
just because the Bible doesn't state something verbatimly doesn't mean the concept isn't contained within the scripture. You know that, right?
Yeah, you never find it.
Well, are you
So
saying
it
you don't
says
find the concept or you don't find the terminology? Which was it?
neither. So it says.
What do you think this what it is?
You want me to read the verse that you've never read or not?
Oh, I already read it. That's why I'm the one you brought up to. Right?
You
'Cause
haven't
you're
read
saying
it
isn't the
because
case. So go on.
she does exactly what you said she didn't do. It says, when the woman saw that the tree was good for food and that it was a delight to the eyes and that the tree was to be desired to make one wise, she took of its fruit and ate. Okay, so what caused her to eat the fruit?
What caused her to eat the fruit was the delight of the fruit being presented to Eve.
Try again. Read verse 6.
I just told you. You said what caused her to eat the fruit
Try it again. Read
what's
verse
it called?
6.
The serpent.
I'll read
I'm
it for
telling
you.
The serpent.
It says, so the woman
serpent-
saw that the tree was
You're
good
asking me
for
to answer the
food
question,
and that
but
it
you're
was a
interrupting
delight
me.
to the eyes. Well, you're wrong. She said it's good for
Okay, so I
food
was
and it's a
wrong.
delight to the eyes. So she took the
So I
tree.
was
She
wrong?
took from the tree. And it says the tree was to be desired. She's desired it.
Okay, so what was the answer I gave you?
You said Satan tricked her, but or lied to her, which
I
is actually
didn't-
interesting.
That wasn't.
But it's
that wasn't
also
the initial
it's also
answer. That isn't
it's also
the initial,
wrong. It's also
but that-
wrong.
but
The
wait,
question
hold on,
at
you're
hand
wrong.
is
That
what does
wasn't the
verse
initial.
6? What does verse 6
That
say caused
isn't-
her to do it?
Again, that wasn't
does-
the initial answer I gave
what
to your
does verse
question.
6
So
say?
please, what's the initial
So you're
answer
not going to
I gave
answer
to
the question. You're never going to
I
answer
did
my question,
answer
are
the
you?
question. I said the delight.
No, I'm asking you in
the
verse
delight.
6.
You asked me.
In verse 6.
Yeah, you asked me what
In verse
caused.
6.
You asked
I'm going to
me
keep I'm
the
going to
pre-
keep telling
okay.
you to read verse 6 until you
So
read
you're
it.
going to interrupt me.
Yes,
So
in
you're gonna
verse
interrupt me.
6. Yeah, in verse 6.
Okay.
What's
So
what's the desire
answer-
for?
I already told you.
What's the desire
It was.
for?
What do you mean? What's the desire for? What does that even mean?
What is she desiring? Have you read this? I don't think you have.
She's desiring. What's
What?
contained within the tree itself.
You're right. She has a desire, and what
It's going to be.
happens
It's going
when
to be
your
the fruit.
desire?
It's legit.
What
the
happens
fruit. It's
when
the
your
fruit.
desire is conceived?
It's the fruit.
What
It's the
happens
fruit,
when your
buddy.
desire is conceived? You already
What do you mean,
quoted it.
what
It's in
happens
James,
when
bro.
your desire is conceived?
You got a short memory.
So when your desire is conceived, you delight in the thing because you apprehend the thing conceived. Is that what you're asking?
Do you want me to reread James for you?
I just answered the question. The disputation isn't about the scripture itself, but the interpretation of scripture. You stated that when we look at the flesh by itself, it isn't going to be disordered. And that's the main contention. Because let me ask you a question.
That's not what we're talking about. You're not tracking at all. This
Yes, we are.
conversation is not about the word disorder. This conversation is about whether or not the sin or some sort of struggle was happening inside of Eve when she ate the fruit. And yes, that is actually the thing that happened. Because she desired
no.
to do the sin, which is exactly what James says. James says one is tempted by one's own desire, being lured and enticed by it. Then, when desire has conceived, it engenders sin. And sin, when it's fully grown, gives birth to death. So Eve had a desire to eat the fruit. She acted on it, and she sinned.
Yeah, I think like the dispute is about your conception concerning to man's generation in the book of Genesis, because you said that when we look at the flesh warring against the spirit, that is something which God made man, right?
Yeah.
But that isn't the case.
It is.
Yeah, but that isn't the case because
Did
the flesh, right?
Did Eve have
Because
a desire in her
the
flesh?
the flesh itself. Well, I can give you reasons why that isn't the case.
Did Eve
Because
have
when you go
desire
to
in her
Genesis
flesh?
chapter 1, yeah, you had desire, but that doesn't mean
Okay,
that she had
and
sinful
does
desires.
when you act on
i.e.
your desires,
you
do they turn
interrupted
into
me
sin?
again. You interrupted me again.
Was her desire to disobey God?
You interrupted me again.
Was her desire? Are you going to cry or just answer the question? This will go way faster if you just pay attention.
I've been answering the question, and you just
You
don't even
haven't
understand
answered.
the topic.
You only answer questions when I ask you 15 times.
No,
So
I'll answer the question.
I'll just explain it for you since you're unwilling to have a conversation. So she had a desire to disobey God. James says that if you have that desire and you act on it, that's what creates the sin. That's what Eve did. So what that means is that Eve wasn't created perfect. Okay. Eve was created with the same capacity to sin as everybody else.
Yes, so the distinction between James 1 and in what's called the book of Genesis is that when we look at the iniquity being established, right, i.e., sin being committed by the individual, that's something which stems from concupiscence. Whereas
From
Adam
what?
and Eve prior to the fall didn't have concupiscence.
What the fuck is that?
Concupiscence is going to be, so you don't know what it is, even though that's what's being disputed.
No, that's not a word we use in common English. What does it mean?
That's the word which we use in this topic when we're speaking about sociology.
I
And
have
that's
no
what we're
fucking
debating right now.
idea where that word comes from.
So if you have no idea of where this word originates, then it means that you're not familiar with the topic at hand. Because
No, it
concupiscence
certainly is
signifies
not.
I'm telling you why. Because when you read theologians, like for example, you can search up on the internet or ChatGPT, right? So when you read individuals like Thomas Stapleton, Bellarmine, or Kamenetz, all of these individuals regarding concupiscence, right? Concupiscence means the inclination towards sin, and the inclination towards sin
Which
is
is what she
something
had.
which stems from the disorder of man, right? And when you read, for example, like
Again, the Bible
Aquinas
never
on,
says disorder.
Summa Contra
Listen,
Gentilius, he
this
speaks
is the
about
problem: is
original
you read too
justice
much
being
philosophy and not enough
opposed to
Bible.
original sin.
So
Well, it's theology.
did she
right?
have the desire to
Concupiscence
sin
is a
in her?
theological term.
Did she have the desire to sin in her?
Concupiscence. Yeah, she had
He's
the
never going to
desire
answer
to
a
sin,
question.
but that isn't based upon.
Okay, and
I
does the
said
desire
yes.
does the
You
desire
not
to sin
listening?
lead to sin?
The desire of sin led to sin post.
There you go. Okay,
Right, but that desire of sin didn't.
so
doesn't stem from
was she
concupiscence.
created with the desire to sin then?
No, she wasn't created with the desire to sin. She was created for the desire to worship God.
Well,
Right,
that
that's
certainly
shown
isn't the
in
case.
the book of Psalms and the book of Proverbs. Yeah, because when you go to Proverbs chapter 16, verses 9, right, it says God, the man's heart deviseth the way, but God has a plan set forth for the man, which is directed
Yeah, it
towards
says
him,
a man
which is going to be
plans
the
his
glory of
future, but
God,
the
which is
Lord directs his
pictured out.
steps. I'm familiar with it.
Okay, so you understand that the plan is something which is good.
That had
right?
nothing to do with Eve.
Yeah, it does have to do with Eve because
Not even close.
Eve is
I don't
going
think
to be a
I
human.
don't think your brain is fully
because,
functional.
Because the term man in Proverbs 16 is speaking about humans. It's not just speaking about an adult male. You know that, right? So if you're familiar with the passage,
Yeah,
then you
I know
that
the
term
word
man extends to
Adam
all humans.
means we know it's short for mankind.
Okay, so that
You
means
do
if
you do understand that I have
that
two
means
theology degrees, right?
if Eve, you have a theology degree.
I have a master's degree and a bachelor's
Yeah,
degree. Yeah, I actually studied the Bible.
The same thing. You studied the Bible and you didn't even know what concupiscence was. Yeah,
It's
that's
not a
crazy.
word that we
Anyways,
use.
but anyways, it's a term which is used within the topic. It's very known
Not
term.
not in
But
not in
anyways,
Protestantism.
so like I was saying,
It's fucking
if it is the
Latin, bro.
case,
That's a Catholic term.
if it is the case, it's not a Catholic term because Protestants also use
It's
it. As
it's
well as
Latin.
Eastern Orthodox.
Protestants don't use Latin.
Is a term which is used by Protestants as well. You know that, right? As well as Eastern Orthodox.
Yeah,
But anyways,
I'm
like
sure
I was
Eastern
saying,
Orthodox do because they come from the same
so-
branches as
so
Catholics.
you
That's
you
why it's
said
in the
Proverbs
Catechism.
16 verses 9.
Catechism
Okay.
375, 376, 398. It's all over the Catechism.
So okay, so
This
you
is-
wanna like be pedantic, or you don't want to speak about the topic, like you're kind of
Well,
running away right now.
Actually, you didn't want to speak about the topic. You came in just wanting to cry about what I said during the last guest. You couldn't prove your point. You didn't address this topic at all. And you spent all this time wasting our time trying to, like, I don't know, make fun of me for not knowing a word that I shouldn't have known to begin with because I'm not fucking Catholic or Orthodox. Crazy.
Well, the reason why I'm making fun of you is because you made fun of me, stating that I didn't know these things that I'm presenting. But it's the case that I
You
do
don't.
know these things presented.
You clearly
because
haven't
I'm
read it.
giving you justification for it, right? So you said in Proverbs 16 verses 9, but that has no relation to Eve, right? But
doesn't.
if we understand that this passage, okay, so is it the case that Eve is going to be part of mankind?
She's the mother of mankind. That's
Okay,
why.
is she
That's why
part
her
of
name is
mankind?
Chava.
Is she part of mankind? Yes or no?
She's the mother of all living. She's part of Adam.
That's not answering the question. Is Eve part of mankind? Yes or no?
This is a ridiculous question. Yes, she's a human.
Huh?
We know this. This is
beautiful.
kindergarten.
Okay, so beautiful. In Proverbs 16 verses 9, is that not, when the term man is being indicated there, is that referring to mankind? Or just
Yes,
an adult male?
we already agree. But the topic of that proverb
Okay,
is
that
not
means
what
it does
happened to
have to do
Eve.
with Eve, because Eve
No,
is
it
going to be
doesn't.
part of mankind. So
No. So
yes, it does.
let
because
me just
is it
let me help you
if-
understand, since you actually
if-
don't know what this book is saying. So the proverb is basically talking about predestination. It says, a man plans his own future, but the Lord actually plants his foot, directs his steps. So what that means is that while a man plans his future, the ultimate fate of this person is resting on God, which if that is responsible for what Eve did, that means God pre-planned what Eve did. And then she fucking got punished for it, which means your God, again, is an abuser, and she's got Stockholm syndrome. All right, this guy's annoying. I'm going to move on. That's not a conversation worth having. Let's see. I think he was Orthodox. I'm going to write that down. Orthodox. Hmm. 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 I'm not shocked that someone from the Orthodox religion hasn't read the Bible. They never do. They're roughly the same as Catholics. G1, I don't know why the fuck you're back in my queue. You're not worth anyone's time here. You're a waste. You're a waste of space. Go read the book that you've never read and then come back and we'll talk about it. Hi. Thank you for this. Super Chat says, I'm a counseling intern specializing in spiritual abuse and deconstruction. The thought of seminary counselors is disgusting. Talk about client harm. Well, thank goodness in my state, if you get a clinical counseling degree from a seminary, you're not allowed, even though it's from a seminary, you're not allowed to do religion with people unless you specifically get hired into a church or a religious counseling center. So that would be my state, at least. Other states, I don't know what the thing is. And Not a Robot, good to see it, says there's a big conflict between this God didn't create the sin nature nonsense and the everything has to have a creator argument. Rock hard for Doug. Simply what for Jaron and Justin fucking Rock. Yeah, I mean, listen, if God created everything, that means he created the sin nature, the ability to sin. He created the flesh. He created the flesh to be sinful. It just is what it is. Psalm 51:5. He's born in sin from conception. Genesis 6 and also chapter 9 says the heart of humanity is wicked even from youth. Jeremiah, the heart is deceitful among all things. Who made all these fucking things? Joe White says, can we get M's to be the movie voice of God or Darth Vader? Same difference. Love my M's. Maybe, actually. I would actually, I haven't kept up on the the Star Wars movies since like the first original 3 came out. I have no idea what's happening. Nevertheless, I would fucking take time out of my schedule to watch a new Star Wars movie if M's was the voice of Darth Vader. That'd be dope. Dennis is in my first year of doctoral study for graduated Berkeley Divinity last fall. Well, congratulations. That's a great school. I never heard the word concupiscence. Catholic jargon. I fucking know. That's why it's... Listen, friends, I don't know if you know this. If you went to a Protestant seminary, you're not going to be learning a bunch of fucking Latin words typically. The Catholic nonsense was left to the Catholics. That's why it's referenced in the Catechism and not anywhere else. That's the language of the Roman Empire and the Holy Roman Church. But it certainly wasn't the language of theology. That's for sure. And Coffee Mom, good to see you. It says, I had to explain to my 9-year-old what Stockholm Syndrome is. Well, yeah. He's also knows about Doug. Fuck yeah. Is he rock hard for Doug? It's the first thing he thinks of when he hears about God. Rock hard for Doug. Fuck yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Listen, if you pray to this rock, I promise you'll have as many prayers answered as if you pray to Jesus. I promise you. That is a fact. And Adam, good to see you. It says Phil Bros should just give up Christianity and embrace non-biblical theism. I agree. Listen, all these Phil Bros come up here with their philosophical ideas. It's not in the Bible. Just give up on Christianity. You didn't fucking do anything other than not read the Bible and disagree with it. Danny B. Perez says, hey, Justin, what's your take on Isaiah 45:7? Seems like God is taking credit for creating evil and think it would be great to use in debates. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I've used it, 3 times tonight, probably. It's a great one. I also like Amos 3:6, where he says, does evil befall a city and it not come from the Lord? 2 Samuel 24, God sends the angel to do evil through pestilence. It's all over the Bible. God does evil. Hank says, Balaam's tedious pedantry over Stockholm analogy was Philbro level torture. I agree. And I'm glad I started watching late so I could skip it though. You know what? I don't blame you. That was a rough one. It was a tough one. But you know what? We survived it. You know, we did get through it, and you know, we got some more left. So we'll see what we're gonna end up with. But it's gonna be a fun night. Last super chat for now from Not a Robot. Thank you for the super chat. It says maybe God created people to worship him because the other gods were making fun of him for not having subjects to worship him. Were made in his image to better keep track of which ones support him. Actually, this is somewhat true in Deuteronomy 32:8-9. Yahweh, God Most High, dedicated the people of Israel to be Yahweh's portion. So there's that. All right, I think next in line is going to be Mikhail and then Yakavos. Those are the order that they came in at that I can tell. So let's get Mikhail in here, and then we'll get Yakavos. How you doing, Mikhail? Oh, that was a fast
Good
teacup.
afternoon. Sorry about that. I had to turn my volume down.
Are you making fun of G1
Hello?
now?
Oh, what do you mean?
Never mind. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in the Christian God?
Do you not remember me, Mr. Deconstruction Zone? I'm 18 years old. We spoke before.
Unfortunately, I've talked to a couple Mikhails, so you'll have to refresh my memory.
I was cosplaying as a Muslim, and then you eventually found me out to be a...
Oh, you're right.
Hello there. Nice to
So
meet you again.
you're not even religious.
But I actually came here because, well, I had to...
Why do people do this? I have no idea why people do this. Okay. Next in line, it's not Yakavos, it's Yakavos.
Yakavos.
Yeah, how you doing, Yakavos?
I'm all right. Just got off work, so
Awesome.
Yeah, tired.
Are you at least 18 and are you Christian?
Yes and yes.
Okay, the claim tonight is that Christianity has got the same form and structure, basically as Stockholm syndrome. Do you know what Stockholm syndrome is?
Isn't it like it's like delusion, like a I don't know. You enlighten me.
It may be a form of delusion. So it's when you've been with your captor or your abuser so long that you start to sympathize with them and you make excuses for the abuse. You internalize it and you have to change your identity and you start to exclude people from your life that want to help you. And, and then you blame it all on yourself. Well, he wouldn't have punched me. And, if I hadn't have said this, that kind of thing.
Sure. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with that. I mean, I guess you could say that about any religion at that point.
Well, not any. I would say the Abrahamic religions, probably.
Well, I mean, you take that to any worldview, really, right?
What are you talking about?
Like any worldview any way that you view the world is going to have that same effect. It's not like as an atheist, you will have that same effect.
Who's my captor?
Yourself.
I'm my captor.
Yeah.
That's
you're
preposterous.
No, well, no, it's not. I mean,
it
you're
is,
an atheist.
Yeah, you can't capture
you don't
yourself.
Believe therefore, you are your own God.
No, we're not gods. I'm a human.
Well,
there's no God. There's a nonsensical workaround for the problem. This is crazy.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Where do you get... Would you call yourself a moral person?
Yeah, even more so than Jesus.
Oh, wow. Okay. So where does your morality come? What is the point of being a moral? What is the point of even being like remotely moral?
The point is to live in a society where everybody is at peace.
But what is the point of that?
Because that's what people want.
But who cares? There's no reason.
The people care.
Okay, but what is your like end goal? What is your end goal?
I just told you to live in peace.
Okay, so how do you think you achieve peace?
I'm sorry. Do you think like you would go out and like execute people if you didn't believe in God? What's wrong with you? Somebody in your
No,
basement
not
right now?
not necessarily. If I were an atheist, I would live as a what I guess you would call an absurdist.
Why?
So
Sounds like you need to talk to a
because
therapist.
no, because if I were an atheist, to even be remotely what's the word, consistent in my worldview, because I don't know if you're familiar with
The amount of straw mans of the atheist worldview is going to get crazy. I can already tell.
Oh no. Okay, so is there meaning to anything?
What do you mean?
Like,
do I have
like,
meaning
is
to
there
my
me-
life? Like, yeah, I create my own meanings. Yeah.
Okay, so you would fall in line with like Rousseau. You would be like a Rousseau follower.
No
You know
fucking
who
clue
Rousseau?
who Rousseau is. No.
That's your
I mean,
that's
Jacques.
your world.
I know Jacques Rousseau, the
No,
adventurer.
Jean-Jacques Rousseau.
Yeah, don't know who the fucking guy is.
Okay, well that's where your worldview comes from. It's an
No, it's not.
enlightenment.
I've never heard of him,
Yeah,
so it doesn't come from him.
yeah, it is. That's
No, there's people
that-
that didn't believe in God even back when the Old Testament was written. That's why it says that those people are fools.
yeah.
This Rousseau or whatever his name is didn't invent atheism, bro.
No, I'm saying that creating your own meaning is an enlightenment ideology.
I didn't study anything about the Enlightenment. I create my own meaning because I have a brain and I'm an agent. It's just obvious.
Okay, but what is you're gonna die one day. What's the point of meaning?
Point of what?
What's the point of having meaning if you're gonna die one day?
Because it's meaningful to me.
But why does that matter? That doesn't matter.
Because it matters to me.
But no, I don't think you understand.
Do you not watch movies just because the movie's gonna end?
I don't watch movies.
Do you listen to music?
Sure, I'm actually a producer. I
Why? The music's gonna end. The song's gonna end.
Exactly. There's no point to it. There's literally no.
So
meaning.
your whole career is pointless.
It's not my career.
You just said you're a music producer.
That's a hobby.
So you're not. That's not your career. I got you. Okay.
No, that's what I was saying. I'm a producer. That doesn't make it my. That's just a hobby.
Most people would say that if that's what their job is.
Okay, I'm a plumber by trade. Use that in this argument here. Because people are always going to have problems with their plumbing. So
about to unload some pipe on you, that's for sure. Well, listen, let me ask you about the biblical morals. Maybe you can tell me why they're better.
What?
Maybe you can tell me why the biblical morals are better.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Well, you're the one that wanted to critique moral systems. Did God give perfectly moral laws?
Yeah, God did.
All of them?
Oh, yeah.
Have you read Deuteronomy?
What are you going to bring up? Slavery?
No.
And say, oh, God made slavery, or oh, God, bashes, says to bash babies against rocks. He destroys nations. You obviously don't understand the gospel, right?
I do.
So
do you want me to read the passage or what?
What are you gonna? Let's see. You're gonna read something about. Yeah, go ahead and read. Just read it.
Yeah. When you go to war against your enemies, the Lord your God hands them over to you, and you take them captive. Suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman who you desire and want to marry. You bring her to your home, to your house. She shall shave her head and pare her nails, discard her captive's garb, and remain in your house a full month, mourning for her mother and father. After that, you may go into her and be your husband, and she will be your wife. You think it's okay to kidnap women in war? Is that perfectly immoral?
So do you think? Do you think that?
Now I can see why this guy would do horrible things if he thought God would let him.
No. I didn't say I would get. Here's the thing: if I was an absurdist atheist, I would just kill myself because there's no meaning to life.
Well, that's not true. You wouldn't do that.
That is.
That's a straw man of an atheist that you have to put out there to defend your nonsensical position.
No. Your life doesn't mean anything if you're an atheist.
It means something to me.
Right, but if you have to create your own meaning, like, do you think you're gonna run out of creating your own
Are
meaning?
you going to
One
address
day-
the passage or not? Is it perfectly moral to kidnap women in war?
Is that what the Bible is saying? Did
Yeah.
it say that? Oh, okay. Read the passage again. Pull it up again.
It
Read it
says,
again.
when the Lord your God, and I'll put it on the screen since you weren't listening the first time, typical Christian, ignoring what the Bible says. When you go out to
Oh,
war
yeah.
against your enemies, and the Lord your God hands them over to you, and you take them captive, suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman who you desire and want to marry. So you bring her to your home, to your house. She shall shave her head, pare her nails, discard her captive's garb, and remain in your house a full month, mourning her father and mother. And after that, you may go into her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. You think it's acceptable to turn captives into war brides? Go kidnap
Sure.
them?
Why not?
That's morally perfect?
Well, in the Old Testament, yeah, sure it was.
Well,
Why
how
not?
long did God say to follow the law?
Is that okay? So do you know what the different types of law are in the Bible?
They're not in the
'Cause
Old
maybe you-
Testament, I tell you that.
Yeah, there's different types of law in the Old
I'll pay
Testament.
you
There's-
$100 if you can show me where the Old Testament divides the laws into 3 portions.
Okay, so for instance, you have the 10 Commandments, which would be classified as judicial law, right? And then you have
Nope. Show me that in the Old Testament. Don't just say it. Show it to me. Show me where the Bible
Okay.
says that these are judicial laws, which are somehow different from the other laws. Because God says to follow all of the laws, no matter what.
Okay, so
You haven't read the book,
okay.
have you?
No, okay. So you're just gonna say, "Oh, you haven't read the Bible," because I make a point because something's not in the Bible. Newsflash, buddy. Christianity wasn't found with a Bible, bro.
It was.
Like,
Yeah, it was
uh,
literally based on the Bible. Like when
no, it literally
Constantine
was not.
when Constantine took over the Roman Empire, like he quite literally, one of his first things to do when he converted to Christianity was to gather all the people and nail down what they actually believe, and that included trying to figure out which texts were actually important enough
Newsflash,
to
buddy.
include.
Wasn't the original church? It's not a thing. Like the
original church
came,
had these, theoretically had these
No.
writings.
Nope, the church
Yeah.
came before the
You know
Bible was.
You know the Old Testament existed before Jesus, right?
Yeah. Oh, no, I didn't know. Yeah, of course I freaking knew that, buddy. Like,
Maybe you should try reading them.
well, no, no. If I go and read the Bible, but I take everything out of context and I go ahead and
What's the context that I missed?
do you know how wars work in the Old Testament?
Sure do.
So if you take into the account that everything in the Old Testament, if you think about war was not pretty. Like God is not.
What's
saying,
that got to do with
you-
kidnapping women?
Well, maybe if you let me talk, I'll tell you. I'll get to that. I think you're missing the point. I think so. Do you realize that? Do you take the Bible literally for every word it says literally?
No, not every word literally. There's obviously idioms and metaphors and parables, but legal codes are literal.
Okay, so explain where in the 10 Commandments this would break the law.
This is not in the 10 Commandments. This is in the law of Moses.
No. Answer the question. So if
I just did.
Well, okay. So it doesn't break any of the 10 Commandments. Taking a prisoner of war and making her your wife.
Didn't say that it did. What are you paying attention?
I am. I
never said that this law broke the 10 Commandments. This law obviously agrees with the rest of God's laws.
You're not listening. I'm telling you. Show me in the Bible, or tell me how that would break a commandment.
I didn't tell you that it would. Are you sober? What's wrong with you right now?
Yeah, bro.
Are you able to listen or what?
You're not. I don't think you are understanding.
I did not claim that this passage broke any of the 10 Commandments.
Okay, but if it follows, okay. So do you think it would? Let's start there. Do you think it would break any?
No.
No. Okay, so you wouldn't classify that in stealing, for instance?
No, God allows you to do it. They're captives.
Pillaging?
Yeah, he allows you to do it. He tells you to do it.
Did he tell you to do it, or did he say?
Yeah, he commands it.
So, do you think God allows things for the betterment of others' souls?
He commands these things. He doesn't allow it.
Okay, for the betterment of other souls.
But just to be clear, you still haven't addressed the passage. We're still waiting for you to tell me if is it morally permissible to do this today?
Did God say to do it today?
He said to follow the law forever. I have. I've read the context.
No,
I have. I have.
Okay. Well, then you're just subversive, and you don't.
No, I'm
you
not.
don't. You just.
What's the context?
You literally.
Tell me the context. I bet you don't know it.
No, of course I don't know it because I don't read. Because
read the Bible. It's out of context. I don't know it. I don't know what the context is, but I know you're taking out of context. What a lying liar!
Contextual.
Liars go to the lake of fire, bro.
What? You have to look at what the wars are, bro.
I have. I've read the entire Bible multiple times.
Oh, so saintly of you. Because if you
maybe if you actually love Jesus, you would have read this book too. Christians hate God's word. They fucking hate it. They hate reading God's word. It's crazy.
That's really great for you to say. Hey, guess what? I think for one, you're inconsistent with your worldview. Because
are you going to address the passage?
If you
is it morally okay to do it right now?
Oh yeah, I already told you I agree with it. I don't.
Okay. So if Israel wants to take gods and women captive and marry them, that's fine.
Contextually, in Deuteronomy, yeah.
No, today.
If God is that what is God saying in 2026? You can take a.
He said forever.
A prisoner of forever. Okay.
He said you follow this law forever. So did Jesus.
So you think that Christ doesn't. Do you know how covenantal theology works?
Sure do, and Jesus didn't say shit about that. Jesus didn't say nothing about the law going away.
Okay, yeah, all right. Well, yeah, because what did Jesus say? Jesus said that he came not to abolish the law,
but to fulfill. Did you bother to read the next two verses?
Oh, yeah, I can pull it up. Hold up.
Yeah, it's in Matthew 5. Yeah, you should. You're the Christian, not me.
Well, you were the Christian. In fact, you have a degree, don't you? So you should know all this stuff off the top. Yeah, 2 degrees. Wow, look at you, so high in money. What were you a Calvinist?
Nope.
What was your belief structure in Christianity?
I didn't have a denomination.
Oh, yeah. There's your issue.
That's not my issue.
You weren't really ever a Christian. That's your issue.
Yeah, I was. You don't have to have a denomination to be a Christian.
No, you have to be Orthodox if you want to be a Christian. You
Orthodox. You are not a good Orthodox. Orthodox people at least know some philosophy. You don't even know that.
Did I say? Okay. Did I say I was Orthodox?
You said that I should have been Orthodox. I'm sorry. Are you not an Orthodox, even though people should be Orthodox?
Did I say I was Orthodox?
Do you think people should be?
Sure. Yeah. Yes.
Are you an Orthodox?
Yes.
But you're fucking drowning in a thimble of water right now. This is not a good look. Read verses 18 and 19.
Of what? What am I reading? Of what
Matthew 5, 18 and 19.
Matthew 5. All right, here we go. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth disappear, not the smallest letter, not the least stroke of a pen will by any means disappear from the law until everything is accomplished. Therefore, okay, so then you deny Christ. So
next
as a Christian,
verse,
you deny.
Read 19.
Yep, who sets aside one of the least of these commandments and teaches others accordingly will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever practices and teaches these commands will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So You don't think Christ's ascension was accomplished, even when you were a Christian. You didn't think Christ's
Jesus
ascension
never
was
said that
accomplished.
his ascension was going to get rid of the laws. In fact, he instructed his disciples in Matthew 28 to teach the nations all that I've commanded you. That fucking includes this command.
So you say, so what about here? It says until everything is accomplished. What does that mean?
That's
Until
when
everything
heaven.
is accomplished.
That's when heaven and earth has passed away. That's why he says it. Until heaven and earth pass away.
But
That's Revelation 21.
Okay. So what if I told you we live in the new heavens and new earth already?
We don't. You'd be too silly for this live stream. Probably you're gonna get clowned if you think that.
Well, I don't care, because if you're an atheist, then you're inconsistent. You claim to.
It's like I want to address. I don't want to address the actual subject. I just want to talk about atheists. This guy is so terrified of atheists. Hey, do you open your closet and check under your bed at night for atheists, or do you have to have like a god like light in the corner of your room to make sure it doesn't get too dark? I can stand behind the curtains and jump out for practice, you know.
Wow, that's really great. Really appreciate it. Actually, can you use some of this? Yeah. If you want my home address, I'll let you come by sometime. Keep me some company.
I already gave you enough back shots.
Yeah, I get enough of those at work, you know.
So back on topic, do you think killing children is morally perfect?
Oh, why are you gonna bring up Psalms, bashing babies against rocks, slaughter the children? I think you're
I didn't say nothing about that.
You don't.
I just want to read the Bible.
Yeah, but you're subversive.
Why do you hate God's word?
The gospel.
I do understand the gospel. I just want to read the Bible that you haven't read. Why do you hate God's word?
Why do you care about this? Why do you care about talking to Christians?
Because I live in a society with goons like you.
And I could say the same about you. I could say you're inconsistent with your world.
I care about this for the same reason you care about this, because we have to live together. See how that works? Easy.
Okay, so but we don't have to interact.
Well, you didn't have to be here. You volunteered to be here. Did someone force you to be here? Are you crying about being here now? Motherfucker came into my live stream and is crying that he came to my live stream. This is crazy.
Did I say I was crying? I think you're coping with something. I think something happened when you were
nothing happened,
Christian.
Buddy. Don't project your life on me.
No, my life. My life has nothing to do with it. We're talking about you, my boy. You're telling me that one day, I read the Bible too many times and my worldview fell apart as a Christian, a lukewarm Christian that didn't actually love Jesus.
I'm saying any of that shit.
Well, but that's
the amount of fantasies going on in your head is crazy. Yeah, I got learning. I got educated. That's what happened.
But from who?
From accredited institutions, from professors with PhDs. That's who.
From a Protestant college.
They're like in seminary, you don't just read Protestant books, right? You understand that there are many books and commentaries written by Orthodox and Catholics. You also know I had 12 years of Catholic school before seminary.
Yeah, I went to Catholic school.
Yeah, I'm not uninformed about the other religions or the other denominations.
Okay, well, did you ever go to a Catholic or Orthodox church?
There's Catholic Orthodox doesn't exist. You mean Orthodox?
I said Catholic or Orthodox, buddy.
You said Catholic Orthodox.
I said Catholic or Orthodox. Damn, bro.
Nah,
you need to get.
Yeah, I've been to both.
Okay, so yeah, you're just subversive.
I'm not subversive. I'm right, which is why you can't stay on topic. You have to keep diverting to meta. You have to cry about my existence rather than addressing the actual topic. I keep asking you questions about the Bible, and you're running with your tail between your legs.
Pal, all I said was...
I'll tell you the same thing God told Job. Gird up your motherfucking loins, because I got questions for you. Are you ready?
I'm waiting. Go ahead.
All right. So my question is pretty simple. And take it in slowly. All right. Is it ever right to, say, punish innocent people for a crime they had nothing to do with?
What if I told you innocent people don't exist?
I said for the crime that didn't have anything to do with.
Okay. No. Go ahead. Where's your point here?
And why is that wrong?
I mean, you tell me. You tell me. Since you're all knowing,
because it's unjust.
Okay. But
And justice is a foundation of morality. That's the definition of justice, means fair in the getting what you deserve or what you don't deserve. It's literally baked into the definition.
Morality doesn't.
Do you think you could be unjust and be moral?
I think if you're unjust, then you're automatically probably immoral.
There we go. That's my point. Okay. So you said to me that it's unjust to punish somebody for crimes they didn't do, right?
Okay. Go ahead.
Read 1 Samuel 21.
Slaughtered what? Where you get slaughtered?
Actually, I'm sorry. 2 Samuel 21. Let me get the right one.
Slaughtered children, mothers and children.
No,
because of the nation.
No, I don't know why you keep trying to guess where I'm going to. You have no idea where I'm going. You've not read enough of this book to know where I'm going.
No, because you've read more than me. Because you're so great, and you have 2 degrees.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It says there was famine in the days of David for 3 years. Year after year, David inquired of the Lord, and the Lord said, "There is blood guilt on Saul and on the house. On his house, because he put the Gibeonites to death." All right. Do you know what blood guilt is?
Explain to me, since you're all knowing.
Blood guilt is when you're basically in a blood feud. Somebody executes a member of your family, and now you're actually, in the general rules of blood feud, you're allowed to, actually required to retaliate and kill somebody in their tribe. Understand? Okay. So God is sending a famine because he's mad that Saul has created some type of tribal feud, some blood guilt. Now, what happens when people are in a famine?
They die.
Yeah, they suffer. Yeah. Did all the people alive at this time do the thing that Saul did? All those Israelites?
I don't know. You tell me. Since you read more.
Saul did it. It's in the passage we just read.
Okay. Yeah.
So that means God punished all of the Israelites with the famine for the crimes of one man, for Saul, King Saul. You think that's just?
Yeah. Yep.
So you do think it's just to punish people who didn't commit the crime?
In that context, yes.
And there's fucking Stockholm syndrome. I keep telling y'all, they're going to do it every time. Now he's saying, yes, it's okay for God to abuse people who didn't commit the crime because it's okay if God does it. Oh, no. This isn't he didn't punch me. I fell and the doorknob, my eye hit the doorknob. I shouldn't have said that. You know what? I cooked his food too hot and he burned his tongue. He had to punch me. That's what you sound like right now. Oh, he's gone. Yeah, I would have run after that too. Whew. All right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's going to be a fun clip. I can't wait to see that one play back. That's going to be fucking wild. He literally did it right there. You guys see it, right? He was doing Stockholm syndrome as we spoke. We did a live illustration of it on screen. That was great. T Pineapple, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Jean-Jacques Rousseau was an Enlightenment era philosopher. Oh, who am I thinking of? Hold on. I'm thinking of. Fuck. What's that family that goes to a desert or gets stuck on an island? Mm-hmm. No, who's the author? No, that wasn't the right author. Anyways, there's another guy with a similar Rousseau last name. Let me just type in famous Rousseaus. Or maybe I just my brain failed. You know what I mean? Happens sometimes. Let's see. No, I think my brain just failed. I don't think the name I was looking for was Rousseau. I think I just I had a dense neutron star inside of my brain cavity for a second. An Enlightenment era philosopher, that seems to be actually true, who is one of the founding fathers of classical republicanism, not American republicanism. He wasn't an atheist, but did reject Christianity. He was closer to a deist. Actually, my understanding is that a lot of the founding fathers and the people that were part of this movement in the 1700s were in fact deists. That's one of the reasons why they had underground assemblies to plan political and non-religious events and not get caught. I mean, it's all over their writings. A bunch of the founding fathers wrote about this kind of stuff. Flanker 420 is now 130. Shit, good to see it. It says, dude hit all the bingo cards. Words don't mean words. Never a real Christian. Life without God is meaningless. Church hurt. It's the context. Bingo. I wish we were playing atheist bingo today. That guy had everything. I'll never understand why people get up here and just assume that I'm just here because someone hurt me. What the fuck are you talking about? What atheist hurt you that you're a Christian now? So, listen, sometimes you just come to different conclusions based on information. Sydney, good to see it, says, we can hear the game sounds. I thought I heard a controller back there, which would, I say it would explain why he was so bad. But then again, even if he was giving me all of his attention, he wasn't going to get anywhere. My Prof side quest, thank you for the super chat, says Catholic Orthodox does sort of exist. The Melkites are an Eastern Orthodox church that accepts the Pope. Oh, fuck, that's a fair point. There are a couple Orthodox that accept the point of the Pope. I guess I don't think they call themselves Catholic Orthodox though, right? I don't know, but you're right. There's a gray area there. There is. And Famous Amos, good to see it, says he's hooked 333 on clock app. I gotcha. Okay, let me find him real quick. I'm going to log off of my backup profile and log into my main profile. He's probably following me right now. These people are hilarious. Okay, let's see. Hook 333. Let's see what comes up. Fucking A, there he is. He is following me. He's going to come back. I can't wait. Follow back. Oh no. Oh no. His profile. He's got Jesus healing Trump in the hospital on his profile, this guy. Oh, what a clown. Of course he's a maggot. All right. Yeah, he came to preach. I don't know what he thinks this YouTube or this TikTok count is for. It's all just Bible verses with like clip art backgrounds. Yeah, there's nothing on this account that's probably helpful. Okay, well, this is a trash account. It looks like. Well, that happens. You'll have a couple trash accounts on TikTok. Thank you for that. Said his first name is from Hooked Audio. Nothing about a church though. Justin fucking Rock, aka Famous Like Amos on TikTok. Oh, that makes sense. Famous Amos Squirrel is Famous Like Amos on TikTok. Now I understand. I thought there might be some connection there. I appreciate that. Hooked Audio. I don't know much about that. I should have wrote down the school. I can go back in the video, or actually back in my search history and find it. Seminary of the no, that wasn't it. Oh well. Anyways, we'll get it taken care of. All right, I'm gonna bring in Jonathan, who's been waiting for quite a while, and we'll get our next one going. Also, I'm sorry, I forgot Dennis. I was gonna read your super chat. Dennis says the EOC is a sausage fest. Yeah, I believe that. St. Vladimir's STEM finally allowed a woman professor 2 years ago. Congrats, though. I'm finally waking up. On Mount Athos, though women and female cats are prohibited. Jacques Cousteau is who you are thinking of. That Cousteau, not Rousseau. Thank you. That's who I was thinking of. It's Jacques Cousteau. He was the explorer, wasn't he? Let me double check. As a naval officer. All right, we'll take care of that. Anyways, we'll take care of that later. but I think that might be roughly. Yeah, he wrote The Silent World, a story of discovery, undersea discovery and adventure. Okay. I think that's the guy I was looking for. But anyways, we got Jonathan in here now. Jonathan, are you at least 18 and do you believe in the Christian God?
Yeah, I'm 19 and I'm a Christian.
Okay. My claim tonight, I think, is pretty simple. It's that Christianity is like structurally and functionally the same as Stockholm Syndrome.
And
What do you think about that?
Stockholm Syndrome is when the oppressed, they gain feelings of affection for the oppressor?
Essentially. Yeah, it's a little more complex than that, but that's about right.
Okay. And you said that you used to be a pastor, right? And you have a a degree from seminary?
Yeah.
Okay, so throughout, I've been in this life since like around 6, probably 2 hours from me. We're probably in different time zones. And you were like you were seriously like misrepresenting. You were misrepresenting like Christianity. I don't know if you noticed.
Oh no, I was not.
So when you read the Bible, do you read it through like what you literally understand, or do you read it through Christian theology?
All of the above. You have to take into account what the historical interpretations are. You have to take into account what the modern scholars say about it, and you have to know the linguistics and the historical culture. And you actually have to know the culture in which it was written, which is why if you're interpreting Isaiah, you're going to read documents from the Ugaritic, Syrian, and Babylonian, and Neo-Babylonian, and also Neo-Assyrian period.
So you're not someone who would misrepresent a demographic, essentially?
No.
Okay, so I hope you understand that the majority of Christianity since the beginning of Christianity and Christianity today is apostolic, and you only ever mention the Bible.
So what?
Is there a reason for that?
Why do I care about that? Because it doesn't matter what the apostles say. The apostles have to agree with the Bible.
Can I talk?
I just told you why does it matter.
In apostolic Christianity, the Bible and church tradition, they are both equal. Do you understand?
Can they disagree?
Huh?
Can they disagree?
In what sense?
Are they allowed to disagree?
No, they do not contradict each other.
There you go. So then it doesn't matter what the apostolics say.
One moment. There's
is the Bible true?
Right? But
is the Bible true?
Of course the Bible's true. Yes.
Oh, good. Fine then. So we can read the Bible, and if you think one of the church fathers is going to help you, by all means, read one of the church fathers for me, and I'll read one for you.
What I was asking you is that why did you only include the Bible? Because doing so, you misrepresent Christianity.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
You understand that like not every denomination cares about the apostolic authority, right?
2/3 do though.
2/3? Are you out of your mind?
2/3 of Christianity are apostolic. This is a fact.
That's not true. Let's see. What share of Christians are Catholic or Orthodox?
Or there's also other apostolic denominations as well.
It's about a hair over 50%.
Okay, but you didn't include the other parts who were apostolic. There are like Lutherans who are apostolic. There are other apostolic churches.
No, I've worked for a Lutheran church.
Yes, they are.
They don't do a lot of reading from the apostles or from the church fathers.
So are those only apostolic churches that exist or no?
I think you're confused. The Lutheran,
Catholic, Eastern Oriental.
I think you're confusing tradition with reading the apostles. So in Catholic doctrine, you have the Bible and tradition.
Can you please answer my question? I said, are there other apostolic faiths besides Catholic or Eastern Orthodox or
You're using the word wrong.
Okay, so are there? Okay, sorry if I'm using the word wrong, right? But can you please answer my question? Are there other apostolic denominations other than these 3?
I don't even think the Lutherans are.
Okay, if they're not, my apologies, but are there?
They don't.
These are only 3.
In fact, when I worked there, it wasn't, and even their wiki page says no. I don't think you know what you're talking about.
Okay, so but are you going to answer my question?
I just did.
No, that's not what I asked. What I asked
you said, are these 3 the only ones that hold up church tradition?
And what 3 did I mention? What 3 did I mention?
Catholic, Orthodox, and Lutheran. And you were wrong about Lutheran.
I said Catholic, Eastern Orthodox, and Oriental Orthodox.
No, you specifically said Lutheran right before that.
No, Lutheran. Okay, Lutheran. I made a mistake about it being apostolic, right? But right after that, I said Catholic, Eastern, or Oriental. So can you answer one more time? Are there other apostolic churches besides Roman Catholic, Eastern, or Oriental?
All the Orthodox I include together.
Okay, so are there other apostolic? Can you please answer my question? That doesn't answer at all.
But I'm correcting you. I'm just saying you don't need to divide the Orthodox
Okay,
into
well,
sects.
okay,
Almost all of them,
thank you
nearly all
thank
of
you
them,
for the
believe in
correction. I
apostolic
appreciate
authority.
it. Okay, thank you for the correction. I appreciate it, but I'm still waiting for your answer.
I'm not aware of a Protestant denomination that believes in tradition being equal to the Bible.
Okay, so there are churches right here. They don't connect with the apostolic churches like in today, but they do have apostolic teaching, like in a sense where
I didn't say anything about that. I already told you that the problem is that you're confusing apostolic reading with apostolic authority and church tradition. They're not the same thing.
Okay, well, apostolic faith, they follow tradition.
Buddy, I've been reading the apostolic fathers all my life, even when I was a Protestant. That's not the same as saying that this tradition is equal to the Bible.
Okay, well, wait. Apostolic means teaching passed down from generation from Christ.
No, it does not.
Yes, it does. It's
what's the word apostle mean? You didn't say succession.
Okay. When I mean apostolic faith,
buddy, are you concussed right now? Did you like bump your head on the way in?
That's not very nice.
You need to use concise words,
never once insulted you.
Or precise words.
Okay, you're right. I apologize. Okay, apostolic succession. Okay, apostolic faith. It means they come from the Christ to the apostles down to the church fathers like Irenaeus, Ignatius of Antioch,
we know
Pope Smyrna.
We know.
Polycarp of
we
Smyrna.
know.
Okay.
The question is, do you regard that as authoritative as the Bible?
Before you respond?
Everyone knows. We already know what apostolic succession is. My whole audience knows what it is. We're all atheists. We already know. That doesn't answer the question. You're off topic.
Okay.
The question at hand is whether or not they believe that the apostles.
It's gonna connect, I promise. It will connect if you let me speak.
I'm going to need you to just shut up and pay attention. You're answering the wrong question. Your point, which you're now off of, the point we were talking about, is whether or not the tradition of the apostles and the teaching of the apostles are as authoritative as the Bible. Doesn't matter if they just read it. They don't believe in the authority of these teachings, that they're equal to the Bible. They're supplementary. You get it?
Okay, so the Orthodox Church, the Catholic Church, do they have tradition equal to the Bible? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, and are these the majority of are these the majority groups of Christianity today?
It's just about 50%, maybe a hair more.
Okay, it's 50%. Okay, so when you
what do you think majority is?
Okay, I'm telling you, it was 2/3. I just researched it. It's 2/3.
Well, 50% is not 2/3.
It's 67% to 70%.
Yeah, that's not the percentage of Catholic and Orthodox.
67% to 70% of all Christians today are apostolic and Catholic.
It's 50% Catholic.
You can get it from the
worldwide.
I got this from the Pew Research Center. I'm reading right now. It says 67 to 70%.
And I got mine from another survey. That's the problem with surveys. They're not always going to be the same because they depend on sample size.
Okay. But what I'm trying to say is that you only ever include things from the Bible. You never because the other day he was talking about.
Why the fuck do you care? If you care about the church fathers, you can reference the church fathers. And I'll be glad to debate the church fathers with you. Most people don't care about that stuff, which is why I don't talk about it. Most of the people in my audience don't care about the apostolic succession. They don't care about passing down of the teachings. If they're important to you, you're more than welcome to include them. I'm here to talk about what the Bible says. The Bible is the foundational authority for this religion. If the disciples and anyone after the disciples disagree with the Bible, then it just means that those people are wrong. That's why we focus on the Bible.
They never disagree with the Bible.
They do.
I've never said that. No, they do not.
Oh, they certainly do.
No, no, they read it in context. The church tradition is the Okay, can I please speak without being interrupted? Okay, the church tradition is a context in which all scripture is understood. Okay.
I disagree.
Okay. It is okay. Right now, it doesn't matter if you agree or not. This is what the majority of Christians believe, and if you don't.
I don't care.
Adhere to this and hold up. If you don't
adhere to these, are you going to address the topic or no? It sounds like you have Stockholm syndrome. It sounds like
I'm gonna get to it. Can I please
the
finish what I'm
church
saying? You keep
itself
interrupting me.
is giving you Stockholm syndrome. Is there a priest behind you? Is he rubbing your shoulders, making you say all this?
Can I please speak without being interrupted?
Buddy, I don't need the
Respectful.
preaching. I want to have
respectfully.
I want to have an actual conversation on the topic. Do you want to do that?
Yes, but can I please finish what I was saying?
No,
And
we're
we can
talking about the
continue?
topic, or you're leaving.
Okay, it's okay. Continue.
Okay. Do you want to talk about Stockholm syndrome? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. What do you think I mean when I say Christianity is functionally and structurally like Stockholm syndrome?
That the oppressed, we're being oppressed somehow by God, and we have affection for Him because of that.
Well, not because of it. It's a natural phenomenon that comes when you observe the captor and you realize that not every facet of your captor is evil, just parts of your captor, and so you end up sympathizing with them a little bit. Well, sometimes more, and sometimes you actually fall in love with them. Okay, so this is just obviously the case. So what happens the minute you're born?
When you're born, you're born. I mean, God knew us before we were created.
Are you conceived
when you're
in
born?
sin?
No, we're not. Oh no, wait.
No, the Bible disagrees.
Okay, what do you mean by conceiving? Are we guilty of this sin, or do we inherit the consequence of the sin?
Yeah,
because different denominations understand it differently. How do you understand it?
I just told you it's both.
Are we guilty of the sin of Adam and our parents, or do we receive the consequence?
Both.
Okay, in the Orthodox faith, we do not believe we are guilty of the sin of others. But just in a way, if you slap me, I receive the consequence of your sin, but I'm not guilty of your sin. That's how we understand it.
Sure. Psalms, David said in Psalm 51, I was born guilty, a sinner when my mother conceived me.
Okay, so if you read this with
words
church
don't mean
tradition,
words, or what?
Can I respond?
Only if you address this verse.
I will address this verse. Indeed, I was born guilty, a sinner when my mother conceived me. Okay, in the Orthodox faith, we understand this as receiving the evil nature we inherit from Adam. Okay, in Genesis,
we agree.
In Genesis, God. Okay, can I continue? In Genesis, God said,
I'm agreeing with you. Yes, that's all I said.
Okay, in Genesis, God said He created everything, and He said it was good. Okay. But out of love, we had the free will to say.
Listen, Jonathan, this would be way faster if you just make your point rather than doing the whole story. We all know the stories.
Can I please finish?
You don't have to tell us the stories. Just make the point.
I've never once interrupted you.
You're doing the story right now. We don't need stories.
It's not a story. It's just a quick summary. Okay.
We don't need a summary. We know it better than you do. You don't have to summarize it. Just make your point.
You know it better than I do. You don't even. You just met me like 5 minutes ago.
It doesn't matter. I know the Bible better than you, no matter what you think.
Okay. If you do, then that's good, I guess. Okay. But we believe, because if you read it literally, you can. That's why there's thousands of Protestant denominations in America.
So it doesn't mean what it says.
But if you read it with tradition, you have the same exact teaching from Christ to the apostles down here.
Yeah.
So we
I know. I'm asking you.
I'm still speaking, please.
To stay on topic.
I'm gonna say
you're not addressing the point.
I'm literally about to say it. Like the moment you started.
Then fucking say it first.
Okay, let me. Can I say without interruptions, please?
No. If you don't say what's actually on topic, I'm just going to move on.
I'm going to say it right now, but you keep
fucking say it.
You keep talking. Okay, we believe that we inherit the consequence of the sin, but not the guilt. That's how we understand.
Okay, you've said it twice now. I already agreed with you. Do you want to keep going now?
Yes.
Okay, that's the problem. We inherited the sin nature. And what's the consequence of having the sin nature?
The consequence of sin is death.
Yeah, exactly. That's the consequence. So the minute you're born basically destined for death, having not done anything.
And what did God do about that?
He didn't do shit.
So do you only believe in the Old Testament?
I'm sorry. Do you think you're not going to die?
Do you only believe in the Old Testament?
Do you think no? I don't believe any of this shit. I don't believe any of this shit. Do you think you're going to die or not?
I mean, like, for the sake of argument, do you?
So so you're not going to die?
Okay, so there's death as in
he'll never answer a question. He refuses to answer a question.
No, can you talk to me instead of the chat, please?
This is embarrassing, bro. Are you going to die or not? Because you want to answer questions.
Die in what sense? Die in what sense?
Is your body going to pass away?
Yes.
Is my body going to pass away?
No. But did God create us? But did God create us to die?
Yeah.
No, He did not.
Yeah, he did. It was
Have you
predestined.
in
Ephesians chapter 1.
okay? Predestination is not a Christian teaching.
Yeah, it is.
If you read that word tradition, you're gonna understand that
No,
just
it's there.
because God knows what happens, that does not mean He controls what happens.
Yeah, it does.
No, it does not.
It does. This is embarrassing, man.
I mean, I've never insulted you once, but you continue to do it to me.
This is embarrassing.
Are you pulling up
You
something?
understand if you're the creator of all things and you know what's going to happen with the way you create it, you predestined everything. Romans chapter 8 says it.
Have you
Ephesians
never
1,
learned about free
Romans
will
8,
in your
Romans
seminary?
9. What's that?
Have you never learned about free will in your seminary school?
There's no free will in the Bible. You'll never find it. Not mentioned once.
Okay, so
Maybe
what
you
did
should try
learn-
getting
so
a real
you learned about in
education
your
before you assume what happens at seminary.
So in seminary, you never learned once about free will.
It's not in the Bible.
Okay, just because the mention of the Holy Trinity is not in the Bible, okay, that doesn't mean it's not true. Joseph, he never said anything in the Bible. That doesn't mean he was silent for his whole life.
The
Not-
Bible
just because everything in
explicitly tells you that you don't have free will.
Okay, so did you hear what I said? Did Joseph say anything ever in his life?
No, he didn't exist.
Okay, for the sake of this argument, did Joseph say anything in his life? If he was a real person betrothed to Saint Mary, did he say anything, any one word in his whole entire life?
What the
Did
fuck?
he say anything?
Which Joseph? There's two of them in the Bible.
Joseph, I just said Joseph, the husband of Saint Mary.
Yeah, he did he have any quotes in the Bible? I don't think he's actually quoted.
No, does that mean he never said anything? No, it does not. Just because it's not in the
Did
Bible.
I
does not
say
mean
he
it did
never
not
said
happen.
anything? I never said that.
No, you did not say that.
He doesn't
But
say
my
anything in the
point is
Bible
that
because
just
he's dead. He married
Okay,
her at
my
like
point is
50 something.
Okay. My point is that just because it's not in the Bible does not mean it did not happen. Okay?
But it
Does
didn't
that-
happen.
do you understand? Okay.
But I do understand
Because
that
the
you're
Bible
wrong.
says Joseph never. Okay, because the Bible has no quotation of
Do you
Joseph.
even know what we're talking
that
about right
does not
now?
mean- Can I please finish what I'm saying?
Are you going to address the fact that the Bible just explicitly disagrees with your position on free will? Do you want me to read you the verses?
Can you please let me say what I want to say before you interrupt me?
Do you want to actually read the book?
I'm about to read you a verse right now if you let me respond.
Read it.
First, let me say what I want to say.
I want
Can
you
I
to
not use
read the
my own words?
verse.
First, I want to say what I want to say, okay? Because Joseph, there was no quotations of him in the Bible.
I already
does not
heard it. You
mean
don't have
he
to
just-
repeat it. We already heard it. Don't do it again.
Okay, so you
Make your point.
understand that just because something is in the Bible does not mean it's not true.
That's not the point I'm making. You're straw manning
That's
me.
the point I'm making. I'm the one talking
That's
about
not the
Joseph.
point I'm making. You're accusing me of doing an argument from silence, and I'm not doing that. The Bible just explicitly tells you don't have free will. That's why I said you don't have free will.
Okay, so are you talking about which Bible are you talking about? How many books?
The
does your
one
Bible
that
have?
you hold in your hands.
The Orthodox Bible?
Do you have a Bible? Are you holding a Bible right now?
Yes, I have a Bible.
Is it with you?
Yes.
Open to Romans 8.
Can I say my verse first? Because you rudely interrupted me.
I asked you to read it and you wouldn't. Whose fault is that?
Okay, are you ready?
What are you going to
You
do?
ready?
Deuteronomy 28 blessings and curses?
No.
Joshua?
No.
All right, go ahead.
It's Wisdom of Solomon. It's in the Catholic and Orthodox Bible.
I know I have it. It's in mine.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
For God, Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 2, verse 23 to 24. For God created man to be immortal and made him in the image of his own eternity. Nevertheless, through envy of the devil came death into the world, and those who belong to his side experienced it. So it says here, God created man immortal, and he made him to be in his image. God made man perfect, okay? But
He didn't
it's
say
through
perfect.
envy of the devil. Huh?
It didn't say perfect.
For
If
God
they were
created man
perfect,
to be
if they
immortal
were
and made him
perfect,
in
she
the
wouldn't
image
have
of his own
desired to
image.
sin.
Okay, and it says through envy of the devil came death into the world, and
Well,
those who
who
belong
made
to
the
his
devil?
side experience it. And are
Who
those
made the
those
devil?
people who belong to the devil's side?
Who made the devil?
Is it?
Who made the devil?
Can I please finish? Can I please say
No,
what I
who
want to
made the
say before
devil?
you ask your question? Okay,
No,
can I
because you're going to
please
waste
finish what I
everyone's
want to say?
time.
I'm in the middle of my. I'm in the middle of my the verse I
Everything
was
you
reading. I'm trying
say
to
is
explain it to you.
too long-winded and never addresses the point. Who made the devil?
God.
Okay,
God created the
okay. So
devil.
who's
Okay, the one he
responsible for the
created.
devil?
Can you please stop? Like, I want to answer a question.
But
It's
you're
not just
never on
yes or no.
topic. You have no idea what's happening. You're concussed.
Okay,
Like
so
every
God
time you
created
say
the devil as
words,
the
it has
angel,
nothing to
okay?
do with the
And
topic.
every single angel has a free will to say
He's
yes
never
and
going to
no
stay
to
on topic.
God.
Show me that
Okay,
in the Bible.
huh?
Show me that in the Bible where it says you have free will.
Okay, hold up. Let me find it.
And then I'm going to show you where it says that you don't.
Okay. Give me one moment.
Yeah, I'll wait.
Thank you.
I'll look for the verse 2 where it says you have free will. Hold on.
It's around with Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 1.
No, not in there.
I can't find the page there. Just give me one moment.
Find it? Yes, in
Not yet,
ChatGPT.
one
Where's
moment.
that?
Yeah. I didn't memorize the whole thing. Okay, Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 1, verse 12. Do not invite death by the error of your own life, nor bring on destruction by the works of your hand. So here
sorry.
it says death.
I accidentally
So
pressed the
here
button.
it says
Go ahead.
death and destruction is brought on by the works of your own hands. If you
Mhm.
have the choice to bring death and destruction, or a choice to be obedient to God, that means you have free will. Okay.
Nope.
Now, if you read it, if you read the Romans 8 in context with the whole entire
have.
Bible, and in the context
I
with
have.
church tradition,
I have.
the church fathers such as Ignatius of Antioch, Saint John Chrysostom, they all understand that God, He does not take away our free will. Okay.
He does.
God is love. God is love itself. Okay.
He takes away your free will all
God
the
gives us
time.
a choice to say yes and to say no. So when
He
they read the
takes
verse
away
Romans
free
8
will all the
talking
time.
about predestination, they
Do you
understand
want
as
to
God.
see it when it
He knows
happens
what
or
we're gonna
not?
do, but He
He's gonna
still
keep
gives us a
talking.
choice to say
He's
yes
not going to
and
read
no.
the Bible.
I was just explaining to you.
No one cares. It says, for those
Oh,
whom
okay.
he foreknew, he also predestined to be conformed to the image of his son, in order that they might be firstborn within a large family. And those who he predestined, he also called. And those who he called, he also justified. And those whom he justified, he also glorified. And Jesus says that nobody can come to the Father unless already, no one can come to me unless already drawn by the Father, which means the Father has to draw you to Jesus, which is why Ephesians chapter 1 says something very interesting. He chose us in Christ before the foundation of the world to be holy and blameless before him in love. He destined us for adoption as his children, which is what you would expect if the Bible teaches predestination, and it does on so many occasions, which is why God hardens people's hearts, God softens people's hearts, God sends lying spirits, God sends blinding spirits, God puts Satan in charge of this world, knowing Satan's going to do horrible things.
Can I respond?
Mhm.
So do you understand how the early church understood that verse or no? Or is it just your interpretation?
I read 3 of them. Which one?
Okay, so the early church, they understood it as God, He knows what we're gonna do, He respects our choice. I just gave you
No, he doesn't.
You didn't respond to the. You still never responded to the verse I
He
gave you as
doesn't.
well.
He doesn't respect choice because if you don't choose exactly what he wants, he sends you to hell.
No, God
He does.
God condemns the wicked and exalts the humble and the righteous.
If I don't
That
believe
is
in
the
Jesus,
common
do I go
narrative in
to
the
do I
Bible.
go to hell?
Huh?
If I believe in Jesus, or if I don't believe in Jesus, do I go to hell?
It's much more intricate than that.
It's just yes
Okay?
or no question.
'Cause-
If I don't
'cause-
believe in Jesus, do I
Okay,
go to heaven or
okay,
hell?
it's not okay. It's not a yes or no question. It's gonna misrepresent the faith. I'm gonna give you a detailed description. Okay.
I just need a yes or no.
Luke 12:48. It says
He's
we're
never
not
gonna
we're not
answer.
all judged the same. We're judged according to what we have. Okay. So someone who is illiterate, who doesn't have education, they're not judged the same way as you. If you have the choice to follow Christ, say yes or no every single day, and you say no, then the sins that
I'm
you
literate.
committed, they'll be upon you.
I said me.
Hmm?
Will I go to heaven or hell as a non-believer?
Okay, in the Orthodox faith, we never say who goes to heaven or hell. Okay, it's not our
What's
judge.
the Bible teach? What's church history teach?
Did you hear what I said? In the Orthodox faith, we never say someone goes to hell or someone doesn't go to hell.
And that might be your practice. I'm
someone goes
asking about the
heaven.
teaching.
See, your entire argument is only focused on the Protestant denomination because the
I
Bible is
literally
the sole
asked you
authority.
for their actual teaching.
The Orthodox teaching.
Yeah.
I just told you we believe that we.
No,
we cannot condemn.
don't tell me what you believe. Quote the source.
No, I'm gonna tell you what we believe. Okay.
I don't care. I want the source.
If you want to research it, you can research just how you did the other verses.
Well,
Okay.
well, I don't believe you just because you're saying
You
it.
can research the same way.
I'm not interested in trust me, bros.
Okay. Have you ever read the Orthodox Catechism?
Nope.
Okay. So
maybe you can find yours and quote it to me.
Okay, just because I can't quote it does not mean we don't have that belief.
I'm waiting for the source.
Are you at a computer right now?
Yeah.
Can't you easily research it the moment I say it?
I'm waiting for you. It's your argument, not mine.
Okay. I'll find it online then.
I don't ask you to look up my sources.
But while I search it up, you can respond to the verse I had said, Wisdom Solomon 1:12.
Yeah, I did just respond to it. Yeah, the Bible explicitly says that's wrong.
No, you never responded to it.
Yeah, the Bible explicitly says that's wrong, because those who don't believe or obey God go to hell. I just told you, if you don't believe or follow Jesus, you're going to go to hell, which is why it says in 2 Thessalonians chapter 1, when the Lord Jesus is revealed from heaven with his mighty angels in a fiery flame, inflicting vengeance on those who do not know God, those who do not obey the gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ, they will suffer the punishment of eternal destruction, yada, yada, yada. Those who do not obey or know God. Those are atheists.
Mm-hmm.
So as an atheist, where do I go when I die?
Okay, I found the source.
It's never going to answer. As an atheist, where am I going to go when I die?
Do you know I'm an Orthodox Christian, right?
He's never.
So I can't answer that
question.
Because it's against my faith. I'm not allowed to answer that question.
So you're not allowed to read the Bible and say words mean words?
No, I'm not allowed to condemn anybody or exalt
words
anybody.
Don't have any meaning in this worldview. None.
Okay. Here's the verse from the Greek.
He has no. I'm never shocked by an Orthodox person who will literally never read a book and then tell me what words mean.
Can I continue with the source or no?
Yeah, what's the source?
Okay, the source is called it's the Orthodox. It's the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese of America. It's called Heaven or Hell. Do you want the URL? I can type it in the chat.
It's a website?
Yeah, it's a website.
Does it link to a real source?
It's a source. This is the source of the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese of America.
You said the catechism.
This is part of the catechism.
Does the catechism appear on the website?
Let me see. Okay, it's called the Longer Catechism of Saint Philaret of Moscow, question 376 on presumption of salvation.
Mm-hmm. All right. What's it say?
Okay, it's that we have to hope in God's mercy, but we cannot presume that we are saved. In that same way, I cannot condemn if I'm not allowed to condemn or exalt myself, because Protestants, they say I'm saved. They say I am saved. I'll always be saved. But we understand that salvation is.
I didn't say that.
I didn't say you said that. I said Protestants.
I have
You're
no
not
idea
a
why you
believer.
keep talking about people that aren't here. You're talking to an atheist.
It's because the reason is because it's the most understood belief in America. Okay,
Who
but
wrote this
now I'm gonna
response?
continue. And now can I continue, please?
No. Who wrote this response?
It's from the longer catechism of Saint Philaret of Moscow.
Saint Philip?
Philaret, Pilaret. Question 376. You can search up for the PDF.
Of Moscow?
Yeah, Moscow.
Saint Philaret? Yeah, okay. Philaret Drozdov?
And it says...
This is your church father?
It says, we must hope in God's mercy, but not presume that we are already saved. So that means myself, I cannot presume that I am saved.
Bro,
I also cannot
my
condemn
great
myself.
grandfather
And
was
if I can
alive
do
when
that,
this guy was alive.
Can I please continue?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so if I cannot condemn or exalt myself, I can't do the same thing to you. So I cannot say someone will go to heaven or hell, because we do not know how God will judge. Because there are a multitude of confounding variables we cannot take into account. Do you understand?
Hey, do you
There are so
believe
many
that
variables.
Basil the Great is an Orthodox church father?
Of course.
He said those who deny the faith, especially those who reject the Spirit, go to hell.
Those people do, but we cannot
Okay,
condemn
so
them like specific.
so
Can I please answer your question before you say
Basil
okay,
could
so?
say it, but you can't say it.
Can I please respond to you?
Cyril of Jerusalem, is that one of your church fathers?
So I am not gonna condemn you, okay? Like plurally. Singularly.
In the Catechism, chapter 13, Cyril says that they go to hell.
People who deny Jesus, the people who they choose to live life their own way, their sins will be upon them.
I know. That's the whole point.
Okay, but
and you go where? You go to hell.
We cannot say.
Yeah, you just said it. Thank you. We finally got to
you
finally said something honest. Okay, so me, as someone who doesn't believe in your sky carcass Jesus, when I die, I'm going to go to hell. Now, let me ask you a question. How many sins do I have to commit to end up in hell?
So first of all, because we have corrupted nature.
Oh,
the
original sin.
Of that nature.
None. I end up in hell by default, don't I?
Can I please continue?
You know the answer, right? I just said it.
Okay, I want
this whole time. Please. I'm just fast forwarding the conversation because you're so slow, man.
Okay, it's sorry if I'm slow. Okay, it's just how I am. Okay, but because of Adam's sin, we receive death. Okay, and that death and we also receive mortality. Okay,
we already covered it.
Because in the Wisdom of Solomon it says we are immortal. The verse I read you earlier. Okay, so we are
already
mortal.
Covered it.
But through the sin of Adam, we receive death. Okay.
Already covered it.
But you never once talked about the New Testament, how God Himself came down to take that punishment of death for every single person. It doesn't matter.
No one cares about that.
Can you tell me
that's not the point.
What is the greatest form of love you can show to one person?
Not that at all.
Okay,
slaughtering an innocent person is horrific. That's terrible.
What is the greatest form of love?
It's irrelevant. It's not that. The greatest form of love. The greatest form of love is not being a fucking sky carcass that won't answer prayers and lets babies die from bone cancer. I just answered it.
You see how you can't. No,
the greatest love is to create a planet with your beings down here, and you don't intentionally torture them. That would be the greatest love. God doesn't have the greatest love because He purposely and needlessly tortures the inhabitants of the planet.
Justin, what is the greatest form of love you can show to another human being?
It's not giving your life for them.
Okay, then tell me one. What is it? If you know,
I just did. Were you listening?
No, tell me one.
You said I just did. You didn't tell me what you weren't even listening.
You told me
I told you like 4 things. I know. I told you what it was.
No, you told me what. Okay. Mm-hmm. I want your personal opinion. What is your opinion? What is the greatest form of love you can show to a different human being? Is it showing up for them? Is it giving them money? Like, what is the greatest form of love?
You give them what they need. You don't give them what you want to give them. You give them what they actually need. That's what it means to love somebody.
Okay, so is that what you believe?
I just
you
said
give them what they need. Okay. So what we believe is that There's two kinds of there's two
But
kinds of
I
love. Okay.
know what you believe. You don't have to keep
No, you do
repeating what you
not.
believe. I do. Yeah, I know what you believe. Just pay attention. This is not even on topic. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're talking about how you get to hell. It's very simple. Okay, so you get to hell by default because you're born into sin. You have the sin nature. You've got the fallen nature, which means if you don't believe in Jesus, you go to hell. That means you don't have free will. You were born with a destination already decided for you. And unless you believe in a sky carcass, then you have to burn forever in flames. This is Stockholm Syndrome. The idea that you have to love a person who's going to torture you forever, even though he gives you no reason to believe that he exists. That's Stockholm Syndrome. And you've got it, buddy. You're diagnosed.
No, it's not. I do not have. That is not Stockholm Syndrome.
Mhm.
You're forgetting this person, this God himself dies for humanity. You keep ignoring that
He
part.
didn't have to. I didn't ignore that part. I addressed it.
What kind of
Jesus didn't
oppressor
have to
will
die for no one. I didn't ask him to die for me.
Okay, well, I'm gonna ask you a question. What kind of oppressor dies for the oppressed?
He's the oppressor. Like you can't.
Give me an example.
You can't shoot the bullet and then try to take credit when you jump in front of it.
Okay, so if you, okay, so you told me you went to a seminary, right?
Are you going to address what I just said or no? You're going to
Hold
pivot.
on, I will.
Yeah, he's going to pivot.
But
He's
if
never
you went
going
to a seminary,
He
that
never
means-
addresses
that means
anything
you-
I say. This is why this conversation's so
Okay,
boring.
you're talking to the chat and not me, okay?
You're talking to
If you
nobody
went to a
because you won't
seminary-
address
if
you won't
you
address
have
any
a
of my
degree-
words.
if you receive
Are
a
you
degree
going to
from a
address what I
seminary,
just
okay?
said or not?
I will. This will
No,
fit into that, okay?
not
But
I
just give me
will. You're
time,
going to do
okay?
it
'Cause I'm
now.
not as smart as you.
Is it noble to
I
jump
will.
in front of a bullet if you shot it?
Okay, God did not shoot that bullet.
I didn't ask you that. Is it noble to jump in front of a bullet if you shot it?
No, but God did not shoot that bullet, so that question makes no
God
sense.
God created hell and decided who was going to go there. He shot the bullet.
Who did he create hell for?
Humans and the devil and the angels. Matthew 25.
No, he created hell for the devil and his followers.
Wrong. He's all knowing, which means
No.
the day he created hell, he knew humans would go there.
Okay, so can you pull out that verse for me?
Yeah. It says exactly what
What'd
we
you say
just
it was?
said.
Matthew something?
Matthew 25. It's near the end, by maybe verse 39 or 40. Fuck, 41. Goddamn, I was so close. Then he will say to those at his left hand, "You who are accursed, depart from me into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels." Those are humans going there, right?
So the devil and the angels means the devil and his
He's
followers.
never going to
And
answer. Are those humans that he's sending there right now?
Yes, the people who follow the devil.
And did he know when he created hell that they would go there?
He know, but he still gave them the choice.
Oh,
That's
which
the
means
difference.
he did create hell for human beings.
Just because God is outside of time does not mean he controls
He's
everything.
definitely
Doesn't
not
mean we
outside
don't
of
have
time,
free
but
will.
yes, he does control everything.
Okay, so if you went to a seminary, then you would understand we have free will. But
No,
if you didn't go to a seminary, you
don't.
would understand that.
I did go to seminary, and you don't understand that the Bible says you don't have free will. Free will
No,
is the
because
ability to make a
because you're reading the-
decision
you're reading the
without
Bible in your own
without
interpretation.
coercion. Without coercion, that's free will. You're confusing choice with free will. That's your first flaw.
Okay, so when you read the Bible, do you read it through your own eyes or through Christian theology?
I read it through all of the above, and then I come to my
Okay,
own.
so
And then I
if
come
you
to
wanna
my
debate
own.
about Christianity,
I come
you
to
debate
my
on Christian
own
theology.
determination using my brain rather than farming out my thinking to dudes that were like 1,500 years old, or that lived 1,500 years ago.
Okay,
Maybe you should
so
try using your brain rather than farming it out to somebody else.
how many times are you gonna insult me?
A bunch. Probably gonna get
Okay.
worse.
Okay, listen. If you do you debate about Christianity? I'm sure you do. Okay, but if you do this, you have to debate on Christian theology and not what you believe. You're just
I
if you
am.
debate on you believe, that means you misrepresent. Okay, if you debate on Christian theology, that means you debate on what Christians believe and that we believe in free will. And if you don't believe,
It
and
doesn't.
if you
It doesn't
listen
matter.
to me,
Your
let me
own
finish what I'm
teachings
saying.
disagree with
Let
it.
me-
It's a contradiction.
No, there's no contradiction because you only
There
take
is.
into the Bible, not church tradition.
No, I am.
No, you do not.
Yep.
No, because you never
Yeah, I
once
do.
mentioned any type of any type
Is
of
God all
source from church
knowing
tradition.
in your church tradition?
Of course, and you see how you still
Okay,
refuse to
so
show any type
if
of
God
source.
I don't need to. You agreed with me. That's the point with sources. See, when
No, the source about
when you and the other person agree on a point, you don't have to go back to sources. The sources are when you disagree.
no, the sources help you
Yeah.
understand. The Bible is a very complex text. Okay,
I don't
it
think
is a
it
very
is.
complex text.
Maybe for
Okay,
those who never read it, like you.
that means you're a very smart person. That means you're a very smart person. Okay, but not a lot of people can understand it properly. Okay, that's why we have church tradition to help us interpret the Bible. Does that make sense? And when
Yeah.
you read it in your own
Which is
interpretation,
weird that they didn't
you make
agree.
your own Bible. You make your own denomination.
No, I didn't make a denomination. I just
Okay,
used my
then,
brain.
Okay, no, you do not use your brain. You do use your brain,
No.
but you do not use Christian theology.
Yeah, I do.
No, you do not.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so what do Christians believe about free will then? Do we have free will in
Depends.
Christian theology?
Which Christians?
In the majority of the Christian faith.
Yeah, unless you're part of the Reformed tradition, most of them do believe in free will.
Okay,
but I'm showing
you agree in the
I'm
majority of
showing
Christian
you
faith, we believe
I'm
in
showing
free
you
will.
why your belief is errant because it's not in
So
the
you
Bible.
believe in the majority of the Christian faith, we believe in free will.
Again, I'm showing you in the Bible that it doesn't exist. I don't care if you
yes
believe
or
it.
no?
I don't care if you believe it.
Do you agree with this?
I
Do you
don't
agree with
care
this
if you
or no?
believe it. I don't care.
Okay, that means you're
It's not
misrepresenting the
relevant.
faith.
I'm not
You're
interested
just strawmanning.
in your strain of Christianity.
No, you're just strawmanning.
No, I'm showing you what the Bible says, and you hate the Bible.
No, you're showing me what you believe the Bible
Christians
says.
hate God's word. If there's one classification, listen, the Muslim people that we talk to, they love reading. Well, they love the Quran. They're memorizing the Quran. Well, some of them. Christians can't even be bothered to crack the book open. It's crazy. Have you read the story in Genesis when Abimelech takes Sarah?
Okay, so you
So
still
you're not
haven't responded to my
so you're
previous
not
verse as
gonna
well.
not gonna answer. Yeah, I figured you wouldn't.
Does wisdom of Solomon chapter 1 verse 12 say we have free will?
I actually addressed it. No, it doesn't say that.
Okay, what does it say then?
It says you have the ability to choose, which is not the same as free will. If you had free will, God
What's the
wouldn't be
difference?
threatening
What's
you
the
with
difference?
hell.
What's the difference
I already
between the ability
told
to
you,
choose
and
what
you
you wanna
weren't
do and free will?
listening. If you were listening, you would have heard.
Okay, tell me again.
The difference is free will is the ability to make a choice without threat or coercion. Hell is a threat.
Hell is not a threat. Hell is a consequence.
Yeah,
There's
it's a threat.
consequence to your actions.
It's a threat.
So is America's judicial system threatening us with jail
Yeah.
time by telling us to do good and follow the law?
Yeah, if we break a law, we're threatened with jail time. Yeah, that's how that works.
And is that bad? Is that bad?
I didn't say it was bad. Hell is bad.
Okay, so
like nobody
so
should be
is
tortured
it a
by
consequence of
fire.
our
Are you out of your
actions?
mind? Wait, you think
is it a
segregating somebody
consequence of our
from
actions?
society is the same as lighting them on fire? What a
Is
maniac!
it a consequence of our actions?
That's crazy. I didn't say anything about consequences. I'm talking about hell. You understand that hell
Okay,
is different.
hell, you receive hell
Hell
as
is
a consequence
hell is
of your
different
actions.
than being segregated from society for a little while, right?
Hell is a punishment, and prison
For
is a
how
punishment.
long?
Correct.
For how long? How long is hell?
It depends on your crime.
So when can you get out of hell?
Okay, so in Christianity, we don't know much about hell. Okay, but if you read the end of Luke chapter 12, you
He's
understand.
having a whole conversation about hell, and now he's like, we don't know anything about hell. I don't know. Never heard of it. Never bothered to read the Bible.
Have you been there before?
Have you read the
been there
Bible? Jesus describes
Have
it.
you read Luke 12?
I read the whole Bible.
Okay, read the end of Luke 12 for me.
Sure, and then I'll read you the passage that described the Bible or described hell. Which verse you want? Very last one.
It's around 40. It's around 48.
Okay.
48 into the end.
Okay. The one who did not
pull it up
know.
So they can see it too.
Oh yeah, I'm lying. I'm making up the Bible verse. That's what I'm doing. I'm not as dishonest as Christians. The one who did not know and did what deserved a. I'm sorry. The one who did not know and did what deserved a beating will receive a light beating. From everyone to whom much has been given, much will be required, and from the one to whom much has been entrusted, even more will be demanded.
So are we all judges same?
Yeah. This is a fundamental contradiction in the Bible.
Oh, so we're all judges same.
If you go to hell, you go to hell.
Okay, no. Okay, the
That's why it's called,
are different, okay?
That's why it's called the second death.
He who is given much more will be expected from him, okay? What about
it's
the
a
person who doesn't have
contradiction
much?
of the rest of the Bible. That's my whole point. Is your Bible is fundamentally
Okay, what about the person who doesn't
contradicting
have
itself.
much? Answer this. Can you please answer?
I'll just show you the part that I'm talking about.
Justin, can you please answer my question before you move on?
I'm proving that your question doesn't matter. Just pay attention. So
My
it
question
says,
doesn't matter, okay?
another book was opened, the book of life, and the dead were judged according to their works, as recorded in the books. And the sea gave up the dead who were in it. Death and Hades gave up the dead who were in it, and all were judged according to what they had done. Death and Hades were thrown into the lake and fire. This is the second death. What's the second death? Jesus
Second
refers
death is like a fire.
to being annihilated, which is
Second death
most
is
likely what's happening here. This is probably annihilation.
Second death is a lake of fire.
Yeah, annihilation, right?
Yes.
Yeah, which is why it says here of the people, it says the devil who had received them was thrown in the lake of fire and sulfur with the beast and the false prophet, and they will be tormented day and night forever. And do you know that also in this chapter, it should be in this chapter, the people who followed this individual, they suffer forever in hell too. Might be in chapter 21. I have to take a look, but how do you suffer forever in hell?
For the consequence of your sin.
Is forever forever?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you just said it wasn't forever.
I never said that.
You did. You said maybe you can get out of hell.
Annihilation is forever.
Revelation
forever.
14:11 was the one where humans go. Yeah, that's right, because they're in front of the Lamb. Yeah, that's right. It says, another angel, third following, crying with a loud voice, those who worship the beast and its image and receive the brand on their foreheads or on their hands, they also will drink of the wine of God's wrath, poured unmixed into the cup of his anger, and they will be tormented with fire and sulfur in the presence of the holy angels and the presence of the Lamb. And the smoke of their torment goes up forever and ever. So are these people being tormented forever?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, so
that's what we believe. I don't know what you're trying to say.
Yeah, you believe people get tormented in hellfire forever. I think that's Stockholm syndrome, to think that that's even okay. That somebody who committed a finite crime should ever be literally lit on fire for all of eternity. Preposterous.
And give me an example of this finite crime, because this crime is denying God, the creator of all.
It's a crime to not believe in something that has
life.
No proof.
The God who gave you life?
My mother gave me life. My mom and dad.
Who gave your mother life and so on? It's just from Adam and
Their
Eve.
parents.
God.
There's no Adam and Eve. What's the evidence that God exists that I should believe in this thing?
Have you never heard of the Eucharistic miracles? Have you never heard of the Marian operation?
Yeah, I've heard of all of them. They're all nonsense.
Okay, search at the Egyptian Marian operation.
I've seen all of them. They're all nonsense.
I even saw
the original pictures. I saw the original pictures and I saw the doctored pictures.
And you understand pictures are not as at that time, I think it was like mid 1900s. You understand pictures are not going to be the same as today, right? And you understand millions of people were witnesses to that event.
Yeah, I know, which is why they couldn't agree on what they actually saw. If you actually read all the testimonies, they don't agree with each other. See, this is the problem with these weird group pollutions. You know what happens when you're staring up in the sky for a while? Sometimes you see things and sometimes you don't. What a crazy miracle that God's like, I'm going to put like an image of Mary over a church, but these starving children, these 3 million of them, fuck them, let them die. These children born with bone cancer over here, fuck them, let them die. But hey, look over here, there's Mary. What a nonsense.
Did God give them cancer in Christian theology or no?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, no, it is no, he did not.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, didn't I read you the verse? Where did death come from?
Death came from the desire that was inside of Eve. And what happened after that? Genesis chapter 3. You want to read it?
Okay. Death came from the
I'll
sin
just read
of
it
Adam
for
and
you.
Eve,
You're not going to read it, so I'll read it
I'm
for
going to
you.
speak before you read the verse, okay?
You're
Death
not.
came from Adam
I'm
and
going to
Eve.
read. I'm tired of you saying stuff that's not in the Bible. I'm just going to read it to you. So it says that God cursed the earth. This is not hard. All right. Because you have listened to the voice of your wife and have eaten of the tree about which I commanded you that you shall not eat of it, cursed is the ground because of you. In toil you shall eat all the days of your life. So the condition of man is a punishment that God bestowed on mankind after they ate the fruit, is it not?
Yes, and whose fault is it that they ate the fruit?
And who chose the punishment?
Answer my question, please.
And who chose the punishment?
Okay, just because God exists,
I'm sorry,
does not mean there's
who
no
chose the
consequence to your
punishment?
actions.
Who chose the
God.
punishment?
He chose the punishment.
Oh, so God's responsible then for making the punishment so preposterous. So like if I told my son, listen, if you act up at school, I will absolutely light you on fire. And I don't know, say he acts up in school and I light him on fire. Am I a good father?
This analogy makes no sense.
It does, yeah.
Because,
if my son acts up in school and I light him on
God,
fire,
okay,
but he acts up, I had to light him on fire.
Okay. God told Adam and Eve to obey, and when
so
they
what?
obey, there's
no one's asking about the obedience. We're asking about the punishment.
Why do you always interrupt me?
Because it's not relevant. You can't track.
It is relevant.
You're not smart. You have no idea what we're talking about right now. This whole conversation, I've been trying to drag you along, kicking and screaming to stay on topic, and you're not on topic. We're talking about the punishment that is handed out, not the fact that they disobeyed. We all know they disobeyed. We're talking about the punishment.
If
Can
they
you track?
then whose fault is that?
It's God's.
No, it's not.
Yeah, because he created them with a sin nature. She had desire in her heart to sin.
No, he did not.
Yeah, he
Genesis
did.
said he created them good.
So what? That doesn't mean that they're not without sin.
Okay.
If they were perfect, they wouldn't have sinned.
Where it says, I just gave you the verse earlier where it says God created man immortal and he created them in his image.
Are you actually going to address the passage I read or not?
No, because you're just contradicting
so
yourself.
it's actually quite relevant. So you're not going to address it at all?
Because you're contradicting yourself.
No, I'm not contradicting myself. It sounds like you just can't track. So the point is actually pretty clear. In fact, everybody in the audience understands what's happening. See, the consequence, like the reason why the earth is cursed, the reason why women have painful childbirths, this is a decision that God made. God said, hey, when Adam and Eve sinned, he knew they were going to sin too, didn't he?
But he gave them the choice to say yes.
Did he know they were going to sin? Did he answer my fucking question? Did he know they're going to sin?
No. You answer my question.
No, I'm not going to answer your question. I'll fucking cut you right now.
Okay, whatever, bro.
So answer the question. Did God know they were going to sin? Yes or no?
Yes, he did, but that doesn't mean
he
made them do it.
And before they sinned, did he know what he was going to do about it?
Yes.
Did anyone force him to do that?
No, but did anyone force Adam
to do that?
No.
So what that means is God just chose the punishment, correct?
No, it is not correct.
So God didn't choose what was going to happen when they sinned.
It was a consequence of their action.
Did God choose what the consequence is?
Okay, yes, but not
there you go. Okay, so if you choose, I'm not done yet. If you choose the consequence, if you choose, just pay attention. Maybe you'll learn something for once. If you choose the consequence, no matter if they disobeyed or not, you're responsible for that consequence happening. So if I said to my son, listen, if you act up at school, I'm gonna if I commit a crime, it's not wrong. Okay. It's not wrong. I'll explain it to you. I'm gonna explain it to you, okay? If my son over here acts up at school, I say, listen, if you act up at school, I got to hit your sister. I'm sorry. The fact that he acted up at school, does that make my behavior better? Listen, it shouldn't matter if he acted up at school. I shouldn't be hitting his sister. You shouldn't be punishing all of mankind for the sin of one person, especially creating this nonsense of hell. They ate a fucking fruit, bro. They didn't even know right from wrong yet. This God's a psychopath. And you're the Stockholm poster boy.
Can you hear me?
Unfortunately.
Okay, so if God knew they were going to sin, and if he predestined their punishment, why did he put that tree there in the first place?
Because he wanted to. It's because it's a setup.
Because it's a setup.
Yep.
That's not very logical.
Yeah, it is.
The reason the tree was there is to give them that choice to say yes and no.
I agree. It's a setup, yeah.
And is there anybody who chose yes?
He knew it was going to happen. That's a setup.
Okay. If I know,
if I leave my son alone in the living room with his favorite snack,
I'm gonna give you my analogy,
and I know he's going to eat it. Like if I know for sure that my son's going to eat that snack, and I put it there anyways, it's a setup. It's not hard.
Can I please speak about interruption? At least 2 minutes.
Is it going to be on topic? You never actually address anything I say. This is actually why I keep talking over you, by the way.
Okay.
I keep talking over you because every time I answer your question, you talk about something completely unrelated. Yes or no? Are you going to address anything I just said or no?
Yes.
Okay, go for it.
If I commit a crime, is it the court's fault I receive my punishment, or is it my fault?
I didn't say anything about fault.
Yes, you did.
You're straw manning me now. Nope.
Okay, because you blame God for the consequence. Okay.
Consequences. Yes. And who chose the consequences? Who chose them?
Should I blame the court?
Who chose them?
Should I blame the?
Who chose them?
Should I blame the? Can I please speak?
I'm giving you the answer.
Should I blame the court for my consequence?
Did they choose what it's going to be?
No.
Then no. You blame who chose what they're going to be.
Okay, that's the same thing.
I know. Thanks for finally agreeing with me. The person who decided the consequence is responsible for the consequence existing. You did it. You finally arrived. Look at you. Big boy.
Justin, you are very disrespectful. You insulted me multiple times.
Mm-hmm. That's because you're disrespecting me by talking over me and not paying attention. You're doing it right now. You've been talking over me the entire conversation, which is why I continue to talk over you. And you don't answer any of my questions. You pivot, you evade, you run away, you preach, and you literally started this conversation by being a whiny ass bitch, which is why you don't get my respect.
You're very rude. You know that, right?
No.
Every time you speak about Christianity, it's through your own eyes, your own version of Christianity, not Christian.
That's all you're doing.
You know that, right?
That's all you're doing.
No, it's not. How am I doing?
Because you're interpreting the Christian tradition as being right, which means you're the final arbiter. You decided that they're right.
Christian tradition is the universal concept in which Scripture is understood and
certainly
interpreted.
Not universal. Nope.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's the universal method for people that are too lazy to read the Bible. People who are too lazy to read the Bible will farm it out to the church fathers. Hey, I don't need to read this book. The church fathers read this book for me. Hey, don't make me read that. I don't want to do that. Don't make me think logically about how God chose the most awful consequences ever and then set the human beings up to fall into sin, even though they didn't even know right from wrong yet. How did they know that disobedience was wrong?
And that's through your eyes and not through Christian
So he's not going to say it again. Again, try it again. How did they know that disobedience was wrong?
Okay, the reason is because we are supposed to trust in God and His goodness.
He's never going to answer the question.
I just answered your question.
Did they know that disobedience was wrong?
No, but the reason
they didn't know that disobedience was wrong, but then they got punished for being disobedient. Holy shit! Wait, but why did all women get punished for their disobedience?
They did.
He's not going to answer. He's never going to answer the question.
God commanded them. God commanded them. Do not.
Did they know? Did they know right from wrong yet?
Huh?
Did they know right from wrong yet? Did they know good and evil?
See, you don't even know the main exact part, the main moral story of this message.
He never answers the question. Yeah, it literally says, the Lord God said, see, the humans have become like one of us, knowing good and evil, and now they might reach out their hands and also take from the tree of life and eat and live forever. So when did they become aware of good and evil?
Okay, I'm going to say it one more time. Okay, please do not interrupt me.
It's like a 2-word answer. When did he become aware? Maybe 3. It's a 5-word answer. When did he become aware of good and evil?
Okay. Before you rudely interrupt
me, you get 5 words.
Question.
You get 5 words.
No,
when did they become aware? It's more. That's more. You're already like over 5. We're waiting for 5 words. When did they become aware of good and evil?
What is the theme of Genesis, the creation story?
Oh, he's never gonna fucking answer. We're waiting for the answer.
Me before I ask my question.
I'm never gonna answer.
You interrupted me though.
I'll tell you what. Listen, I'll make you a deal. I'm gonna let you preach. You can say whatever bullshit you want. I'm gonna respond to you, and then you have to listen to me preach. How about that?
Yes.
All right, go for it. You got 2 minutes.
Okay. In Genesis, okay,
these people never learn. They never learn. All right, fucking A. It's 11:30. I'm not going to stay up till 2 in the morning tonight. I actually have to get some sleep, friends. So I'm going to read some super chats and close out the stream for the night. Listen, friends, thanks so much for being here tonight. It was a wild one. I'm sorry. The first conversation was like 2.5 hours. I don't usually do that, but the guy was such a goof. I was like, I kind of have to. I was just curious, like how many dumb and wrong things can a person say in one stream? I had to know. The curiosity killed the cat, friends. I'm sorry. I had to do it. But the following conversations, I think, were pretty short, right? We followed it up with some fun stuff. This really is a fun topic. It's wild to me how many Christians can't see it. That like you disobey God once and he'll light you on fire for eternity, but he's good. He loves you. Okay, sure. Connor, thank you for the super chat, friends. Did Rocky show up safe? If not, I'll make another. No problem. I actually haven't. I was supposed to check my mailbox today. I haven't had time. I apologize. I haven't been to my mailbox in like 3 weeks. I promise I'll get there soon, very soon. I assume it's there. There was a delivery that was made. So I assume that's it. I appreciate that. Also, are you collecting pets now? Well, kind of. I wouldn't say collecting. Building a pet family, maybe. First kitties, then burbs. What's next? I suggest mice. Well, I don't know if I care so much about mice. They can be cute, though. Hamster, maybe. Guinea pig? Guinea pigs are cute. You can do that. Full Baked Meat says, why talk Bible when we could just talk Babble? Bill Bros, circa, always. You nailed it. Listen, if you call now for 3 easy payments of $9.99, you can learn how to circumvent all the problems with the Bible with philosophy. Never mind the fact that the Bible says, don't get caught up in vain philosophies. What is that, Philippians? Game Guy says, if Jesus had a body in the garden, why the fuck would Mary need to give birth to him? That fucking my point. What? Why does he need to incarnate on the earth if he already has a body? These people aren't smart. You have to be delusional to believe this stuff. Like when I was a Christian, like when I came up on these weird things, I was like, that can't be it. There's like these things that people believe, like that can't be it. We got to work this out in a logical manner. I'm just gonna believe it. But you know, eventually you're like, actually none of it's believable. You know, is what it is. And Griff says, you should make an official bingo card. I do. Here's the problem. So when usually, like, what do I have today? I had like 17,500 in the horizontal stream and, 1700 in the horizontal stream and a couple hundred, like a little over 450, I think, in the vertical stream and a bunch on TikTok. The problem is, most of these bingo cards, the standard bingo card only has so many variants. And so like, I have an online app where you can make bingo cards, but it maxes out at like 100 different cards. After that, everybody that gets a card is going to basically have a duplicate. So it doesn't really work out very well. So like, if we were doing bingo, which we could still, by the way, it's in my link tree. I've got a link to Atheist Bingo in my link tree. You can play anytime you want. Up to 100 individual cards are there. I forget who made it. Nevertheless, you actually can play. It's a lot of fun. We just haven't done an official bingo night in a while. I think last time we had one, I was giving away free mugs. Maybe it's time to revisit that. Ash Ashandri says, wow, some callers do spell dumb without a B. That's true. Listen, when you're dumb, you don't know how to spell dumb. It's a self-reinforcing situation. And Joshua, thank you for the super chat, says, Flimpton 322 is a cuneiform tablet that proves the ancient Assyrians knew about Pythagorean triplets over 1,000 years before Pythagoras. Actually, so this is true, actually. So I remember discussion on this. There's also another one, a Sumerian one that was discovered not that long ago that might demonstrate that even the ancient Sumerians had like super advanced math. Let's see, Plimpton. But nevertheless, listen, the ancients were doing science. Like, you don't have to call it science to know that they're doing science. They're making observations. They're building hypotheses, testing hypotheses, examining the results, and sharing the information. Dustframe says, what do you call a well-endowed Bible scholar? A PhD with a PhD? Oh, I see what you did there. PhD stands, we know what it stands for. A hard D. Okay. Yeah, that was a fair joke, actually. We can rock with that. And Choco says, thanks for being here, buddy. They didn't do science exactly how we do science now, so it wasn't science at all. He just, no true Scotsman science. Oh, true. No true Scotsmaning science is actually pretty crazy. I don't think I've seen that so much before. Like, that's pretty wild. And Game Guy says, it's not silly to ask you to name a scholar when you keep appealing to scholars. Fucking Phil Bros. But that was my point. Listen, you guys know me. I don't generally like appeal to scholars because a lot of them fucking disagree. What's the point of quoting one? I know if I quote a scholar, they're gonna find another one that maybe disagrees, right? So, but if they're gonna be out here quoting scholars, I'm gonna hold their feet to the fire. Fucking which scholar said it, right? Anyways, we're in agreement there. And Ariadwin, good to see you. It says, how does it go? Dodge, duck, dip. Oh, detour, distract. Anyways, this caller is trying all that. Happy cooking, Rock Harder for Doug. Yeah, we had quite a bit of that. I would say overall, the 5 Ds of dodgeball were in full force. And I think a couple people have dodgeball marks on their face tonight. Choco says, I'm an actual poet. Oh, fucking A. These conversations kill me. Yeah, I'll never understand. Like, people are like, well, it's poetry, so it doesn't mean anything. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Listen, poetry can be hyperbolic. Like, somebody says, like, I'm at the edge of death. Well, they might not actually be at the edge of death. They just might be feeling really shitty. You know, say my face has, or let's see, my heart has dropped to my stomach. Well, it didn't really happen, but we know what you mean, right? But see what I'm saying? But you can't just say, well, because it's poetic, it doesn't mean what it says. It actually does mean what it says. Rick Allison says, I'm pretty sure Balaam David's primary genre is horseshit. Rock Hard for Dog, you nailed it. Balaam didn't know anything about genre. I will never understand people who come in here talking about like theological concepts that they've never like understood. Like you should just say, I don't know. Like, what was that fucking Latin Catholic word that guy brought up? I was like, what the fuck is that? I don't know that. I didn't pretend to know it. Don't pretend to know things you don't know, guys. You're gonna get called out. Viking Chest, have you ever read the Bible? Yeah, let me Google it. Well, that's about as much as a fishnet condom, in the words of Mr. Cohen. John Cohen said that? A fishnet condom? Holy shit. That's like, he's good. Whew. John Cohen's, he's really good. I got to get him back on. DD Main says, thank you for the donation. Thank you, friend. I appreciate that. And Chip, great to see you. Says, this guy talking about mytho-history, etc. is definitely no bar bill fanboy. You know what? That's actually a fair point. Mytho-history, if you talk to like real biblical scholars, like of the Hebrew Bible, who have a degree in like Assyriology, the reality is like they're not going to be talking so much about mytho-history. Like when the ancient Greeks wrote their stories of the Greek gods, they didn't think it was mythology. They thought it was real. Why when you read the writings of the Greeks, they talk about these things like they're real, like it really happened. They weren't confused. It's convenient to say their shit is mythology, mine's real. And then even with the Bible, oh, well, because mythology was so incredibly vast, that this must fall into mythology. No, it doesn't. It wasn't vast. They didn't believe it was mythology. They thought it was real shit. And Ontological Shock says, scorching Balaam on Jesus' failed predictions and his lack of fulfilled messianic prophecies might be more successful tactic than debating Genesis. I know, you know what? I probably should have. I just didn't want. I didn't want to derail the conversation on that because it's so. I talk about it so much and it's so far out of the topic for tonight that I was trying not to go there. And to be fair, like I gave Balaam a lot of room. My goal was to give him so much room that he would let him tie himself in so many pretzels, like he had to franchise into an Auntie Anne's. And I think he did it. It was just kind of fun. Every time he said something, I was like, that's fucking wrong, and here's why. I was like, how long can this go on for? Like, it just was endless. Alex Laird says, someone just learned a new phrase. Spoiler alert, 2 things can be true at the same time. It's code for vibes, bro. Yeah, exactly. 2 things actually can be true at once, even. And Polam says, what if God was one of us? Rock Hard for Doug. It's a good song. You know what's funny? Okay. I don't know why, but for the longest time, I thought that Sheryl Crow wrote that song. I was wrong. Let's see. Let me see who actually did that one. Joan Osborne. Yeah. I don't know why my brain associated Sheryl Crow with that song. It's just one of those weird things. The memory is a weird place. Guitar Atheist says, this caller literally making me pull my hair out. I've never seen a caller escape go everything in the Bible on every turn Justin reads out. Yeah, it's really interesting. I think the problem that we have, though, with Balaam's answers is none of them are good, right? And I think that's one of the big issues with apologetics, is because a lot of apologists, they really think that because they have an answer, oh, fuck me, I gotta get to bed. Because they think because they have an answer that it's worthwhile to say, but just having an answer doesn't mean it's a good answer. Like, you can have a response and it can still be a shit response. Hayden says Christians will Mott and Bailey, they're bullshit all day if you let them. That's kind of what happened actually with Balaam. It was a Mott and Bailey the entire time, and he couldn't track. He kept bouncing from topic to topic. It was hard to follow at points. Simeon, my friend, good to see you. It says potential topic idea. Christianity is one of the oldest examples of cultural appropriation. Oh, cultural appropriation's a trigger phrase to bring. You know what? I like that. Hold on, that's really good. It's very similar to Christianity is a failed apocalyptic blood cult, but it's also very similar to was it Christians or heretics? I don't know, but I like this. We're gonna write this down. I'm gonna say I'm gonna say Christianity is cultural appropriation. We can work that out. I think there is a fine line though, because the earliest Christians were Jews, and the Jewish religion was so fractured at the time. I'm not sure we can say that they were wrong for what they believed. You know what I mean? But it's an interesting idea. Ariadwin says dart, more deep. Dart, ditch, disregard, deflect, deceive. Am I close? So the 5 Ds are dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. Dodge, I think, is in there twice. Anyways, wish you would have read their book. Happy Saturday, Friday. Oh, well, listen, we all wish they would read their book. At least I feel like at least the conversation will go faster. Like if I was debating someone who actually had studied the book, we can go from point to point to point and keep the conversation rolling because we both know what's happening, right? We don't need storytelling. We don't need background information. We just from this point to that point to that point to that point, we can actually get some ground. The problem why these conversations are so fucking painful is because these people aren't reading this book. They don't know what's in it. So you have to drag their teeth, like drag them by the hair, kicking and screaming into this book. Ken the Atheist, beautiful kitty, says, it blows my mind that people today think their minds are any different than people who lived 2,000 to 5,000 years ago. True. Rock Hard for Doug gave her Justin. Well, hell yeah, Ken. It baffles me. Like, listen, people back then were smart. Like, I think people, like, they think we're smarter today because we can do cooler stuff. But it's not because we're smarter. It's because we're building constantly on a new base of knowledge, right? Like, I could only do electrical engineering because the scientists that came before me figured all this shit out, right? am I smarter than Benjamin Franklin because I can work with electricity better than him? No, obviously not. He was super smart. Nevertheless, also, by the way, I'm preparing for those interested. I have a lot of people request. I'm preparing a channel soon. I don't know if I'm going to start it over the summer or in the fall, but it's going to be a channel where I teach people the fundamentals of electricity and electrical engineering, but it's going to be in a way where like even kids can follow along. It's going to be project based. So we'll be building projects at home with regular everyday objects that y'all can get. And then I'll explain the electrical theory behind the project so you can learn what's happening. I think it'd be really cool for young people and for people who are just getting into it. The field of electrical engineering is in high demand. We need more engineers than ever. Even in the economy right now, which is as bad as it is, I think if you're an electrical engineer, you're probably fine. You're going to be, there's a huge dearth of engineers compared to employers right now. Not a Robot says, if you don't define your argument fails. True. I mean, listen, if you have a definite article, you need to know what it's referring to, right? You can't just attach that in empty space. I'll let you know, friends, when I get the channel up and running too, by the way. I already know what it's going to be called. Carnage actually picked out the name. It was a great name. And it's going to be a lot of fun. I don't know if I'm just going to do it on TikTok right away or if I'm going to do TikTok and all the other socials yet. But nevertheless, I think it's going to be really cool. There'll just be really short videos, tutorials. Diabolos says, Balaam, you're not challenging anything. You're challenging like epistemologically. I love it when Phil Bros use their fancy words just to sound smart and they don't even know how to use them properly. It's one of my favorite things. I didn't even go to school to study philosophy. I shouldn't have to tell you how to use words right if you like actually studied this shit. Like if philosophy can be helpful if you're Ian or Blitz or if you're engaging in philosophy all the time. But I think for a lot of people, it's just like, I think it just messes up their brain, right? Or they'll read just the philosophy they like and nothing else. Or they'll read the philosophy and not the Bible. Caller, what meat and potatoes? You don't believe 90% of the Bible? True. He says, let me give you the meat and potatoes. Buddy, you haven't read this shit. You have no meat or potatoes. It's just a plate of peas. No, I don't want that shit. I'm just fucking get the dog down here. Mandolin B says, but Justin, two things true at the same time? I know, isn't that crazy? I think there might, and don't send a mob after me, there might be three things at a time that are true. Roy Williams, thank you for the $2 wait for it. I appreciate that, friend. Hope you're doing well. And Dipshit Savant, good to see you. Good. David's use of Mott and Bailey. Yes, Mott and Bailey for sure. Fallacy was obnoxiously stupid. Jordan Peterson would be so proud. Listen, Jordan Peterson is the king of Mott and Bailey. Listen, if you don't know what the Mott and Bailey is, let me make sure I understand it correctly. The general idea is that you promise something specific, and then when it's challenged or when you deliver it, you broaden it. You weaken it. Like you make a serious argument, a solid, a hard argument, and then like a claim at least. And then when you get the argument is soft and weak and generalized, right? Let me make sure that I got that right. See, Mott and Bailey. Fallacy is an informal fallacy where someone conflates an ambitious, controversial claim with a modest, indisputable one when challenged on the controversial claim. Yeah, it was Mott and Bailey all the way. Yeah. The Canoth says, what in the Philosopho-Christian woo bro? I know, listen, I was actually intrigued that we didn't pivot into philosophy, but he was dying hard to do philosophy. Like you can tell it was like, he was like sweating epistemology out of his pores. He was dying to use philosophy words. Oscar, hey, good to see you again. Says, hi, Justin. I'm here for the cat. Great day. Well, listen, I don't fucking blame you. These cats, although they left me now. Hold on. They're out of the room. The cats are amazing. Although I would say Faraday, now that he's in the cone of shame, it's been difficult to cuddle with him. He doesn't realize that he comes up and like he'll try to he wants to cuddle on your neck all the time, and like that cone is like cutting up your neck. He's like digging into you. Holy shit. Speaking of which, Slow TDI says the cone of shame. I know it's hard. He had an abscess on his neck that had to get treated at the vet, and in order to keep him from scratching it while it heals, you got to cone him. I hate it, but that's the way it is. Peter says, to Faraday, exactly why I have pet insurance. Indeed, I have pet insurance. I don't know if I told y'all, I learned the hard way to get pet insurance. You guys remember Pi? Beautiful Pi? Hold on. There's a wonderful artist in our community named Jennifer who made a painting of our late beloved Pi. Isn't he cute? Look at this fucking cat. It's adorable. Anyways, that was like, I think that was my favorite picture. And listen, friends, I made the mistake of not having pet insurance. I grew up with tons of pets. We never had pet insurance. Nothing bad ever happened. And we just got lucky. Pi, unfortunately, had some problems. Poor guy, I spent a ton of money trying to keep him alive. And still, in the end, he didn't make it. Nevertheless, pet insurance is really handy. So when Faraday got the abscess, we took him to the vet, and you know what? I'll turn in the receipt to the pet insurance, and they're going to pay like 90% of it. So it's worth it if you love your pets. I know that it's like an extra monthly cost, but if you can afford it, I think it's worth it if you really do love your pets, and you know they're family members. You should take care of them. Gary says, Hooked 5 deep on Christ Light, the king of beers. That's about right. Listen, Hook was wild. It took me a second to catch up because like he didn't know what was in Hosea. He had no idea. He didn't even know the storyline, right, about which army was going to come and invade. Obviously, it's talking about the Neo-Assyrians, which was the last army prior to the Babylonians, which is what you would find in Hosea and the early parts of Isaiah and whatnot, and Amos as well. And then a few minutes later, he said he was a pastor. I'm like, the fuck? How are you a pastor and you don't know the basic storyline of Hosea? What happened here? Did you flunk out of school? I don't think he got a real MDiv, to be fair. Daniel says Romans 9 absolutely contradicts 2 Peter 3:9. Yes, agreed. Listen, this is what I've been trying to say the entire time. If you go to the Bible, you're going to find that like this free will versus not free will nonsense. It's just a contradiction. It doesn't matter how many times the Bible says you have choice. It also tells you that you don't have choice. That's the problem. It's just also free will. It doesn't exist. It may be choice, but not free will. It is interesting though, because in this passage it says that he doesn't want any to perish, but all come to repentance. This is very similar to, there's a passage, I think in John, where it says he desired for all to avoid perishing. I have to check that out. There's a cross-reference for it over here, actually. But anyways, this is actually a really good one. In fact, I might, you know what? Let's do this. I like this contradiction. I've used this contradiction in the debates before, but I think I like this contradiction enough that I think I'm going to add it to the cheat sheet. This is actually a really helpful contradiction because it does show that God can't want everyone to be saved and then also predestine them for hell. That's not how that works. If you want everyone to be saved, you can't take actions that explicitly contradict your goal. That's preposterous. Okay. Predestined, but want all saved. I think that's what we're going to call the contradiction. It's in 2 Peter 3:9. So we do 2 Peter 3:9, and it's going to be Romans 9. And what is it, like verse 30 in Romans 9, somewhere in there. Hold on. Oh, I typed it wrong. Oh, looks like it wasn't 30. It looks like it's going to be verse 23 and 24. Okay. But we might want to get the full thing. Maybe verse 19 to 24. I think is what we want. First. 19 to 24. This is a really fun contradictions, and 2 Peter 3:9. I try to stay away from contradictions that are like hard to explain. You know what I mean? Like when you use them in a debate, like not everyone's gonna get it. But I think this is clear enough. You know what I mean? I think it'll work. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna paste the link. All right, the link is now pasted. On the deconstruction cheat sheet. Bada bing, bada boom. Fantastic. Mason, thank you for the super chat. Says fire doesn't mean fire, it means separation. Duh. I keep forgetting. I need the Holy Spirit decoder ring. I broke mine. I dropped it on the floor. It was poorly soldered. I dropped it on the floor. It just fell apart. I did buy this actually. This is a Holy Spirit decoder as well. And so hopefully I'll be able to put this to use next time I read the Bible and maybe figure out what these words actually mean. I think that's going to be the next step. You know what I mean? Laura loves DZ debates. Thank you so much for the super chat. Says G1 Timu version of M's can't mess with perfection. Agreed. Listen, G1, I think that was his real voice, but it was hard to tell. Nevertheless, the guy was not impressive at all. I was not impressed. And I don't think the audience was impressed either. I could be wrong, but I saw a lot of people asking to get him out of here. So we got him out of here. He was annoying. And Sherry, good to see you, says BMF, son of Doug, set me free from the box. I do have them actually. So when I change out this particular backing, probably if I had to guess, around the 4th of July, I'm going to have BMF on here. So sometime midsummer, I'm going to be redoing the shelf behind me with. I keep it seasonal typically, but for the spring, I didn't know what to do, so I just did plants and flowers, or plants that look green, right? But for summer, I probably do some fireworks and BMF getting with some cans of Monster and getting crunk out there. Dexter says, study the Babel. G1 wins. Rock hard for Doug. Dexter, you about nailed it, right? Listen, if you want to know about God, whatever you do, don't study that Bible. And Worship says, posted a Hook 333 threat to our deconstruction zone. Oh, I mean thread. I see. Let me see. Reddit, was it .com/deconstruction zone? And there should be a thread here for... Yeah, there it is. Love it. Oh, that's what he looks like? Holy shit. When I was scrolling through the profile, I didn't see that. Oh, what a goof. Oof. Yeah, he's a goofball. He sounded older on the phone. Weird. That's a goofy profile. Nevertheless, the cone of shame is on the Deconstruction Zone Reddit page now too. Hey, friends, thanks for keeping up the Deconstruction Zone Reddit page, by the way. I've never really done the Reddit thing. I don't even know how it works, to be honest. I was never a Reddit person, despite the fact that I love reading. So whoever is like maintaining and posting over there, I really appreciate that. That's very, very kind of you. I know a lot of people use Reddit and a lot of people really like it. So like, I'm super appreciative that everybody is, checking it out. Also, if you haven't joined the Deconstruction Junction, what are you waiting for? Join it up. It's a good time. And if you go to my link tree, there's a secret society link in there as well. So just saying. Adam, thank you for the super chat. Says the concupiscence caller mentioned Bellarmine, definitely Catholic. Oh, Bellarmine's absolutely Catholic. Yeah, for sure. In fact, there's a Catholic university called Bellarmine, and never mind, it's neither here nor there. But yeah, this is a Catholic term. This is not something that like normal Protestants or non-Catholics would know. That's why if you look at the page, let's go to say how do you Cupid fucking A sense. There we go. If you go to the wiki page for this word, because there's a wiki page, it's just full of Catholic. It's all Catholic references. It says in Christianity, particularly in Catholic and Lutheran theology, concupiscence is Lutherans are basically Catholics without tradition, the tendency of humans to sin. There are 9 occurrences of concupiscence in the Douay-Rheims Bible, which I got a copy of that, and 3 occurrences in King James. Nevertheless, it's not something you'll learn in Protestant school. Daniel says concupiscence does pop up in some old Bibles. Yeah. It's a real thing, but here's why. Friends, you need to know the King James is a revision of the Bishop's Bible, and a lot of these early English Bibles, they imported Latin words that were part of the zeitgeist. Just like, for example, in English, we would say niche. Niche is not an English language, a word in our language, it's French. But we still include it, right? It's part of our vocabulary. There were certain Latin words like that. And there's like theological terms baked into Latin as well. So by the time English was rolling around for Bibles, the idea that Isaiah 14, that Lucifer is referring to the devil, that was so important to them that they kept Lucifer in the English, even though Lucifer is a Latin word. But they didn't want to change it from the actual Hebrew definition to English because they're like, well, we need people to know this is about Lucifer, right? And so you'll see that in some of the early English Bibles where they kept some Latin phrases because it carried theological weight that they didn't want people to, forget about. But you're right. And Prisoner Fan says Beauty and the Beast equals Stockholm Syndrome. Yes! Fucking nailed it. Listen, the minute I was like a young teenager and I rewatched Beauty and the Beast, it was really disgusting. Like the idea that you would fall in love with someone who treats you that way and is dangerous and could harm you and has kidnapped you, and it's preposterous. I get it. There's this old trope among humans that like men are gruff and surly and we need a soft woman to come and change us. It's a very old trope. In fact, fucking in the Epic of Gilgamesh, if you read that, Enkidu, the friend of Gilgamesh, who's like created like a wild animal, the way that he gets conditioned to be human is they send a prostitute to sleep with them, and he falls in love and they have a relationship, and then she brings him out of the woods and into the city. It's a huge metaphor. It's a big metaphor for the condition of mankind and how women are more or less seen as the gentle creatures who have to tame the wild beasts. It's pretty wild. 80 Mollis says, have you read Rosenberg's Sign of Virginity discussed in Deuteronomy 22, 13 through 21, and how it essentially encourages nuptial rape so the woman is proved a virgin? I don't think I've read Rosenberg on this one. I've read almost all of the rabbinic writings on it. And I've got commentaries too. Hold on. I've got a bunch of electronic ones. Actually, I wonder what Robert Alter says on Deuteronomy 22. He's Jewish. It'd be interesting to find out. Anyways, Deuteronomy 22. This is a cultural background commentary, so it should have something good. It says, a man could take a wife and subsequently divorce her, but not without being challenged in many instances. He could not slander or impugn her a Babylonian dossier from the reign of Samshu Iluna from 1700 BCE touches on a provision in the Code of Hammurabi. By the way, if you go to the cheat sheet, I've got a tab called Laws, where I parallel the biblical laws with the ancient laws of the Near East, and you'll find parallels of Deuteronomy 22 in it. Anyways, it says that in the Code of Hammurabi, involving a charge of the Amma Sukal against the bride of not being a virgin when he married her, his charge was not sustained. Charges against a virgin and the laws of Lapitishtar also failed. It was of great value to a woman, her father, and her family for her to be a virgin at marriage. Cases at Mari and Nippur, well, especially Nippur. Mari was well known for their underage girl trading, I guess you would say. Indicate that a betrothed woman who was penetrated before marriage had broken her vow and could be divorced. Yeah, for sure. Let's see. The penalty is not paralleled in the ancient Near East. I agree. It's not clear that people in the ancient Near East stoned people for this. This seems to be a biblical practice. If the sexual activity is understood to have taken place before a betrothal, this legal equality between married women and betrothed women is mirrored in various laws of men who rape them. And he didn't say much about it actually in this commentary. Sadly, so that's the problem with Christian commentaries, is a lot of times they just don't address that shit. They're like, yeah, this is, it's similar to this thing over here, but we're not going to comment on like the worst part of it. We don't want to do that, right? This commentary here. Let's see if it mentions anything. This should be Deuteronomy 22, 23. All right. Man, this is a short commentary. Back when this commentary series first came out, they had good scholars. Gerhard von Rad is no slouch, but they weren't very long. Newer commentaries are really good. But anyways, it says in 13, there follows next a whole group of ordinances dealing with family law, blah, 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 blah. Okay, when fail to present, he must bring complaint. They shall produce a garment. The blood stains resulting from the first habitation, blah, blah, blah. By this means, a man is convicted, and there follows, very remarkable hypothesis. In this event, the woman is to be stoned in front of her parents' house. Here also the reason is given for the fame of Israel, blah, 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 crime committed, expression. Yeah, it doesn't really say much about the injustice here. In fact, it says he must bring his complaint before the elders, who are the persons duly authorized to administer justice. It's not justice. If you're using a bloody sheet to detect virginity, it's never justice. But let me see what you were saying here with Deuteronomy 22, 13 through 21 in Rosenberg's. Let's see. In Rosenberg's case. That's what he says. What text did he write it in? I'm trying to find. There's an article written, The Bible's Flaw of Determining Virginity, Deuteronomy 22, but it's not written by Rosenberg. Friends, I don't know what this is referring to, if it was a book somewhere. There is an article on the Torah that says, Torah.com, Deuteronomy's uncompromising demand for women's sexual infidelity. Let's see. But I don't think Rosenberg was involved in this article either. So I'm going to need, let me see, F. Rosen. Yeah, he's not involved in this article either. I guess I'm not sure, friends. I don't know what it refers to. Yeah. Hey, Mollis, shoot me a message. Let me know what you're referring to. House 70 says, got someone in your basement right now? Not necessarily. Like, what the hell, bro? Forced morality is the morality for Christians. Agreed. Forced by threat, by the way. It's crazy that they say they would do horrible things if they weren't Christian. I believe them. Listen, when somebody tells you about themselves, believe them. Believe that shit. Ken the Atheist, good to see us again. It says, I know I'm behind live. It's okay. But listen, I was behind on Super Chats. But this dude just said he's a selfish pig. I believe that. Holy shit, his captors have him brainwashed. This is the perfect topic. I know. These people kept demonstrating that they have the syndrome. Like over and over again, they demonstrated the point. And Loco says, Christians, why don't you commit war crimes if you don't believe in God? Me? Wait, is that really the only thing stopping you? Yeah. A lot of these Christians think that without God, they would lose their minds. But that's not what happens in reality. You might fall into maybe nihilism. You might maybe fall into a little bit of hedonism. But most people I know that lost their religion didn't turn to like harming people. Peace Loving Cake says the plumber's brain needs some Drano. Clearly it clogged somewhere. You know what? Peace Loving Cake, I'm so disappointed that I did not do even one plumber's joke during that stream. Shame on me. Shame. 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 I should put that on the soundboard. Missing a plumber's joke? Damn. I didn't even crack one. Anyone? Oh, okay. Well, some of my best work goes unnoticed. Yakavos, I'm not your buddy, guy. I'm not your guy, buddy. Great reference, by the way. I love me some South Park references. I wish I had South Park on my soundboard. I need to rectify that. That's an electrical term. Jacques Cousteau, Swiss Family Robinson. Yes, that's the guy I was thinking of. Rousseau, Jacques Rousseau is not Jacques Cousteau. But boy, do they sound similar. You know what I mean? Thank you for the clarification. Just Shmuley says a different from dad joke and an athletic rabbit. Wait, diff from dad joke and an athletic rabbit. One is a little bit funny. Other is a little a fit bunny. You mix the B and the F on the beginning of the words. That's pretty good. Joking from Token. Hey, if you got it, light it. If you can't laugh at yourself, listen, you have to laugh at yourself. Thank you, Shmuley. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a good night, Shmuley. Astronova, my friend, great to see you. I hope you're doing okay. That's it. Warner University. Thank you. I got to write this down. Let's see. It's Hook 333, and he went to Warner University. I'm in Florida. Let's see, Florida. I want to check out their course requirements for their MDiv. First of all, I don't think the guy has an MDiv, to be honest. That doesn't check out. Also, not having accreditation by the ATS. Well, it's not required. Like, you don't have to have ATS accreditation. Most really good seminaries seek it. Like, if you have a really good seminary, like, there's not a good reason to not get an ATS accreditation. They're one, maybe the top two of the best accrediting agencies for Christian schools, or at least theological schools. They're really good. Nevertheless, let me see a little bit of what their academic schedule is. I can check that out while I'm getting through some other stuff. But interesting. If you go to the website, I don't see any of their faculty. I would love to see what type of people they have on their faculty. You can tell a lot about a school by who's actually teaching there. If a lot of their teachers are people that graduated from that school, that's called academic incest. Not good. It's bad. In fact, if you want to get accreditation, usually that will prevent you from getting accreditation at a good place. But let me see. Current students, maybe it might have something. Anyways, I'll find that later. Appreciate the information, Astronova. And Mindforged Manacle, good to see you, says, I've never even heard of a Protestant denomination that accepts church tradition as legitimate. Most call that nonsense teaching of man. True. And it is. And the church fathers disagree with each other all the time. There's like no good reason to treat it as authoritative. Hyro, fantastic. Good to see you. Says, saw your audio adrenaline sweatshirt the other day on the line. Fuck yeah. I've had that since I was 16. And truth be told, it belonged to a good friend when I was in high school. And I forget how I ended up with it. And they didn't want it back. So I've got it. I've had it for like, oh fuck, I'm 40 something right now. So long time, like 25 years. Anyways, I kind of like Audio Adrenaline still. They had some good tunes, and I like the design. Although a lot of people think it's an Atari shirt. It's not. It's a similar. I immediately thought Audio Adrenaline. You can't take God away from me. Justin, watch me. You fucking nailed it. Yes. That's a beautiful turn of events, isn't it? And Shmuley says, appreciate your work, rock harder for Doug, simply what sharing. Well, thank you, Shmuley. I appreciate your support. And for the 616, that means you've been listening. My best friend is now questioning after you answered my super about hate in Luke 14:26. Oh, and Justin fucking Rock, obviously. Thank you. Listen, I realize that when you're questioning something about the Bible, it can be tempting to go on the internet and find some web page doing apologetics, but you really want to go to some real academic sources. Don't do any bullshit. Don't go to apologeticspress.org. That shit's not where it's at. Don't go to gotquestions.org. Not gonna help. Pharaoh says, were you thinking of Robinson Crusoe or Rousseau? Well, I was thinking of Jacques Cousteau, right? See. Right? Yeah, that's the guy, Jacques Cousteau, and he wrote the Swiss Family Robinson, right? Let's see. No, he didn't write it. He did write some adventure books, adventure stuff, but I don't think he wrote the Swiss Family Robinson. Swiss Family Robinson was done by John Davis Wise. So wrong author, but that was the guy I was thinking of. But appreciate the help. Loco, good to see you again. Says, even when I was apostolic. Also, by the way, for those who weren't Protestant, if you are a Protestant, the apostolic church is a specific Protestant denomination that doesn't believe in apostolic authority. And he says, I didn't care about this extra biblical stuff this much. It's a waste of breath, caller. Get back on topic. Yes. And the apostolic churches are funny. They're super rigid. The last time I went to one, I had a roommate. It was a long time ago. I had a roommate that came from that tradition, and he was trying to find a new church. So I was going around with them to some apostolic churches. And like the pastors would get on me for like showing up in jeans. And it was funny because the first one I went to, I showed up in jeans, and he was like, and he goes, what was it? Something like, have you accepted Jesus in your heart or some nonsense like that? I was like, yeah, I've been a Christian for a long time. He goes, oh, I was just asking because you showed up in jeans. I was like, oh, this motherfucker thinks Christians have to wear dress pants to church. What a crazy thing. Mindforge Manacle? Yeah. I never knew of that Psalms mention of original sin. Isn't that great? Like, listen, the idea of original sin, like I know Protestants don't really like it. It's in the Bible. Like it's not something you have to make up. It's actually in there. So like, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe on the cheat sheet I'll do a tab for original sin. Put a couple ones in the comments if you want a tab on the cheat sheet for original sin. I could put the doctrines and the notes, and I could put the catechism and the historical stuff on there. I can fill it out pretty good. I think we'll make something of it. And Famous, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Says, thanks for being a great teacher and positive icon in this community. Well, fuck, thank you, Famous Amos. Your chat has been so supportive to me through my surgeries and my mom's recurrent cancer. Celebrating today's post-op with some barbecue. Yes. Listen, post-op's great to be in. That means you got through it. The other thing is, listen, celebrate. No one knows how long they get to live. And so you're not required to, but you should, if you love yourself, enjoy the time that you have. You know what I mean, friends? Like, There's no point in going through life and wasting it. And if there's something you want to do, fucking go do it. Have some barbecue, have a little barbecue. Yeah, have a good time. Loco says either the caller is in a cult within a cult or I was. This is the first time I've ever heard an apostolic claim to be Trinitarian. Apostolics is a branch of the Pentecostals, and they believe in oneness, don't they? Am I wrong? Let me check. Yeah, they believe in oneness. Yeah. For those that don't know about the oneness doctrine, the United not all Pentecostals, but the United Pentecostals and the Apostolics, they believe essentially in modalism, where when Jesus was on earth, there was literally nobody in heaven. Like God changes forms rather than praying to himself. And I can see why you would want to do that. And another reason why they come up with that is like, well, if you read the book of Acts, every time someone gets baptized, they baptize them in the name of Jesus, not the Father, Son, Holy Ghost. Even though Matthew Jesus tells you to baptize in the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, but nevertheless, yeah. Sydney Raptor says basketball game audio during 3 different callers. Basketball game. Oh, you mean they were watching the game? Possibly. Well, it's the playoffs, right? What round are we on? Hold on. I don't really watch sports on TV because I hate fun. But once the playoffs, conference finals, once the playoffs rolls around, I don't mind tuning in. Kind of, a little bit thrilling to watch the playoff brackets form. Captain Gyro says, thank you for Captain, thank you for your donation, friend. And the 5 Ds of dodgeball, one of my favorite names on YouTube, by the way. Such a great name to pick out. Says, the greatest form of love cannot be forgiveness with caveats. True. It would have to be giving your life for somebody is an amazing thing to do. Like if you say somebody attacked your child and you defended your child with your life. Yeah, I think that might be one of the greatest things you could do for somebody, for sure. But threatening somebody with hell, like for that you don't have to, creating hell, telling you're going to send people there, and then be like, well, actually, I'll die in your place. Motherfucker, you didn't do anything. You didn't have to create the hell in the first place. Like, none of that was necessary. This is all nonsense. It says, sorry, I should have read the rest of it. Is definitionally greater. Forgiveness without believing in the sky carcass is automatically greater. Yeah, it is. Actually, if you can forgive somebody without believing in this nonsense God, I think that forgiveness is probably a little bit more valuable, to be fair. Slow TDI says, actually interacting or responding to what you're saying directly is a fucking sin. Checkmate, Jeff. True. Listen, I know that, I think that last caller, what was his name? Hold on. Jonathan? Yeah, Jonathan. If he didn't come in being so condescending and whiny, I probably would have been nicer to him. But when you come in acting like that, like, what do you want from me? You want me to fucking coddle you? I'm sorry. You come in talking crazy, this was, you're not going to get the good guy. And Mike says, big book and glasses was so funny. You're the best. I appreciate that. I was wondering, I don't know if I've been able to pull those out for that occasion just yet. But they're actually really funny magnifying glasses. Where did I put those? Fuck. So, I mean, y'all have probably seen, obviously, like, well, now they're lost. I don't even know how I lost them, but they're gone. Oh, it's under my Bible. Y'all have seen regular magnifying glass, but these double up. You can, I mean, they don't work very well, but that was the idea. You can get close and double up and use both your eyes, but it's not necessary. Just get a bigger magnifying glass. You'll be fine. It's gonna be okay. Or use your phone as a magnifying glass now. But anyways, yes, I literally brought that into my office just to do that gag. I thought it would be funny. Guys, it's almost 2:67. People are leaving. I know, it's Debates are done. We're just reading super chats. So that's why people are leaving. Not everyone sticks around for the super chats. Like, we're gonna read all of them. L. It's 12:30 in the morning. We're not doing any more debates, my man or woman. I actually don't know. Your name just says L. I got like I don't know, maybe 12 or 13 left to read. And then, I'm going to send y'all somewhere else. Green 31 OSU. Hey, fucking A, OH, baby. Jonathan needs some time in AIM labs to improve his tracking. You know what? I could have tolerated Jonathan better if he would actually respond to what I was saying, actually answer the question, and not go into story mode. I will never understand, I will never understand why Christians feel the need to tell me the whole story. We all know the story. Like, Adam and Eve is the first story you're going to learn when you read the Bible. It's like the first 5 pages. It's all there. Nobody needs to hear the story. We know it. Just make the point. Tell us the point that you want to make, and then we'll discuss the point. If the Bible needs to be summarized or read, we'll read the Bible. And hey, T pineapple, is that TL pineapple? I think that's what it says. Eventually, I'll figure that one out. Even if God's punishment to humans could be justified, why do animals suffer? There is zero reason why animals must suffer for humans. And you know what? I didn't do animal suffering tonight, but you know what? I'm going to go to, I should have added this to my topic list. I'm going to add animal suffering to it. Let's see. Animal suffering. This is a fair point. I've done kind of a divergent track where I went into animal suffering from the fall. I kind of prefer going into what God did to humans biologically or to all women. But to be fair, like in the Bible, it says all people sin, which means all people deserve the curse. But animals didn't do shit, right? In fact, a couple weeks ago, we were on this. That's how, oh, hold on. Let me get that clip. That was crazy. There's a guy a couple weeks ago that literally said, oh, did I not write it down? Dog. It's got to be in here. Fire. Okay. I think it was on 427. Christian can't explain why suffering is bad. And then can't answer if lighting a dog on fire is wrong. Waffles for 5 minutes and then says that it's not wrong. So if you want to see it, it's Anonymous is the person's name on 427. I was running this argument and I got him to admit that literally lighting a live dog on fire wouldn't be wrong in his worldview. It's crazy. These people are sick people. They got problems. Space Lord says God deceived Adam and Eve twice, didn't carry out the punishment, stated, and gave them a worse punishment. True. Listen, they weren't told. Like, nobody, God did not tell them in the book that he was going to create natural disasters, that he would rip people limb from limb in earthquakes and tornadoes and hurricanes and whatnot. Didn't tell them any of that nonsense. But that's what they got. They didn't get the full story. They did not have like fully informed information. And Blade Runner says true love hurts, like really bad. It burns. Oh fuck. True. It can actually. Yeah. All of us maybe remember like our first broken hearts. You know, you get older and you know life moves on. But true love in God's worldview is making sure he lights that shit on fire. Loco says simultaneously cathartic, validating, and embarrassing to listen to that as a former apostolic. I know, actually, Loco. I think because he's Orthodox, he doesn't know. I don't think to be fair, I don't think he knew about the apostolic denomination. I think he was assuming that there's multiple apostolic denominations, meaning there are multiple denominations that believe in the apostolic tradition as authority. he was confused. He didn't realize that apostolic was a real Protestant denomination. It wasn't very smart. Stone is Percussion, great to see you. Thank you for sending out 20 DZ Debate gifted memberships. And last I checked, we're actually, hold on, we are at almost the same amount of memberships on DZ Debates now as Deconstruction Zone. Not yet. We're still behind. Deconstruction Zone's got about 25 to 30% more membership still yet. But yeah, we're going to reach parity soon. I think are we close to 40,000 on DZ Debates? Hold on. Yeah, we crossed 40,000 and we crossed 75,000 this week on Deconstruction Zone. So big thank you. And if you're watching and you haven't subscribed yet, hey, love to have you subscribe. That's how our channels grow. And that's how we keep disseminating the information. And Pineapple says, having finished my first philosophy class, have to disagree on its usefulness for most people. Most Bill Bros clearly haven't taken an intro philosophy class. You know what? It was funny because I took one philosophy class in school and I enjoyed it. Thought it was fun. I understood that it could be useful. But I remember there's a couple takeaways, but one of the takeaways, at one point we had to read the Republic. And in the Republic, Plato makes this interesting argument where he's basically saying all the leaders of society should be taken from the philosopher class. Because he really thought highly of the philosopher's ability to think rationally and make decisions, so much so that they're better than everybody else. And I just thought that was really interesting because all the Phil Bros we get on here believe that shit. They believe that they're better than everyone else. Like they've solved logic, they've solved the universe. Here's my syllogism. Doesn't have to be sound, but look at that. I got 3 premises and a conclusion. Spagman says, thank you for donation. Oh, fuck, thank you for the Aussie bucks. And Base to Share, great to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I'm such a boring person since becoming an atheist. I know, not even one murder. I didn't party or experiment with anything. I finished my degree, played video games, and hung out with my preteen son. Listen, that's, to be fair, if I would compare the nonsense I got up to when I was young, versus like spending time with my child, I would pick that every day of the week. So much better. I did have a good time being young, but there's something rewarding about about having family members, about having a dependence, even if they're fur babies. I absolutely love my fur babies, but I would pick that. And based to share, I don't do games, but love it for you. And if it brings you joy, fantastic. I do still like doing the classics. Like I would definitely sit down and do a little bit of, say, Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter or Super Mario, but my reference of video games is like 1,000,000 years old. Swamper, actually NBA Jam was fun, and maybe even Earthworm Jim. Thanks. Anyways, Swamp says, thanks for the great show tonight. I prophesize all these callers are making your end of the year video. You know what? Here's the deal. I'm so glad I've been documenting all my callers this year, because I'm going to have to figure out somehow which one of these are the craziest. Maybe I'll publish the list on the Discord and let y'all vote on who you thought the craziest was. And then we can work from there. We can build our list out. So it'd be like kind of like a crowdsourcing best of 2026 video. I think that'd be fun. Shirley Temple, thank you for the super chat. Says, I love you, Justin. I was going to say a bunch of stuff, but I'll just leave it at that. Oh, Shirley, I care about your friend. And thank you for sending me the BMF stuff. I really appreciate that. Eventually, I'll get my shelf redone. I'm trying to do a new shelf design for like each season, right? And this particular season didn't really look fitting for characters or stuffed animals on the shelf, so I removed them for now. But BMF will make it to the shelf eventually. And Loco says, yeah, we believed in the oneness, but my mom's church refuses to actually call it the Trinity because they know the Trinity is incoherent. It's weird. Well, that's the thing is, so the Trinity, I think your mom's right. So the Trinitarian doctrine is opposed to oneness. Oneness suggests that there's basically one mind, one will, one God, one person. It just changes form. Whereas in the Trinity, you've got one God and three persons. It's like the distinction between a who and a what. The what is God, and the who is Jesus, the Son, and the Father, right? But it's nonsense. Nonsense. Atheist Altar Boy, good to see you. It says, Rabbi Justin, you're a rock star. Well, fuck, I don't know if I'm a rock star, but I appreciate that. I do like some rock. Actually, I like all the old rock music. Actually, 70s, 80s, 90s. It's a really good time. I really enjoy it. I appreciate that, Atheist Altar Boy. And Sean, this is our last super chat for tonight. Thank you. Says, I'm a nerd. My best book recs are The Indifferent Stars Above, Empire of the Summer Moon, The Great Mortality, and Intimate History of the Black Death. Oh, really? Really? Hold on, I gotta look that one up. That one sounds really interesting. It's called The Great Mortality. I would actually like to read this book if it's what I think it is. The Great Mortality by John Kelly book provides an intimate history of the Black Death using just the one in Europe. Okay. I would love to see a history of bubonic plagues throughout history because they've been around for a while. It was in Egypt in the Bronze Age. It was in the Anatolian Hittite Empire in Hatti. In fact, King Mursili II wrote a lot of like prayers and psalms and petitions to their god. I think probably to Teshub, the Hittite high deity, as far as I recall, is Teshub. And yeah, you can see like how they're dealing with the plague. They lost like half the population. Like it nearly what the Hittites didn't last. That empire crumbled mostly because of the plague, which they caught when they went to war with the Egyptians. Nevertheless, hey friends, who's live right now that we can go send a raid to? I'm gonna go check YouTube real quick. It's Friday night. Y'all are gonna be up late partying. I already know that, and that is fantastic. But I'm gonna settle into bed and maybe read a book and try to get a little bit of sleep. Let's see who we got though. Oh shit, Paulogia is live, but he's not debating tonight. Mezzo's live. Hell yeah. All right, friends, we're gonna send everybody over to Mezzo's stream. Looks like a bunch of people already are there. I see our numbers are down at 240 or so, and Mezzo's numbers are popping. So let's get everyone over there. If you don't know Mezzo yet and you're on YouTube, you can find him at Mezzo_WS. This is the profile. This is what the stream looks like right now. It says, I don't God. His titles are always hilarious. But this says, go ahead, make me Muslim. Listen, that's going to be fucking wild. That'd be interesting. And Joel obviously is up there as well. So big W. Should be fun. So let's pop over to Joel to see Joel and Mezzo over here and tell him I sent you. And thank you so much for being here, friend. Thank you for the support. And Jason, thank you for the super chat. Good to see you. Because if you're not first, you're last. And you know what? You proved it. In fact, I got to end the live stream because if I don't soon and another super chat rolls around, that means you're wrong. And I don't want you to be wrong. I'm ending it now. Love you, friends. We'll see you all soon.